Chapter 851. Zira's terrifying might. John's gaze narrowed as he stared at Zira's. That attack was nearly on the same level as his lightning blasts that fused the Taos of lightning and power, and it had been unleashed with complete ease. Not only that, but John could tell that the attack was not the result of a Tao fusion, but was comprised of a single source of unknown energy. While his chi quantity and quality was higher than Zira's, the difference was bridged by Zira's staggering comprehension, as well as the profound nature of the energy he had unleashed. What was that energy? John couldn't help but ask, although he didn't expect a reply from his master. In the arena, Lua grimaced and then bit her lip, drawing blood from it. She reached out and touched the blood, which flowed onto her hand and formed a small ball of blood. The ball of blood then exploded, shooting out 1,000 different drops of blood in all directions. The drops stopped at random intervals in the arena and hovered in the air. Zira's watched on with amusement as Lua took action and did not interrupt her battle art. Lua once again frowned at Zira's disrespect and then activated both her essence chi and soul power at the same time. The essence chi flooded into the drops of blood and was greedily absorbed. The blood drops then quickly grew in size, and to everyone's surprise, quickly formed the identical image of Lua herself. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 Luas had filled the arena, indistinguishable from one another. The Luas then began to move around the arena, making the original one impossible to track. At the same time, Lua's powerful soul aura flooded the arena as well and enveloped Zira's within. John felt a remnant of the soul aura seep through the protective formations and assault his mind, and felt as if he were trying to be lulled into a sleep-like state, where illusions were indistinguishable from what was real. While he was easily able to resist the soul effects, he was sure what Zira's was feeling was many, many times stronger than what he was feeling. Zira's smiled as he watched Lua's preparation be completed, his gaze shifting in all directions as he studied the 1,000 different Luas. He then nodded his head, his expression clearly one of being impressed by the art. "Not bad, Lua," Zira's praised her. "Even I cannot tell which one is the real you." "Just you wait. This battle won't be as easy as you think it will be," the 1,000 Luas sneered in unison, each emanating a frightening lethality. It was unknown if the other Luas posed any grave danger to Zira's or not, but that didn't matter. As long as her art allowed her main body to get close to him, she would be able to land the finishing blow. Upon saying that, Lua's power activated further, and the 1,000 Luas all vanished from sight, similar to how she had done before. "What? She can use that stealth art on all her clones," John exclaimed, truly surprised, as well impressed by Lua's battle arts. She had instantly revealed that she was truly worthy of being one of the most talented world expansion geniuses in the world, and this was just using her power as a heaven tribulation cultivator. Just what was her full power like, John wondered. Zira's once again nodded his head, impressed with Lua's arts. The smile grew slightly on his face, and he raised his weapon outwards before him as he finally took his opponent seriously. "Your power truly deserves my full attention," Zira's said as he felt the stealthed Lua's race towards him. And then he activated his power, a power that John couldn't help but shiver as he felt it. For one of the few times in his life, his instincts flared with grave warning. Zira's was an opponent on his level, despite the fact that his cultivation was restricted to the heaven tribulation realm. Boom! Zira's aura boomed out, flooding the arena like a tempest of destruction, slamming against Lua and forcing her weaker clones to shield themselves against the tempest, interrupting their assault. The tempest appeared for a short while and then withdrew into his body and vanished, as if it had never existed at all. The crystal orb on his weapon began to glow, its brightness intensifying to a staggering degree. At the same time, a shocking power began to emanate from within Zira's, far stronger than the tempest from before. It was as if a bomb was being formed within Zira's himself, about to explode from within. "A war mage?" John exclaimed internally, instantly recognizing what Zira's was doing. He was no doubt about to unleash a channeled art, one that he had channeled while holding Lua back with the tempest he had unleashed before. Xeras waved his weapon out before him, and dozens of small points of light appeared all around the arena. The points of light quickly grew into massive balls of pure energy, as if a dozen suns had suddenly materialized. Feeling the lethal danger of the battle art, Lua had attempted to rush towards Xeras before he activated it, but the scorching heat surrounding Xeras made her unable to approach. While she would be able to, her clones would not be able to resist the terrifying heat, and thus would render her battle art useless. The balls of energy quickly grew and moved outwards away from Xeras, completely engulfing the arena with a horrifying heat. Astral energy, Lillian finally spoke, answering John's question from a while back. John shifted his gaze from the horrifyingly powerful balls of energy to his master, whose gaze had become grave itself. The Tao Xeras specializes the most in is the astral Tao, she said softly. Storm of stars, Xeras said calmly, his voice seeming to reverberate through the arena, as profound as the stars themselves. The dozen miniature stars suddenly exploded outwards without warning, engulfing the entire 100-mile-wide arena with apocalyptic power. Boom, Chapter 852 Xeras. Talentsit was as if a supernova had exploded within the arena. The arena and everything around it turned white, blinded by the intensity of the explosion. The arena and surrounding stands trembled violently, as if an earthquake was about to tear the world apart. The formation barrier surrounding the arena lit up, shielding against the calamitous explosion. John had instinctively braced himself for the impact, and only a moment later remembered the formation barrier before him. The explosion had triggered his natural survival instincts instantly. It was even stronger than his dragon-tail decimation fully charged, which was one of his strongest attacks. The formation barrier held up against the explosion, but John couldn't help but wonder if the same would happen if Xeras had his unrestricted power. If this explosion was so powerful, then his full might was terrifying to even think about. After several seconds, the explosion began to fade away, and the arena was once again revealed to all. Xeras stood tall in the middle of the arena, his body completely unharmed. Despite being in the very center of the explosion, he had managed to avoid taking any visible damage. A smirk lingered on his face as he stared forward. John and the others traced his gaze and saw Lua on the other side of the arena against the far wall. She was kneeling on one knee, panting heavily, and was covered in wounds and blood. Some of the wounds had charred, revealing she had been gravely injured by the attack. Surprise appeared on most faces, as they had never expected Lua to still be conscious, or even alive after such an attack. Not bad, as expected of someone of your caliber, Xeras praised calmly. At the last moment, you managed to gather all your clones before yourself to act as a shield. Quite smart. Lua's gaze narrowed with displeasure despite her pain and fatigue. She was finding Xeras to be incredibly annoying and arrogant. But based on your current state, you cannot use that clone technique again, Xeras added. And I doubt you can unleash such an attack again, Lua sneered back, blood trickling from her mouth. The attack Xeras had unleashed had no doubt consumed a great deal of chi, even for someone as talented as him. Unleashing another attack like that was most likely not possible. I could, but where's the fun in that? Xeras said, smiling. Liar, Lua spat, but her wavering gaze indicated she was not confident. She would not be able to withstand another attack like that. Xeras sighed as if growing bored of their conversation, and then put his weapon away, surprising everyone. What is he planning? How is a war mage going to fight unarmed? John asked his master. Even hurt, Lua was still a threat when it came to close combat. Lillian's gaze narrowed as she stared at her brother. Let us finish our battle, Xeras said, and gestured with his one hand for Lua to come. Lua growled with frustration and stood up. She braced against the pain and readied her daggers, and then flashed towards Xeras like a blur. Xeras isn't my father's favorite for no reason, Lillian finally spoke as she watched Lua appear before Xeras. Not only is Xeras a war mage. Lua's body vanished as she stealthed herself once more. Xeras smirked and turned to the side, punching at an angle with his fist. His fists were imbued with astral energy, making them all the more dangerous. Peng! A metallic sound rang out as his fist struck against the side of one of Lua's daggers, who was revealed again by the shockwave of the collision. All eyes widened again, unable to believe what they were seeing. Zira's also had an innate variant body. An Emperor-grade innate variant body. Lillian's voice trailed off. What? John couldn't help but exclaim, completely stunned by what he had heard. Zira's was both a war mage and also had an Emperor-grade innate variant body. Having just one of those talents was already shocking, but to have both was almost unbelievable. That means Zira's has no weaknesses. Lillian nodded in confirmation. War mages were powerful in battle, but had one glaring weakness. They see vulnerable when they used channeling battle arts. A war mage with an innate variant body could rely on their physical strength to protect themselves while channeling their battle arts, making them nearly impossible to deal with. John's shocked gaze returned to Zira's, who was fighting against Lua unarmed. His physical combat instincts were incredibly refined, like that of a genius body cultivator. Lua's daggers slashed and sliced, but Zira's was able to parry or dodge all the attacks with seeming ease. While Lua was gravely injured and slower than before, her attacks were still potent and deadly. Only one incredibly skilled in close combat would even have a chance at doing what Zira's was doing. John's expression grew grim as he realized one thing. When it came to both essence and body talent combined, Zira's was the closest cultivator in regards to his own talent and fighting style he had ever met. While someone like the Jade Dragon Emperor might have similar talents, in regards to seeing one fight, Zira's was no doubt the closest to him. Even Asuro's couldn't compare, as while his body was stronger than Zira's, his essence talent was nowhere near the same level. Peng! Peng! Bang! After a series of quick parries of Lua's daggers, Zira's managed to break her guard and dashed forward. His palm, glowing with bright purplish glow of astral energy, struck out, smashing against her unguarded chest. His other hand struck out immediately after, slamming into the side of her head. The sounds of fracturing bones rang out as Lua shot backwards like a bullet and slammed into the arena wall dozens of miles away. Boom! The arena trembled as she slammed into the wall, and then she fell to the floor. Lua remained motionless, and the golem appeared in the arena next to Zira's. Its appearance meant one thing: Lua had been knocked unconscious. The winner of the fourth round, Zira's. Chapter 853, Your weapon is a bit lacking. The city outside the divine realm was dead silent, and then there was thunderous applause, excitement, and discussions. They had finally seen the pinnacle genius of the divine Martial Continent fight, and it was beyond what they had expected. Did you see that? He just defeated Lua without breaking a sweat. He commands the power of the stars. How do you even beat that? Not only that, but what we saw is what he's limited to using at the Heaven Tribulation realm. Imagine his full power. No wonder he's the Astral Emperor's favorite son, truly worthy of his status as the #1 young world expansion genius. Many of the powerful cultivators, sect and clan leaders, and other high-ranking people walked up to the Astral Empire camp, which was located at the front of the city, closest to the stone steel. This location was a prime location reserved for only the most prestigious powers, the Astral Empire being one of them. While the Astral Emperor himself was not amongst them, there were princes, princesses, and other high-ranking members present. They smiled warmly and greeted those who offered praise for Zira's and their empire. Many wanted to ask about Lillian and her relationship with the empire, but none did, as the topic had been constantly avoided by those belonging to the empire. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was completely different. There was no thunderous applause or excited discussions. There was only silence as all eyes lingered on Zira's. His display had been beyond what any of them had expected, John included. He had originally figured that the final fight would be between him and Asuro's guaranteed, but now was not so certain. While he was still relatively sure that Asuro's would be his opponent, Zira's power was not to be looked down on, and John was sure he had not shown his full strength. His gaze shifted to his master, who sat there calmly inspecting her brother. John opened his mouth, but then closed it, unsure of what to say. Lillian noticed this and turned towards him. A small smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as she could tell what John was thinking. "What? Are you concerned for me or my safety?" she asked, almost amused by his expression. "Do you think I won't be able to deal with Zira's?" It's not that. It's just that he's far stronger than I thought he would be," John replied, trying to hide his doubt. "It's about what I expected," Lillian replied, causing John to raise an eyebrow. She expected this level of power, a level of power that made even John feel instinctual danger. "I already knew my brother commanded the astral Tao, and also had an innate variant body, so what he's shown so far is within my expectations," she explained. "So you're confident in beating him?" John asked, perking up at her apparent confidence. "No, nothing is ever certain," she shook her head, and then a smiling expression, almost one of excited anticipation, appeared on her face as she locked eyes with John. "But that's what makes fighting fun, isn't it?" John was taken aback by her words, and then laughed at himself for being so concerned. Zira's might be a heavenly talent rarely seen, but his master was a step even beyond that. While Zira's had 5 decades of additional experience, John was sure Lillian had tricks up her sleeves as well. "You're right," John replied firmly, his concern for her gone, and an expression of calm confidence in his master appeared instead. "Good," Lillian nodded with satisfaction. "That look of concern doesn't suit you." John scoffed in reply and shrugged, feeling more at ease with the battle to come. "So if I defeat Zira's, what about Asuro's?" Lillian asked, already looking past her battle with her brother. "Should that happen, you're going to admit defeat immediately," John said calmly yet firmly, as if the matter was already settled. "Oh," Lillian hummed while raising an eyebrow. "You don't think I can defeat Asuro's?" "It's not that," John shook his head lightly. "Now that I've seen Zira's power and the level that comprehensions plays in battle, I'm sure you would be able to give Asuro's a good fight." "Then," Lillian asked, "like I said, Asuro's is mine, and I don't know if I'll have another chance like this to kill him," John said firmly. His gaze narrowed as he stared across the arena at Asuro's. His gaze softened as he shifted it back to Lillian. "Besides, even if you managed to beat Asuro's, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, so there's no real point in you beating Asuro's. Only one of us can advance after all, and that one is me." Lillian's expression changed into slight surprise as she studied John's face, followed by an amused smile. "It seems you've grown quite a bit since I last saw you," she said. "Your confidence sure had grown, to say the least." John shrugged, as what he said was the truth. "I doubt I'd be able to beat you if our cultivations were not at the same level," John said with another shrug. "But when it comes to fighting at the same cultivation level, there's not a person in this world that can beat me," John added with utmost confidence. Lillian remained silent for a while as she stared at John. He truly had changed since they last met. "PN da N0V, E1, but our focus should be on Zira's right now," John said, changing the subject. He didn't want to go too far on this subject, or Lillian might beat him to death outside the realm as punishment for saying such a thing to her. Her temper was always unpredictable. "What's the plan? How do you intend to beat him?" John asked curiously. "Well, it's rather simple," Lillian replied. "I'm going to beat him into the ground, and then I'm going to use my scythe to slice his head from his neck." "Scythe, that's right. She uses a scythe," John exclaimed internally as he recalled her battle with Alfiend. She had used a scythe in that battle and had commanded it with incredible expertise. "Can I see your scythe?" John asked. Lillian was curious as to his reason, but obliged and took out her scythe. It fell onto her lap and rested there, while John inspected it closely. Much like his own, the scythe was pitch black and also naturally emanated a deathly aura. The weapon was sleek and sharp, and was no doubt a high-grade weapon worthy of being wielded by someone like Lillian. However, when compared to his own, it was still lacking. "Not bad," John nodded in approval. "Not bad?" Lillian asked, as if John was stupid. "This is one of the finest scythes on the continent. How can you assess such a weapon as not bad?" she asked, almost insulted by his assessment of the weapon. It was to be expected. If someone called his weapons not bad, John would have a similar reaction. "I mean, it's not bad," John shrugged, and then his scythe appeared, falling onto his lap as well. He grunted in pain as it crashed onto his legs, its weight nearly overwhelming. Lillian's eyes opened wide as she stared at the weapon. "How about it? Would you be able to use this weapon in your fight?" John asked with satisfaction at her reaction. "Your weapon might be amazing, but compared to mine, it's a bit lacking." Chapter 854 Lillian's request. Lillian's eyes remained glued to John's scythe, as if she were unable to peel her gaze away from it. John smiled knowingly, as he had the same reaction the first time he had seen the weapon. The scythe was made from the most profound materials possible, and was Taoist Eternal Weapon's finest creation. Its demonic origin blade was beyond sharp, seemingly able to cut through anything. Its shaft, made of the mythically rare stellar void ore, emanated a dense aura of death, far greater than the aura emanating from Lillian's weapon. It was Taoist Eternal Weapon's finest creation, and was most likely one of the most profound and powerful weapons in the world. For a scythe wielder like Lillian, it was as if she had just seen the most amazing treasure appear before her, a treasure she would desire above all else. After staring at the weapon for quite some time, she finally snapped out of her dazed stupor and looked up to John for a moment with a questioning gaze. John smiled, as he knew what she was thinking. "I had this made by Taoist Eternal Weapon," John explained. "What?" Lillian exclaimed in shock. Everyone knew who Taoist Eternal Weapon was and how hard it was to get him to make a weapon. "How?" she couldn't help but ask. "It's a long stow, actually. It's not that long," John replied. "I won his seal at an auction and then had him make this for me. That's pretty much it." Lillian raised a scrutinous eyebrow at John's story, as she was sure there was much that was left out, but didn't ask for more information. That was not important at the moment. Her gaze returned to the scythe, and she finally reached her hand out slowly towards it. Her hand wrapped around the shaft of the scythe, and it felt perfect. It was as if the weapon was made for her, and her alone. She felt entranced by it, and her hand tightened around the shaft to pick it up. "Huh," she mumbled in surprise. She had tried to lift the weapon, but it had not moved an inch. She gripped tightly again and used more power this time, but the weapon didn't move at all. Her other hand reached out to assist, but despite using both hands, the weapon wasn't moved at all. After a brief struggle, she stopped trying to lift the weapon and gave up. "How much does this damned scythe weigh?" Lillian asked John with slight displeasure at not being able to wield it. John's face was slightly apologetic, as he realized he had just set her up for failure. He had been so caught up in comparing scythes that he had forgotten to account for its weight and her restricted cultivation. "Over 1,000,000 pounds, John shrugged, not knowing the exact weight, but knew it weighed at least that. 1,000,000 pounds, Lillian repeated. "You brat, did you do this to watch your master fail?" she huffed. "No, I didn't," John shook his head. "I just forgot about your restricted cultivation for a second is all." Lillian scoffed at his words. "I might not be able to wield this weapon even with my unrestricted cultivation," she scoffed. "Why the hell did you get yourself such a weapon made? Can you even use it?" "It was Taoist Eternal Weapon's condition for making the weapon," John shrugged helplessly. "He said he only makes world expansion grade weapons and refused to budge." Lillian scoffed again, but didn't say anything further. While she wanted to use the scythe, she was unable to pick it up, let alone wield it. "My scythe will be more than sufficient for this battle," she said, averting her eyes from John's scythe. John returned his scythe to his spatial ring, and then quickly changed the subject again, asking his master about what she had been up to over the last few years. Lillian answered his questions vaguely, her voice and expression becoming more and more distracted, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. She eventually stood up, her expression serious. "The time has almost arrived. I need to prepare myself for the battle to come," she said, her voice and expression completely serious, and then walked away from John. John nodded and remained silent as he saw her move a distance away, and then sit down once more. Her eyes closed, and her aura was withdrawn within. She was clearly preparing herself mentally for her battle with Zeras, making sure she was in the optimal state of mind and body. John could feel a dense and profound aura slowly building within Lillian, as if she were a primordial beast slowly awakening from a deep slumber. On the other hand, Zeras was seated in a slouched position, casually inspecting his sister from afar, as if the battle to come was nothing more than a game to him. He smiled as he watched her serious preparation, although the smile was not one of good intentions. The minutes passed by quickly, and without being a second late, the artifact spirit golem appeared in the center of the arena. "The next battle shall now begin," the golem exclaimed. "Zeras, Lillian, please make your way into the Aran," its voice cut off as it noticed both of them had arrived in a flash, before it could even finish its sentence. They stood a dozen feet apart, silently inspecting the other. Lillian's expression was calm yet cold, as if she were about to partake in the most important battle of her life. Zeras smirked in reply, as if he found his little sister's reaction amusing, and also as if he did not consider her a threat worth taking seriously. "Why are you looking at me with such a cold gaze, my dear little sister?" Zeras asked, his voice almost as if he were hurt by her expression. However, the small smirk in the corner of his mouth betrayed his words. Lillian offered no reply. This brother of hers was now dead to her, and she just had to make it so in real life as well. Wasting words on him was not worth it. Zeras smirked at her silence, as if that was more amusing than any reply she could have given him. "You both know the rules by now," the golem said. "The first one to be knocked unconscious or give up shall be declared the loser and be eliminated from the trial. Biji." "Wait," Lillian said, interrupting the golem's proclamation of the start of battle. It paused and stared at her. "Yes," it asked monotonously. "For this fight, I request that it be a fight to the death. Chapter 855 Zeras V's. Lillian, so she is related to Zeras and the Astral Emperor. And not only related, but is another child of the Astral Emperor. And she just requested a battle to the death. What is going on? What history occurred between these two to get to such a level of hatred?" A commotion was caused outside the divine realm, as those watching the stone steel heard the brief conversation between Zeras and Lillian. The conversation had answered a lingering question, but also created many more. Curious eyes darted towards the Astral Empire camp, but none dared to directly ask about it. This issue was clearly more of a sore spot for the Empire than anyone could have initially guessed. "I refuse," Zeras replied calmly yet succinctly, clearly expecting Lillian to request this at the start of their battle. "Oh, are you scared you'll lose to me? It seems you've grown quite pathetic over the last decade," Lillian replied mockingly, as if trying to goad Zeras into accepting. "You can't provoke me into accepting," Zeras replied calmly, yet with a tinge of amusement. "If I accept and you win, I die. If I accept and kill you, Father kills me when I leave this realm. It's a lose-lose for me no matter how you cut it." Lillian clicked her tongue in slight disappointment, but hadn't really been expecting another outcome. "It was worth a shot," she said, and then shrugged. "I'll have opportunities after we leave this realm to kill you, so today, I'll embarrass you thoroughly instead. Until you know just how weak and pathetic you are." "So much hate," chimed. "It's not good for you to hold all that hate in. You should really learn to let go sometimes." Lillian remained silent, as she had said what she needed to say. Her expression was calm, cold, and confident. She was clearly prepared for the battle to come, mentally and physically. "Do you know," said in a drawn-out fashion, "that although you kept all your memories when you split, inherited your instincts, your feelings, your fears?" Lillian's gaze narrowed even more, as if she wanted nothing more than to cut down immediately. However, the battle hadn't yet started. And so she lives in fear of me and father, every single day, living in dread, but not knowing the exact reason why," continued, his words causing Lillian's gaze to waver for an instant. Smile widened. "You've created a nightmare for one she has no hope of escaping. Quite cruel if you ask me." "Begin," the golem suddenly said, and then disappeared from the arena. Boom. The arena shook as an aura erupted outwards with furious intensity, as if it wanted to rip the world apart. The aura was thick with the of death, which spread and instantly covered the entire 100-mile-wide arena in its power. Lillian's scythe appeared in her hand, and her body changed, becoming lined with a unique energy that shimmered and constantly shifted colors. The of space. She's going strong from the very start, John mused as he furrowed his brow with concern as Lillian's fight had finally begun. Felt the deathly aura crash against his body, which began to slowly wither and rot. He smiled. "Not bad," he said as his own aura exploded outwards, brimming with the profound astral energy he had shown in his previous battle. The astral aura pushed the deathly aura backwards, stopping it from directly assaulting his body. The deathly aura ate away at the astral aura, which constantly replenished itself, resulting in a stalemate of the two auras. Smile suddenly disappeared, and his eyes widened slightly as he watched the deathly aura penetrate his astral aura, as if it didn't exist. The deathly aura quickly spread forward and landed on his body, once again resuming its assault on him. "The of death and space, huh?" mused out loud, indicating that Lillian had used her of space to penetrate aura. Not bad," he added, as if truly impressed with his little sister. "I have to admit, I don't have much of an answer to stopping this technique of yours," he said, his words causing some hope to rise within John and the others rooting for Lillian. "But then again, I don't really need to stop such a technique either. Instead, I'll just withstand it," he added, causing that hope to fade as fast as it came. "There's few things in this universe that can alter and affect the spatial," said smilingly, "and the astral just happens to be one of those things. Even space must bend when confronting the might of the stars." Upon saying this, Body began to glow brightly, as if he were becoming a star himself. The energy emanating from him climbed rapidly, until it reached a level that even John found impressive. The energy stopped climbing, but had already reached a horrifying level of power, as every single inch of Body was covered in that powerful energy. It was as if had become a star himself, and that stellar energy stopped the of death in its tracks, even with the help of the of space. Withstanding this much energy within his body is only possible due to him having an innate variant body. Even I would need to use my supreme battle art to withstand this level of energy. This is truly a frightening individual. "I figured as much," Lillian scoffed, not deterred by her initial failure. "Since auras want work, then let's make this personal, shall we?" she said as she shot forward. She appeared before in an instant, and her scythe cleaved towards him, infused with terrifying of death and space. Smile widened with battle lust, as the fight was finally starting to get to a point that could entertain him. His bizarre-looking weapon appeared in his hand, which he slashed out against Lillian's scythe. One of the two curved blades on his weapon collided against her scythe. Bang! The collision of weapons shook the entire arena, as if two titans had exchanged attacks. John's gaze narrowed as he watched his master be knocked backwards hundreds of yards, while stood firmly in place. Lillian landed on the arena and skidded backwards even further before coming to a halt and stared at her distant opponent. In the battle of strength, was unsurprisingly the victor. "How are you going to win this battle, master?" As if answering John's question, Lillian's of death rune began to glow brightly, and a dozen swirling portals of pitch-black energy appeared on the floor of the arena around her. John's eyes widened with shock as he watched 12 skeletal figures emerge from within the portals, human and towering beast alike. Chapter 856, The battle intensifies. The skeletal figures rose out from within the swirling portals of darkness, each different in size and shape. There were 6 humans, as well as 6 beasts of differing species. The beasts were all hulking in size, ranging from a few dozen yards tall to nearly 100 yards tall. It was hard to tell what each beast was based on its skeleton, but all appeared to be terrifying in their own right. Spiked spines, massive, fanged teeth, and sharp razor claws was a prevalent theme. Not only that, but each skeleton emanated a powerful aura, equal to a peak transformation cultivator. As they emerged, the auras of the skeleton figures quickly diminished, clearly restricted by the formation mechanisms of the arena. Even with their power restricted, each figure was still formidable, sitting just a tier lower than Lillian herself. "She's a summoner," John mused, seeing this art for the first time. He had not been expecting such a battle art to be used by Lillian. But this art was different. Summoners summoned things that were alive, yet these things were skeletons and had no life in them. "Wait, I detect the slightest hint of life in each skeleton. A soul, like a candle in the wind, just barely hanging on," John noticed as he inspected closer. While the art was impressive, he still didn't know how this was supposed to help against. If Lillian herself could not injure him just yet, how would 12 weaker beings help with that? Seemed to be of the same opinion, as his amused gaze swept across the small army Lillian had summoned. "You've become a skeleton babysitter now," he mocked, not threatened at all by what he felt. Lillian's expression remained calm yet cold, as she completely ignored his words. The summoning completed, and Lillian swiftly altered her focus. The of space began to emanate from her body once more, as her spatial rune on her body lit up, similar to the rune of death that had lit up previously. As the glowing rune lit up on her upper chest, a gale of spatial energy began to swirl around her. It started out small, but quickly grew into a storming tempest, brimming with spatial might, which spread out around her body in all directions. The air shifted and changed constantly within the tempest, as the spatial energy distorted sight and sound. John's eyes narrowed as he focused on the spatial storm, and then widened his eyes as he realized what was going on. The spatial storm was made up entirely from spatial fragments, each narrower than a blade, as well as shaper. It was as if a million blades of incomparable sharpness were surrounding her, making it impossible to approach. Even John felt some danger when he looked at the storm, as its lethality was without question. Even in his strongest body state, he would take damage if he were to enter that storm. While it might not be lethal for someone like him, for who had a powerful yet lesser body when compared to John, it made approaching Lillian almost impossible without dealing with the storm first. Amused gaze vanished for the first time as he stared at the tempest surrounding Lillian. His haughty and lax demeanor vanished, and his grip tightened around his weapon. "Good, at least you didn't waste the last decade of your life," said, and then pointed his weapon towards her. "Let's see if I can blast away this little storm of yours." A beam of pure astral energy blasted straight towards her, its might beyond terrifying. It was even more powerful than the beam had unleashed on, revealing that he had clearly held back in his previous fight. The beam arrived before Lillian in an instant, threatening to pierce directly through her spatial storm and land onto her body. At the last moment, a figure appeared before her. Boom! The astral beam slammed onto one of the beast-like skeleton's skulls, which was wide and flat, as if its skull was designed with the purpose of only defense. The astral energy blasted off the skull and scattered in all directions, falling onto the arena and the formation barrier, shaking the arena violently with its power. The skeletal beast was knocked backwards, but its claws dug into the arena as best it could to resist. It was pushed back several dozen yards before the beam stopped, and the beast came to a halt. A small crack appeared on the beast's skull after taking the attack head-on, something that even Zira's raised an eyebrow at. What a formidable defense, John thought, seeing the use of the figures for the first time. His eyes shifted to his master, and they widened in shock. "She's gone. When did she move?" John couldn't help but be surprised. He had focused on the beast, as had everyone else, and in that moment his master had somehow completely disappeared. Zira's gaze narrowed as he noticed Lillian's disappearance as well, and he quickly pivoted on his feet, turning around in an instant. "A petty trick," he sneered as Lillian materialized behind him, as if stepping out from a different dimension. She was less than 10 feet away from him, and her scythe was already cleaving out towards Zira's with lethal intent. While he had not agreed to a life-and-death battle, it didn't stop her from trying to kill him before he conceded. Zira's weapon slashed out to meet her attack, and then his gaze narrowed as he felt danger approaching from behind. Two of Lillian's human skeletons appeared behind Zira's in an instant, each slashing out with their own weapon. One held a sword, and the other a spear, and both weapons brimmed with spatial and death chi. While the attacks were normally beneath Zira's notice, he was focused on Lillian at the moment. "Pathetic," Zira's sneered as his free hand stretched out to the side, pointing towards the skeletal opponents. Boom. Another powerful beam of astral chi cleaved out towards the skeletal humans, while his weapon slashed towards Lillian's scythe. Even when surrounded, Zira's maintained his calm and control of the battle, impressing even John. Zira's was definitely battle-hardened, and not a pampered prince of an empire that never saw battle. Peng. Weapons collided, violently shaking the arena once more as both fighters utilized their full strength in the attack. Zira's sneered as he stared at Lillian, who was a few feet away, but unable to land a decisive blow. "Is this all you have? Sneak attacks and puppets?" Zira's sneered as he casually held Lillian at bay. The spatial storm surrounding Lillian slammed onto his astral armor, chipping away at it and slicing into his skin, but Zira's was able to resist any harmful damage thanks to his armor and innate variant body. His eyes suddenly widened as he felt danger from his side. Impossible, he thought. The two skeletons had been knocked away, and the others were still too far away to assist. Boom. A powerful beam of chi slammed onto Zira's back before he could react, violently launching him into the air like a broken kite. His astral armor strained against the powerful beam and managed to resist, although he had taken a bit of internal damage from the force of the attack. Lillian appeared above Zira's in an instant and unleashed a scythe art, sending a sharp scythe image, brimming with death and spatial chi towards him, as if it was an attack unleashed by the grim Reaper himself. "Fuck off," Zira's roared in frustration, and unleashed another beam of astral chi towards the scythe image. His eyes widened as a swirling circle of spatial energy appeared between his chi beam and the scythe image for just an instant, long enough for the chi beam to slam into it. However, no explosion happened as expected, and the chi beam disappeared into the portal of spatial energy. Zira's gaze wavered, and then he felt danger once more coming from behind. He finally understood what happened as his gaze shifted, and he spotted another swirling circle of the same spatial energy appear, from which a powerful beam of astral chi came out of. The beam reached him in an instant, while the scythe image from above landed on him at the exact same time. Boom, Chapter 857. Zira's true might. The entire arena shook with violent energy, as the two powerful attacks landed directly onto Zira's at the same time. An explosion of astral energy, spatial energy, and death energy surged out in all directions, filling most of the arena with its power before eventually fading away. Watching intently from the stands, John leaned forward with bated breath, waiting to see the outcome of such a combined attack landing directly onto Zira's. It had been perfectly executed by Lillian, and her ability to use her spatial powers to redirect attacks surprised even John himself, as he had never seen or heard of such an ability. Clearly, such a battle art was only usable by one as skilled in the spatial Tao as his master. While John waited to see what the outcome was, Lillian was not of the same opinion. She sped forward and swung her scythe down towards Zira's last known location, unleashing another powerful scythe image towards him. A guttural roar boomed out from within the explosion, louder and more powerful than the remnant explosion itself. The roar blasted away the explosive cloud of energy and unleashed a shockwave that boomed outwards in all directions. The shockwave blasted against Lillian, who braced herself as she was knocked backwards some distance. While she was not injured from the attack, it had interrupted her follow-up attack. She hovered in the air above the arena, staring down at Zira's, whose figure was now revealed for all to see. His body still glowed brightly, like the shimmering of stars, from his astral armor, although cracks had appeared in the armor. Trickles of blood seeped out of the cracks, revealing he had taken some damage from the last attack. However, the extent of the damage was unknown, as the armor shrouded the condition of his body. The cracks quickly healed, reforming the armor anew. Zira's gaze, now frustrated and even angered slightly instead of calm and amused, stared up towards Lillian hovering above him. "Congratulations, sister," Zira said, his voice cold and unamused. "This is the first time in half a century that someone has managed to land such an attack on me, an attack that made me feel pain. Since you've grown to this level, then I should treat you with the respect of a proper opponent. You've earned that much at least." Lillian remained silent as she inspected Zira's condition, but wasn't able to gather much information either. However, she could feel his aura and fighting spirit, both of which had grown since the attack landed. Clearly her attack from before had not impacted his combat prowess to any measurable degree. After praising Lillian, Zira's aura skyrocketed once more, and his body began to glow even brighter than before. His body suddenly started to grow, becoming taller, wider, and more muscular. In less than a second, his body exploded to over 20 feet in height, covered from head to toe with powerful astral energy. It was as if an astral giant had appeared in the arena, one of incomparable power. The heat and energy radiating off his body skyrocketed as well, making it almost impossible to approach him. It was as if he had become a star. The odd-looking weapon in his hand also grew in size, matching his new form. A flash of light appeared, and another weapon materialized in his other hand. It was a long, curved saber, seemingly made entirely of astral energy. It was 15 feet long and glowed brightly. John couldn't help but draw a deep breath as he saw this form. Zira's power had skyrocketed in this form, and he was now a completely different person. Even Lillian studied Zira's with a wary gaze, as his new power was something that heeded caution. "Let's see how long you can last," Zira said, his voice now sounding different. It was deeper yet more ethereal, as if someone was speaking from the other side of a void. With no further hesitation, he dashed forward. Despite his hulking figure, his speed was even faster than before. "What?" John couldn't help but exclaim as Zira's appeared before Lillian in a flash, as if he had been a beam of light. Zira's hulking figure dwarfed Lillian, who was even smaller than the weapons in his hand. The astral blade cleaved down on her without pause. The power of the blade seemed to make space around it tremble, which was something only John himself had seen done in the heaven tribulation realm. Not fazed by the sudden attack, Lillian slashed her scythe out towards the stellar blade, unleashing another powerful scythe image. The hastily made scythe image slashed up onto the blade and then exploded. Resisting for only a second, before being overwhelmed by the stellar blade. The blade exploded down on her location, like a falling star. Boom! The arena trembled, and astral energy exploded outwards as the stellar blade slammed onto the arena's surface. Zira's gaze snapped to the side, locking onto Lillian, who had suddenly appeared several miles away, like a ghost once again stepping out of another dimension. "I already told you, little sister, that even space must respect the power of the stars," Zira's boomed, flashing towards her location once more. He appeared before her almost immediately again and unleashed another attack on her location. At the same time, a new astral aura, different yet just as powerful, emanated from Zira's, enveloping both him and Lillian. Lillian's body shifted and faded away as she stepped into space to avoid the attack. Her eyes suddenly widened as she realized something was wrong. Her spatial teleportation was taking too long, as if it was being affected by something, by Zira's astral aura. It was clearly making it harder for her to use her spatial powers, which was all the time he needed to land an attack. Lillian's power spiked as she unleashed another scythe attack, more powerful than the ones she had unleashed previously. Her pitch-black scythe image slammed into the stellar blade and resisted it for a time before exploding again. The stellar blade slammed down, with Lillian barely dodging the attack in time, as she was unable to teleport away. Boom! The explosion of astral energy crashed into the spatial tempest around her, and then her body. She shot backwards like a bullet, flying through the air for dozens of miles before managing to collect and steady herself in the air once more. As she did so, she noticed Zeras pointing towards her with his bizarre weapon from their previous location, an astral beam already unleashed. The beam was almost upon her. The flat-headed skeletal beast appeared before her just in time, blocking the attack which exploded against its head. More cracks formed on the flat skull as it stood its ground as best it could to block the attack, which gave Lillian enough time to dodge. The skeletal beast was flung into the distance, and the beam crashed past Lillian and onto the arena wall in the distance. Boom! An apocalyptic explosion blasted through the arena as the formation barrier flared with power to block the astral beam. The explosion faded away as fast as it had appeared, revealing the arena once more. Zeras was once again in front of Lillian, his hulking figure slamming down with his stellar blade already, leaving Lillian no time to react. She slashed her scythe out with her full power, which slammed against the stellar blade that dwarfed her body. Another calamitous explosion blasted outwards, and a figure shot out of the explosion like a meteor. Blood trailed behind Lillian's figure, which tumbled violently through the air. Chapter 858, Zera's Domination Master, John called out loudly, standing. That attack had no doubt injured her greatly, evident by the blood trail as well as the fact that she had taken on such a powerful attack head-on. He felt like rushing into the arena to deal with Zeras himself, but knew he was unable to do so. The formation barrier blocked him from doing so. "Watch out!" John called once more as Zeras rushed towards the tumbling Lillian, giving her no time to recover from that grievous blow. He would no doubt catch up before she could somehow recover her balance and power, and the next attack would be even more severe. "Time to go to sleep," Zera's deep yet ethereal voice sounded out as he appeared before Lillian, his glowing figure hulking over her. His astral blade vanished, and instead his massive fist came crashing down towards her, intent on ending the fight. He did not want to kill Lillian, only cause her defeat, and this fist attack of his was more than powerful enough to do the job if it landed on Lillian in her current state. Just as the fist was about to land on her unguarded body, Lillian suddenly twirled in the air and righted herself to face the oncoming attack, her scythe cleaving outwards. "How?" Zeras roared angrily. Lillian should not have been able to react so quickly after taking that much damage from the previous attack. Boom! The massive fist slammed against her scythe, which emanated a powerful spatial and deathly aura. Chi! The scythe cut into the massive fist, cutting through the defense of the astral armor and into the fist. Astral light leaked out of the massive gash that had been carved into the fist, which cut all the way up to Zera's wrist. The cleaved open fist revealed no flesh within, revealing that Zera's massive body was not his own transformed to that size, but was instead made almost entirely out of astral chi. His main body was most likely within the core of this hulking figure instead, controlling it from within. The massive wound on Zera's fist quickly closed up, forming his fist anew as astral chi flooded into the wound and repaired it. Lillian used this brief moment to retreat, giving her room to respond to Zera's next attack. However, it didn't come as expected, as Zera studied Lillian with cold yet wary eyes, inspecting her figure. "She's not wounded at all," John noticed, surprised. His master showed no wounds on her body at all, despite previously being struck by that powerful attack and visibly taking damage. How was she able to heal so fast? Master doesn't cultivate any healing arts, and she lost her control over the Tao of Life, so how? John couldn't help but wonder. The same question was burning through the minds of the others, especially Zera's. Bang! A cracking sound, and then a soft explosion filled the arena, catching everyone's attention. One of the human skeletons suddenly cracked and exploded, and the wispy soul aura within faded away. The skeleton crumbled to the ground in bits and pieces, finally dead for good. What just happened? Is Master starting to lose control over her summoning art? John wondered, his nerves on the edge. He never felt this nervous when battling himself, but couldn't help but feel it right now, as he was helpless to help Lillian. How did you heal the damage I gave you? Zeres asked coldly, his gaze returning to Lillian. She remained silent, not entertaining his question for a moment. Her gaze was seemingly unfocused, as if her focus was almost elsewhere and this battle was of secondary importance to her. Zeres scowled as he saw her distracted expression, and dashed towards her with overwhelming power once more. You think you can be distracted when battling me? He boomed, appearing before her and cleaving down with his astral blade once more. Lillian's power flared in response, and she cleaved out with her scythe, unleashing a scythe art. However, such an attack had already been shown to be weaker than Zeres, and she would no doubt lose out on the exchange. Zeres' smile quickly faded into a frown as he felt danger from behind. Another one of your pets, he roared, diverting half his attention away from his attack towards her. He turned mid-swing and swung his other arm holding his bizarre weapon towards the hulking beast-like skeleton that had arrived behind him. This beast appeared like a giant wolf, or at least that's what John assumed it had been when it had been truly alive. It had sharp fangs and claws, and was even larger than Zeres himself. Its sharp claws swung down on Zeres' head, unleashing an attack that even he couldn't ignore. Boom. Boom. Zeres' weapons collided against both attacks and successfully repelled both. Even fighting outnumbered, his combat prowess allowed him to keep the advantage. His power was without question. Zeres turned towards Lillian and unleashed another attack of his blade towards her. He didn't dare unleash a ranged attack, as she had revealed she was able to redirect those quite easily. The wolf-like skeletal beast had been knocked away in the previous exchange, but two more giant beast skeletons had taken its place. One looked like a massive snake, and the other a six-armed beast that John had never seen before. It walked on all 6 arms and had a head similar to a bear. Both skeletons unleashed physical attacks on Zeres, who parried both of their attacks with practiced efficiency, all while unleashing his attack on Lillian herself. His massive body spun and twisted with perfect fluidity and timing as he fought like a hurricane, spinning to parry each attack and unleash his own on Lillian constantly. It was like he was a one-man army, fighting against Lillian and her army of beasts without losing out at all. John frowned with worry as he saw this. Even outnumbered, Zeres was still controlling the battle with ease and was putting Lillian on the defensive. Their battle raged on for quite some time like this, with Zeres controlling the flow of battle, pushing Lillian harder and harder to defend herself. After perfectly blocking a combined attack from 2 beasts, Zeres deflected a scythe battle art from Lillian and managed to break through her defenses. His giant astral blade cleaved down on her, with Lillian being unable to guard it in time or move away. His blade cleaved into her right shoulder and passed right through it as if it were a hot knife carving through butter. Master, John called out, panicked. The battle was no doubt over. Such a wound would no doubt end the battle for good, and even put her life in danger if she did not concede right away. Losing your arm is a small price to pay for challenging me, Zeres sneered with contempt. The battle was no doubt over. His satisfied expression instantly changed to confusion as Lillian ignored the wound as if it never existed, because to all eyes, it didn't. Her arm did not fall from her body. It was perfectly attached to her body as if the attack had never landed. That arm was the one that held her scythe, which cleaved out towards Zeres before he could recover from his shock. Bang! Her scythe attack landed on his chest, carving deeply into his massive astral figure, knocking him back hundreds of yards. He crashed to the arena floor, shaking it violently. Crack! Another cracking echo sounded out within the arena, soft yet loud enough to catch everyone's attention. Their eyes locked onto another human skeleton, cracks forming on its right shoulder. The cracks grew larger, and then the right shoulder exploded, followed by the rest of the body. The skeleton crumbled to the floor, as did the one before it. John's eyes, as well as everyone else's eyes, widened with sudden realization. Just how is such a thing possible? John couldn't help but wonder with awe. Lillian was somehow able to transfer the damage she had sustained to the human skeletons she controlled. Zira's eyes widened with realization as well, and then his cold gaze snapped onto Lillian as he stood up once more. Lillian stared at Zira's with a calm expression, the spatial storm still surrounding her, her focus still slightly distracted. She gestured at him with her outstretched right arm, beckoning him to come for her, mocking him with the arm he was supposed to have severed. Chapter 859, Awe-inspiring transformation, come, she said to Zira's as she beckoned with her outstretched hand, like a parent calling for their child. It was as if she was saying, despite everything you've done, it had all been for naught. It was as if she were saying she didn't even see him as a threat. Zira's cold gaze turned angry, and a deep roar of anger boomed out from him, his frustrations voiced aloud. So, you can transfer your wounds to your skeletons. Impressive, but I only see 4 more human skeletons remaining. How about I just destroy them first, and then deal with you? He said, as he turned around and charged towards one of the skeletons standing a distance away from both of them. As if expecting such a thing, Lillian's figure flashed towards Zira's, renewing their battle. She unleashed another powerful scythe image towards him, powerful enough that he could not ignore it. Zira's turned and slashed his astral blade outwards towards her, parrying the attack which exploded in the air. He used the explosion to propel himself towards the skeleton, and sneered as he slashed towards it with his full power. Die! Zira's roared as his astral blade crashed down on it. A swirling portal of blackened spatial energy appeared below its feet, and the skeleton sunk into the portal as the attack landed on its location. Boom! The arena trembled with violent energy as the astral blade slammed down onto it. Zira's angry gaze snapped to the side, locking onto Lillian, who stood calmly a few hundred yards away. The skeletal figure rose up from another swirling portal of spatial energy, reappearing next to her. Zira's plan to destroy the skeletons first had been shown to be impossible, since Lillian could summon and unsummon them before he could destroy them. Another roar of frustration boomed out of Zira's. Fine, since I can't destroy them, I'll just destroy you 4 more times, and then you won't have any more skeletons to protect you, Zira's roared, and rushed towards Lillian with frustrated rage. He arrived before her in an instant and resumed their awe-inspiring battle. Zira's hulking figure once again moved through the battle with perfect efficiency, fighting both Lillian and her army of skeletons without losing out at all. In fact, he was in control of the battle and was constantly pushing Lillian to her limits. Boom! An attack pierced through Lillian's defenses, slamming onto her body and launching her into the air. She recovered in an instant, while the sound of distant cracking appeared, and one of the 4 remaining human skeletons crumbled. The battle continued, Zira's like an unstoppable astral god of war. Boom! Crack! His astral blade cleaved out with murderous desire, precise and unstoppable. His bizarre weapon unleashed attacks as well, sometimes ranged and sometimes physical, accounting for Lillian's redirecting ability and using it to his advantage on occasions. He had even managed to destroy 2 of the 6 beast skeletons, turning the battle even more in his favor. Boom! Crack! Another attack landed on Lillian, and another skeleton crashed to the floor. Only one remained. I wonder, can you summon more skeletons, or is this your limit? Zira's asked mockingly, confident of his victory. You only have 1 left. You might as well summon the others now, or you'll be down to your last life, he roared, resuming his assault. Lillian remained silent as she fought against Zira's, and did not summon any more human skeletons, silently confirming his guess. The fight between the 2 intensified, with Zira's unleashing more frenzied and powerful attacks on Lillian and her skeletal army, his battle lust fully ignited. A large smile was plastered on his astral face as he fought with unmatched ferocity. I wonder, if I cut off your head, would you be able to transfer that damage? Zira's mocked, although he would not dare to try such a thing. He wanted to beat Lillian, not kill her, and such a wound would most likely be beyond her ability to transfer. Lillian fought back with her full power, her gaze still seemingly distracted. John watched on with growing worry. Why does she still appear distracted? How can she afford to not fully focus on this battle? John couldn't help but wonder. He knew his master wasn't stupid, and knew she wouldn't do something like this without good reason, but he still couldn't understand. She was losing, and she needed to fully focus on the battle or her defeat would be certain. Boom. 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 The arena trembled violently as the battle raged on, and after another barrage of attacks, another stellar blade landed on Lillian, piercing through her right shoulder. Zeras flung his astral blade outwards, launching Lillian into the air. She tumbled through the air for dozens of miles before coming to a stop in the air, her figure unhurt. Crack. The final human skeleton cracked, and then crumbled. Zira's smile widened. John's worry grew. Lillian's expression remained calm. Her distracted gaze cleared up and her focus finally returned fully to the battle. Zira's smile faded. John's hope grew. He could instantly tell that something had changed within Lillian. He could feel a lethal threat growing from her, his instincts flared fully. "It's finally ready," Lillian whispered softly, almost inaudible for the others to hear. "Finally ready. Are you finally ready to const?" Zira's mocked, and then froze mid-sentence. Boom. Lillian's aura exploded outwards, filling the entire arena with a storm of spatial and death energy. The tempest swirled through the arena, with Lillian the eye of the storm. The storm circled faster and faster around her, growing more powerful by the second. It began to recede towards her, becoming smaller, but more concentrated, more powerful. It was as if she was reabsorbing the energy she had unleashed, and then using it to do something. The storm around her heightened in power, until it was like a cocoon of pure spatial and death energy, 10 feet in diameter. It swirled with apocalyptic power, making even John and Zira's feel instinctual fear. Something was happening within the cocoon. Something was changing within. It was as if Lillian was a chrysalis, about to become a butterfly. Zira's snapped out of his stupor, and rushed towards the spatial cocoon, astral blade in hand. "As if I would let you complete." Boom. The cocoon exploded outwards, its apocalyptic power slamming against Zira's, throwing him through the air through the arena. He slammed against the formation barrier over 50 miles away, shaking the surrounding area from the collision. Zira's quickly recovered and stood up, his gaze locked onto Lillian, who had emerged from the terrifying cocoon. His, as well as everyone else's, eyes widened as they stared at her. Lillian hovered in the air, her appearance completely different from before. Her icy blue hair had turned completely black, as did the dress she wore. No longer was she wearing her white and gold dress, but instead wore a long, black dress. The dress started at her upper chest and flowed down below her feet and hugged her figure tightly. The black dress seemed to shimmer, as if space itself was woven into it as well. The skirt of the dress flowed freely like blackened mist, a mist made entirely of death chi, but as was the rest of the dress that she wore. The same misty death chi flowed off the pitch-black scythe in her hand, which shimmered as well, as if it were both real and fake. John's eyes widened with absolute shock as he stared at his master, which now looked completely different. She had clearly transformed into something else, and it was as if she had turned into a goddess of death. A goddess of death, which had managed to fuse the of death and space. Chapter 860. Lillian's overwhelming might. Lillian floated in the air several dozen yards off the ground, the skirt of her dress flowing down into wispy black mist that danced lightly in the still air. The same wispy black energy flowed over her scythe's blade, making it far more fearsome than it had previously appeared. Her black hair brushed down past her shoulders, matching the color of the black chi flowing around her. She was a stunningly beautiful avatar of death. John was awestruck, his mouth agape as he stared at his master, who he almost didn't recognize now. It was one of the few times in his life that he had been truly shocked to his core. He felt her aura, and his mind naturally drifted back to the only other time he had felt anything like it. When he had been back in the heavenly lightning sect, He had interrupted her training in her underground training room one time. He had opened a door that had been tightly sealed by strong formations, and upon opening it, had felt an overwhelming aura flood out of it, far stronger than anything he had felt from his master up to that time. By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs and laid eyes on her, Lillian had already withdrawn most of that aura and had reverted to normal. Now he knew, back then she was training this form. Lillian's gaze was calm, yet completely different than before when she had been fighting. Her expression previously was one of calm composure, but now it was calm confidence. It was as if she were truly a god looking down on, about to pass judgment on him. There was not an ounce of doubt on her face. That calm gaze shifted towards John, who felt his heart jump for a moment and his breath catch in his chest as her crystalline blue eyes locked onto him. Not even demons and Asuras could make him jump the way he just did. The two locked eyes, and it was as if John was seeing his master's true self for the first time. She studied his face for a brief moment, and then the smallest of smirks appeared on her otherwise neutral face. John almost thought he had imagined that smirk. Was she smirking at his reaction, his surprise? He didn't know, and currently he didn't care. He just wanted to watch his master fight in this form and see what she was truly capable of. Her gaze shifted back to, who was staring at Lillian with almost equal shock. He quickly recovered, as expected of one so talented and battle-hardened, and both weapons in his hand. However, he did not immediately charge over towards her as he had done for almost the entire battle. Instead, he studied her, his gaze wary for the very first time. It was an expression that indicated he considered Lillian in her current form a worthy opponent, and not just his little sister. His instincts flared wildly with caution. Lillian was a real threat to his life even if he did not take her seriously. Wary gaze locked with Lillian's calm and confident gaze, and his expression slowly but surely changed as he realized it was the same gaze he had been giving her the entire battle. A gaze of looking down on one's opponent, as if the outcome of the battle had already been concluded. Felt his anger ignite from receiving such a gaze. He was the pinnacle world expansion genius. He gave such gazes. He did not receive them. His pride and anger ignited, and he roared furiously, like a primal beast cornered by a strong foe. "You dare to look down on me?" roared, and dashed forward towards Lillian, his wariness gone. "The stars look down on all creation, not the other way around," he boomed as he arrived before her, his astral blade glowing brightly with profound energy as he slashed it down towards her. Lillian watched calmly as he approached and unleashed his attack, and held her scythe out to her side. The massive astral blade was almost upon her. Her scythe slashed out with incomparable speed. Astral blade slammed downwards past Lillian, not halted at all by her attack. His eyes wavered with shock as he watched half of the astral blade fall to the ground beside Lillian, cleaved directly in half by her attack. The half blade that he held had fallen short of hitting Lillian, who had not moved an inch during the entire exchange. Bang! The broken astral blade fell to the ground, shaking it violently with its weight, and then dissipated away as it was made from astral chi. Instinctively leaped backwards to put distance between himself and Lillian, and his half-broken astral blade quickly reformed as he infused it with astral chi. Her attack is at least twice as strong as before, John thought, shocked once again. This transformation Lillian had unleashed had her power greatly. The only thing that he felt comparable was his Asura transformation and Dragon God shift, both which had similar effects. However, those effects were on his body, while Lillian's effects was on her essence chi and potency of essence battle arts. Expression wavered immediately after he had retreated, and he realized what he had done. He, the pinnacle genius of the world, had retreated in battle for the first time in his life. "Unacceptable," roared wildly, as if he were losing his mind. Most would have been cowed into fear by such an attack, but had become enraged like a wounded beast. There was no fear in him, only anger, frustration, fury. His aura began to climb once more, his figure growing a bit larger in the process. Had finally unleashed his full power, holding nothing back at all. John couldn't help but feel surprised again that had more to reveal than had been shown thus far. The family was truly one of pinnacle geniuses without compare. Stars are the pinnacle force of the universe. You will submit, roared as he waved his bizarre-looking weapon out before him, a trail of astral chi flowing behind the crystalline center of the weapon. As he waved the weapon outwards, orbs of light began to form in the arena, most of them concentrated around Lillian. The orbs of light instantly ignited into burning spheres of astral chi, like miniature stars, each brimming with apocalyptic energy. In fact, the energy of each star was far greater than when he had used it against. "Let's see you withstand this," he roared, igniting the dozen stars to explode with his full power. Lillian calmly stepped forward, appearing in the very center of all the miniature stars. They surrounded her like a cage that was about to explode with apocalyptic fury. Her scythe suddenly slashed out many times, so fast that it was hard to see the weapon move at all. A scythe image brimming with incomparable spatial and death chi slashed out towards each star, slicing right through each one before they could explode. "You think you can cut a star in half? A useless effort," said mockingly, still empowering the stars to explode. "What did you say before?" Lillian spoke for the first time since unleashing her transformation. Her voice was soft and ethereal, yet cold and devoid of any emotions, like an unfeeling angel of death. "Even space bends before the might of stars." Her words caused to frown for a moment, and then he smiled. His battle art was finally complete and ready to overwhelm Lillian with unstoppable power. He clasped his right hand, triggering the battle art. The explosion never happened, and eyes widened with shock as he watched his stars fade away into obscurity, consumed from within by a misty blackness that grew in power as it consumed the stars. While stars may bend space, not even stars can stay the hand of 861, the of space, and roared after recovering from his absolute shock. His astral stars, one of his strongest and most profound battle arts, had been completely neutralized by Lillian in almost an instant. He refused to believe such a thing was possible, but the truth was laid out before his very eyes. Stars were the pinnacle source of power. It's what his father had always taught him, and what he had truly believed. That truth had been eroded before his very eyes. Zeras suddenly felt his sanity snap, like his entire life had been a lie. "Impossible!" he roared with unbridled fury, and as if gone mad, dashed towards Lillian without a care for his own safety, undoing his astral blade since it was proven to be ineffective against Lillian. He appeared before her in an instant and slashed out with his bizarre weapon, which he now held in both hands, unleashing his strongest physical attack possible. His aura flared out without holding back, enveloping Lillian with his strongest astral energy. Lillian watched as the weapon fell onto her, and then she vanished. Despite Zira's enveloping her with the energy that had restricted her spatial powers before, she had still managed to utilize her spatial powers in an instant, as if his astral Tao meant nothing at all. The massive weapon slammed onto the arena floor, shaking it violently. Lillian appeared behind Zira's in an instant, as if materializing from another dimension. She slashed her scythe out before he could turn, unleashing another profound scythe image towards his back. "Chi." The scythe image slammed onto Zira's back, carving deeply into his astral body. A massive wound was opened up before the scythe image eventually lost its power and faded away. The wound leaked bright astral light and also revealed the interior of Zira's astral form. His true body was revealed to all, normal in size, with a gaping wound in his chest where the blade had landed. Death chi permeated the wound, making it unable to heal. Zira's face was scrunched up in pain and anger as he locked eyes with Lillian, who floated before him. "Die!" he roared, instantly healing the massive astral wound, forming his astral armor anew. His hulking figure slashed out again, unleashing another attack towards Lillian. At the same time, 100 giant stellar blades formed in the air around him, each nearly as strong in power as the one he had been using previously. Lillian's body vanished as she dodged the attack and quickly reappeared behind Zira's. As if expecting the tactic again, one of the massive stellar blades suddenly shot towards Lillian before she could attack his main body, forcing her to turn to block it. Her scythe cleaved outwards and destroyed the attack with seeming ease, but the time she had spent doing so was all the time Zira's needed to recover and unleash another attack on her. Lillian's scythe swept outwards, slamming against the massive weapon in Zira's hand. Despite the weapon being larger than her body, neither of them budged as their weapons collided, revealing their strength in straightforward attacks to be equal. Zira's expression wavered with anger and frustration again, but he ignored his frustrations and continued his assault. His bizarre weapons slashed out with practiced efficiency, not a single wasted movement in his attacks. The stellar blades pierced out towards Lillian constantly, making it as if she were battling an entire army encircling her. Lillian's scythe slashed out with equal proficiency, smooth and graceful, yet fast and precise. Each movement meant something, as she parried the barrage of attacks while also unleashing her own towards Zira's. The two found themselves locked into heated battle once more, each revealing themselves to not only be pinnacle geniuses when it came to cultivation and comprehensions, but also pinnacle geniuses when it came to battle. Their battle raged on as battle arts flew out ceaselessly, the Tao of stars slamming against the Taos of death and space. Unlike before, Zira's found himself on the defensive, almost unable to withstand Lillian's incredible might. It was taking all he had just to keep himself alive, and he had come close to receiving a fatal blow several times before narrowly avoiding them. John watched in a daze, his eyes never leaving Lillian for a second. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone other than himself fight with such power, such dominance, such perfection. His heartbeat quickened as he watched her fight, his worry for her gone. He now only felt awe. Boom. 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 The battle between the two shook the arena, as if threatening to destroy it completely. However, thanks to the formidable formations made by those of the ancient world, the arena and the formations withstood the apocalyptic battle arts and explosions, although at times it seemed like nothing could withstand such power. PN-N0V, E10's found himself pushed further and further towards the edge of defeat, doing everything he could to keep himself alive. He could concede, but he would never do that. This form of yours is consuming far too much energy, even for you, Zira's roared furiously. Even someone like you will run out of chi far before I do, he said, his words like a splash of cold water on John's face. Zira's is right. Even if it was me, the rate at which she is using chi is horrifying. She won't be able to last much longer, at which point, John's thoughts trailed off. Zira's had no doubt used an incredible amount of his chi reserves already, and was nearing his end as well. But that end would definitely come after Lillian had run out of chi. You're right, Lillian's calm yet cold voice drifted through the arena, as if coming from all directions. But you won't last long enough to see that time come to pass. Upon saying this, Lillian's figure flashed, and she appeared above Zira's like a ghost. Zira's gaze snapped upwards, locking onto her figure. He roared and unleashed a beam of astral chi towards her, not caring at all about her ability to redirect it. If she did, he would use a stellar blade to deflect the astral beam when it reappeared. The beam reached Lillian in an instant, and she did not redirect it as expected or even block it. The beam slammed onto her body, and then against all expectations, pierced right through as if she didn't exist. The beam vanished after piercing through her, revealing her figure to be intact and completely unharmed. Impossible! Zira's roared and pointed his weapon at her again, prepared to unleash another attack. An otherworldly energy suddenly exploded out of Lillian's body, surging out in all directions. Her face paled and aura dropped dramatically, as if she had just unleashed the final vestiges of her remaining power. A ripple in space formed, visible to the naked eye, which washed over Zira's. Inexplicably, the ripple stopped after traveling just past Zira's and remained stationary in space. It was the most bizarre of things to see, once again shocking even John to his core. What is going on? He couldn't help but wonder in shock as well as awe. His gaze shifted towards Zira's, who didn't move an inch. It was as if he were stunned stiff by what Lillian had just unleashed. "Wait, not stunned," John exclaimed, standing up as he realized what was going on. "But frozen. Zira's is literally frozen in space." A spherical ripple of space, like a bubble made of space itself, enveloped both Zira's and Lillian within. The stellar blades shimmered with might all around her, but remained completely stationary. Zira's might continued to flare, but he didn't move an inch. Even his eyes remained locked in place, his wide gaze staring at Lillian's figure that slowly floated down towards him. Nothing moved a single millimeter except Lillian herself, the space around them frozen solid, forbidding any movement at all. She appeared before the hulking Zira's chest, directly where his true body was encased within. Her calm and cold eyes softened for a brief instant, as if she had returned to being a little girl all those years ago. "You were the one I loved most in life," she said, her voice soft, pained. "Goodbye, brother." The giant Zira's lips quivered, as if he were trying to speak. However, he said nothing, as if moving his lips was impossible at the moment. Lillian's scythe slashed outwards, unleashing her most powerful scythe image battle art towards Zira's astral-formed chest. It carved into his astral figure's chest without pause, and cleaved out the back immediately after. Silence filled the arena, and then the astral figure slowly faded away. Two halves of Zira's true body, cleaved at the waist, dropped to the arena floor. His trembling eyes stared up at Lillian with pain, confusion, and fear. Lillian's pained eyes stared at her brother, and then the pain vanished, replaced by firm resolve. Her gaze shifted upwards to the barely noticeable spatial energy her father had created, and she stared firmly at it as her foot slammed down on Zira's head. Her foot struggled for a moment against his innate variant body durability, and then broke through, shattering Zira's skull. Zira's, the pinnacle genius of the divine martial continent, was dead. Chapter 862, Zira's death stuns all in the throne room of the distant Astral Empire. The Astral Emperor watched Zira's fate unfold as he peered into the divine realm through the spatial portal he had created. Crunch. Lillian's foot slammed down onto Zira's skull, shattering it, ending his life abruptly. The Astral Emperor's face remained calm and stoic, as if Zira's death meant nothing to him. However, his fists were clenched tightly, trembling ever so slightly, betraying his true emotions. "HMPH," the Asura snorted. "All those resources I showered you with, and this is all your son could amount to. A complete waste," he scoffed, mocking Zira's in front of the Astral Emperor. The Astral Emperor's expression remained calm, although his trembling hands tightened a bit more. "That girl, however, is not bad at all," the Asura said, bestowing rare praise onto Lillian. The Astral Emperor's gaze narrowed ever so slightly. His eyes locked onto Lillian, who stared defiantly into the spatial portal separating the two of them. "Enjoy your freedom, daughter," he said coldly, "for it is soon coming to an end." Gasps of shock echoed all throughout the divine city, which had fallen silent in an instant as Lillian unleashed her fatal blow. There had been expressions of wonder, excitement, envy, and surprise as all watched battle between the two pinnacle geniuses of the Astral Empire, but now only shock remained on their faces. They were all stunned to their cores. Zira's, the most famous young genius in the world, had been slaughtered, and by his sister no less. The crowd had assumed Lillian's request for a battle to the death had been nothing but a joke, but her actions proved her desires to end Zira's life. Some recovered from their shock and then grinned, happy that a genius of a different power was felled. Others felt pity that a genius of Zira's caliber was no longer part of the world. There were a million different emotions being felt at the moment. A million gazes were cast towards the Astral Empire camp, which was stunned silent as well. After a few moments, those belonging to the Astral Empire quickly left the city, leaving in the direction of the distant Astral Empire. Did that really just happen?" a stunned voice asked. "It did. Zira's was just killed before our very eyes," another replied, almost unable to believe their own words. And that girl, Lillian, the goddess of death, her talent and combat prowess is beyond anything I thought possible. Is she even from this world? Another stunned spectator asked. No one had an answer, but they would not have been surprised if Lillian was a god descended onto their world from higher plane, if such a thing existed. Surely she's going to win, right? Another asked curiously. After all, how can anyone be stronger than her in the same realm? That's impossible, right? The question remained unanswered, as shocked retaliation surged through all those nearby. They thought of Lillian and her impossible combat prowess, and then realized she was only ranked third of all the participants based on the trials they had completed. And at the very top was John, who placed first in each and every single trial. How was such an accomplishment possible when he had to compete against someone like Lillian? At this moment, the crowd realized that their understandings of what was possible in the cultivation world might be shattered again. As expected of one possessing an Empyrean Tao name, the Grand Abbot said calmly. He lifted a cup of tea that was placed before him and took a sip, and then placed it back down on the tray before him. The cup of tea emanated a profound and heavenly aura, and his eyes lit up with delight with each sip, a rare sign of emotion on the Grand Abbot's face. I always wondered just how strong a possessor of an Empyrean Tao name could get, and now that question had been answered, Prior Hishan replied, and then took a sip of tea as well. The Empyrean reputation is well-deserved. That it is, the Grand Abbot agreed. That it is. Lillian's gaze shifted away from the portal high above her head as the artifact spirit golem suddenly appeared in the arena before her. Her transformation faded away, returning her to her regular state. Her white and gold dress appeared on her once again. The golem studied Zira's mutilated body for a moment, and then looked at Lillian. You made it so that he was unable to voice his surrender, the golem said to her. His monotone voice made it so that it was impossible to guess what he was thinking or feeling if an artifact spirit was capable of emotions in the first place. So, is that against the rules? Lillian asked indifferently. While her voice was indifferent, it was also raspy and soft. She felt beyond fatigued and exhausted and was on the brink of collapse. It is not, the golem replied after a short pause. You have an hour to rest before the next battle, it said to her as it enveloped her with the powers of the healing formation. Lillian felt vibrant life energy flood into her body, slowly restoring her spent chi reserves as well as healing the damage she had sustained. Even she felt impressed by the profundity of the formation. She had been about to collapse from her fatigue and injuries, but the formation had made it possible for her to remain conscious. While it healed her injuries and restored her chi as best it could, it didn't do much for her aching soul, which had been pushed to the limit as she had utilized her transformation. Healing a soul was much harder than healing a body. Lillian nodded towards the golem and then flashed out of the arena. She appeared next to John in the stands the next instant. The two stared at each other silently. John studied his master closely and then smiled warmly at her, happy that his master had not only won, but had emerged without any serious injury. Congratulations! Chapter 863, You'll see my true strength. Lillian stared at John with an indifferent expression, as if she were still within the arena, battling fiercely against Zira's. That indifference slowly faded away as her battle lust faded away, which had taken some time to happen. A small smile appeared on her face as she felt the weight of the previous battle, as well as her death feud with Zira's, finally fade away. Thanks, she said, her voice slightly tired. It was clear she was not yet close to fully recovered from such an arduous battle. She sat down next to John, who sat down as well immediately after. The two remained silent for a moment, as if John was giving her time to gather her thoughts. How do you feel? He eventually asked. Fine, Lillian replied with a single word, and then glanced sideways at John. She saw him staring at her with a piercing expression, as if he didn't buy such indifference from her at all. She had just killed her brother after all, one she had previously loved, but now hated more than anyone else, except perhaps for her father. Tired, pained, she added truthfully, but also relieved. My hate for Zira's faded away with his death, and I think I'll be able to remember him fondly, if only a little bit. John raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He did not expect for Lillian to seemingly forgive Zira's betrayal. The master he knew was cold, callous, and unfeeling, but perhaps there was more to her than he knew at the moment. Perhaps that was just an outer shell to protect herself from future betrayals as Zira's had done. If she trusted no one could betray her. Well, you definitely do look tired, John replied, lightening the mood a little bit. Do I now? Lillian asked questioningly, her face stern, as if John's reply had been an insult. John was caught off guard for a second, but then realized Lillian was joking as her stern face faded away into a small smile again. John clicked his tongue in self-frustration for not seeing through his master's words and actions. She was always hard to judge on what she was truly feeling and thinking. So what did you think? Was the performance of your lowly master befitting of heaven's greatest disciple? Lillian asked, her voice tinged with sarcasm. John scoffed at her words, as she was clearly bringing this up because John had mentioned his victory of this trial was guaranteed, and nothing could change that. It was indirectly yet directly saying that he was the most talented genius here, as well as the strongest when it came to normalized cultivations. For someone like Lillian, who had been a pinnacle genius her entire life, hearing someone say a thing like that to her was a bit hard to believe. She had full confidence in her talent and combat prowess, and although she had seen John fight before, she had not seen him fight in the last few years, and had also never seen him truly go all out. As had been shown in her battle with, comprehension level played just as large a role in battle as other aspects of cultivation, and her comprehension level was no doubt higher than John's due to her higher age and cultivation. With those things in play, she was curious if he was still of the same opinion as before. John scoffed again, not wanting to play along with her jests. I'll admit you were very amazing, he said truthfully, beyond amazing even. I've never seen anything like it before. Wow, what prestigious words of praise from the heavens, #1 genius, Lillian replied, her voice still slightly playful. I will wear such praise like a badge of honor. All right, you don't have to be such an ass about it, John grumbled. You are much stronger than I thought you would be. In fact, unless he's done something heaven-defying, you might even be able to beat if you unleash that final attack again. Oh, I might be able to beat. Lillian raised an eyebrow. John shrugged. It had been a year since he had fought. Who knew what the Asura bestowed on during that time? Had lost to John in the past when he had a higher cultivation in their fight, and yet now with normalized cultivations, he still stared at John with absolute confidence. There was no doubt a reason for that confidence, which made John unsure of just how strong had grown in the last year. So if I might beat, and you will beat, that means you still don't think I have a chance against you, despite what you just witnessed? Lillian asked curiously. Was that final spatial art the strongest you can unleash it, or can you make it stronger? John asked after remaining silent for a short while. When he had felt that spatial freezing art, he had felt his heart stop for a moment. It was the most profound art he had ever seen, and even he felt it would have been nearly impossible to break free from. But his instincts were sharp, and he knew that everything had its limits. Lillian might have frozen space there, but pure power was able to shatter anything if it was strong enough, even space itself. With his full might, he felt as though he would be able to break free of that spatial prison. That was the strongest version I can release, Lillian replied after a moment's silence. And even then, it nearly destroyed me. My meridians are fractured to the point that it will take months to fully heal, so I wouldn't be able to use it against you today. So it's like that, John mumbled, his mind going to his bloodline ability. Lillian's spatial art was practically on the same level of profundity, or at least very near to his bloodline ability, and both were so powerful their bodies could hardly handle it. Then if that's the case, John's voice trailed off, deep in his thoughts. His mind cleared up and his firm gaze locked onto Lillian's. As you did today, I'll let my actions prove my words. When I battle, you'll see for yourself just how strong I really am. Chapter 864, The Tao of Space. I'm looking forward to it, Lillian said. Show me where this unwavering confidence is coming from. John nodded firmly. After Lillian's display, how could he afford to let her down? He needed to show that the disciple of a heavenly genius was also a heavenly genius themselves, otherwise it would look bad on Lillian. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something, John said, switching the subjects up. What is it? Lillian asked curiously. Can you teach me the Tao of Space? John asked, eager anticipation in his voice. The Tao of Space? Lillian asked curiously, a single eyebrow raised. The Tao of Space was a very rare Tao to have any insights into, and also was a very hard Tao to grasp. Only a true genius could even peer into the starting stages of the Tao, let alone grasp its true profundity. Lillian paused for a moment, and then remembered that John was an absolute monster when it came to comprehension. In fact, he had managed to reach the Tao Adept stage in his Lightning Tao, even before she reached the Tao Adept stage in either of her specialized Taos, despite having a natural advantage for it. It was most likely that his comprehension was at a level even higher than hers, which once again reminded Lillian of the monster she called her disciple. What do you need the Tao of Space for? She asked curiously, revealing she was open to the idea. I have a battle art, the Divine Reaping Scythe, that utilizes the Tao of Space, John replied. It's amazingly profound, even more profound than the scythe battle arts you were unleashing. Lillian raised an eyebrow in skeptical curiosity. Where did he possibly manage to find and learn such an amazing scythe art? Her scythe arts were top of the line, and yet he claimed to have something far better. Pub future ads. It's true, John said firmly. In fact, I was thinking of letting you learn it as well, but unfortunately I only have the stages up to the Heaven Tribulation realm, so it would be quite useless for you outside of this realm, John added, explaining why he had not yet imparted the amazing battle art on his master yet. He would also have to go through the process of teaching her to read the ancient language the scythe art was written in, but that was another matter. How much do you know of the spatial Tao? Lillian asked. Not much, to be honest, John replied, somewhat disappointed in himself. I haven't run into any other battle arts that use the spatial Tao, and I never ran into any natural treasures or phenomena on which I could study the spatial Tao either, so everything I learned was from unleashing the Divine Reaping Scythe. John explained his situation. My grasp of the spatial Tao isn't even in the Tao Adept stage yet, so anything will help. Show me, Lillian instructed. Show you, John replied, confused. Convert your essence chi into the strongest spatial Tao ball you can manage. Show me your level, Lillian explained. Oh, John mumbled, I guess I can do that. He had never used the spatial Tao in anything other than his Divine Reaping Scythe. It shouldn't be too hard to just form a spatial Tao ball, though, he thought as he focused on the task. Essence chi surged from his dantian, and using his soul and comprehensions into the spatial Tao, John converted that pure essence chi into the strongest spatial chi he could. The chi flooded through his meridians to his hands, and then left his hands to form a ball of spatial chi. Pub future ads. The ball of spatial chi was 3 inches across and shimmered and waved like rippling space. It wasn't large, but the size didn't matter, only the quality of the spatial chi did. Lillian studied the ball of chi for a moment and then instructed him to undo it. The ball of spatial chi faded away. Not bad at all for never truly practicing the spatial Tao, Lillian praised, and then a flash of green light appeared in her hands. John looked at the green object, a jade piece, and eyed it curiously. This jade piece contains my comprehensions into the spatial Tao, Lillian explained. Your comprehensions? John asked, not expecting to hear that. He had thought it would be some spatial battle art or an ancient thing Lillian had found somewhere. I like to record my comprehensions and then study them later. It helps reinforce and grow my grasp of the Taos I study, Lillian explained. Oh, that makes sense, John said, eyeing the jade piece enviously. Comprehensions from a spatial Tao expert like Lillian would no doubt be amazing. Lillian smiled at his expression and then handed the piece over to him. "Return that before we leave the realm," she instructed, to which John nodded. His divine sense pierced into the jade piece without hesitation, and information flooded into his mind instantly. The information was exclusively about the Tao of space, and contained both easy-to-understand as well as nearly impossible-to-understand portions. The easy-to-understand parts were clear messages about Lillian's insights into the spatial Tao, her thoughts about how to best use it, and other similar straightforward topics. The nearly impossible-to-understand parts were slivers of spatial chi that Lillian had imparted into the jade piece, like recordings of all her comprehensions into the spatial Tao at certain parts of her life. Each sliver was more profound than the last, showing the growth of her spatial Tao insights as she progressed cultivation-wise. John was able to get insights immediately when studying the least profound slivers of chi, but he only saw a jumbled mess of indiscernible chi when he studied the spatial chi slivers Lillian had created recently. It was as if he was looking at the chi she had just used in her previous battle. "Wow, this is quite amazing," John mused internally, studying those slivers of spatial chi. With the written parts explaining her thoughts of the Tao, as well as the slivers of chi increasing in profundity, John knew this jade piece was a goldmine of information into the spatial Tao. His eyes lit up with joy as he hungrily absorbed all the information he could, like a man dying of thirst finding a spring of refreshing water. Lillian smiled lightly as she watched John's eyes light up with joy, and she remained silent as he hungrily devoured the information contained within. The minutes quickly passed by, and the golem appeared in the middle of the arena once more. "The time for the next battle has arrived," it said, snapping John out of his entranced studying of the jade piece. His gaze snapped to the golem, and then Lillian next to him, who had an expression of unconcerned calm on her face. "Don't worry," she said to John as she stood up. "Asuro's is yours. I'm merely going to have some fun with him for a bit." Chapter 865, having some fun, Lillian vanished before John could reply, and arrived in the arena before the artifact spirit golem in the next instant. John's gaze lingered on Lillian for a moment, and then shifted upwards, across the massive arena, locking onto the still-seated Asuros. Asuros was smiling widely at John, his smile beyond sinister. He knew John and Lillian were close based on their interactions throughout the battle tournament. "Your master is quite strong," a sound transmission from Asuros appeared in John's mind. "But not strong enough. I hope you enjoy what I'm about to do to her," his malicious-sounding voice continued. "Try not to lose as pathetically to my master as you did to me previously." John sent his own sound transmission. He knew there would be no grand fight between Lillian and Asuros, but took the opportunity to get under Asuro's skin any time he could. His words caused Asuro's smile to instantly vanish, replaced by a menacing scowl. Asuro stood up and flashed forward, appearing in the arena before the golem as well as Lillian. His eyes lecherously looked Lillian up and down, not doing anything to hide his intentions. Lillian was a kingdom-toppling beauty, and men like Asuros were unable to contain their emotions around such a beauty. With the fact that she was also a heavenly genius, Asuros wanted nothing more than to obtain her in this moment. "Why are you bothering with that brat? You should follow me instead. I could show you many things," Asuros said lecherously, smiling the entire time. Lillian stared at Asuros with an uncaring expression, as if his presence was beneath her notice. She scoffed in amusement, almost as if she were dealing with a child. Asuro's expression darkened by her complete dismissal of him. She had not even bothered to give him a reply. "Fine," Asuros said, his lecherous gaze replaced by one of menacing expectation. "I'll just beat you to death before John's eyes, or at least until you give up pathetically." Lillian completely ignored Asuros, and instead brought her hand near her face. She curled it and began to inspect her nails closely, and frowned. "I chipped this nail during my battle with Zeras. How annoying." She grumbled. Asuro's expression darkened even further, and his quick-to-trigger rage appeared on his face. "PFTT, ha 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 ha!" An explosive laughter boomed out, causing all eyes to shift towards John, who was holding his stomach while roaring loudly with laughter. His master was truly a heavenly genius and was able to piss off Asuros even faster than he was. There was no more refreshing sight for him to see at the moment. Asuro's dark gaze shifted from John back to Lillian, and then to the golem between them. "We know the rules," he said coldly, "so start the fucking battle." The golem glanced at Lillian, who nodded in agreement. "Let the battle begin," it said, vanishing immediately after. Boom. Asuro's sinister aura exploded out without hesitation, instantly flooding the arena with his power. His beast-like smile widened as he stared at Lillian, who stood a dozen yards away from him. Her eyes were wide, as if she had not expected such an explosive outburst of power from Asuros. Not only that, the aura itself was completely evil, as if it was hell itself. His aura was undeniably powerful, nearly at the level Zira's had unleashed in his peak state, and it was clear that he was just getting started. Lillian now understood why John was so confident in Asuro's victory before he had seen her own display of power. Asuro's truly was a pinnacle genius, at the same level as Zira's and herself. "Surprised already?" Asuros sneered with satisfaction. "This is only the beginning. You will only find despair in my presence. Before true power, there is only submission or death. There is no third option." Lillian's lips quivered, as if her confidence had shattered. She took a step backwards, as if her instincts were warning her to run. Asuro's smile widened. "It's not too late to submit to me," he said with menacing confidence. "If you submit, not only will I allow you to concede without pain, I will also shower you with gifts and treasures beyond your imagination." Lillian hesitated, her lips still quivering lightly. Asuro's sinister smile widened as he stretched out his hand towards her, beckoning her to take it. "Take my hand, submit to me, and together we shall dominate this world and beyond," he said, his sinister smile shifting towards John as if the matter had been concluded. He wanted to see John's expression as his master submitted to him. Lillian's expression firmed up slightly, as if she had made up her mind. She bit her lip and started to walk towards Asuro's hesitantly. Each step pushed through his massive aura, as if she were stepping through a storm. Asuro's smile widened, his absolute confidence lowering his guard slightly. Lillian smirked, her fearful expression vanishing instantly. Flash. She vanished, and then appeared before Asuro's in an instant like a ghost. Her opened hand slammed against his right cheek, unleashing the strongest slap John had ever seen in his life. Bang! Asuro's instantly took flight, his body flying through the air like a meteor. Bang! Asuro's flew dozens of miles through the air and slammed into the formation barrier at the edge of the arena, bouncing off violently. The whole arena trembled from the collision. Flash! Lillian appeared above Asuro's instantly once more, the heel of her foot slamming down on his nose. Boom! Asuro's fell down like a shooting star and slammed into the arena surface. The arena trembled even more violently than before, as if it was about to break apart. Silence filled the arena as all eyes stared with wide eyes, unable to believe how the battle had started. Graeza. A roar of pure anger boomed all throughout the arena, like a primordial beast that had just roared with its full power. Asuro's instantly stood up, and then shot up towards Lillian, who hovered high in the arena sky. "Die, you bitch," he roared with shamed anger. A smirk of satisfaction lingered on Lillian's face as she watched Asuro's approach with incomparable power, clearly intending on taking her life with a single attack. "N0v1 I concede," she said lightly, as if it didn't matter to her at all. "You will die," Asuro's roared, blinded by rage. Flash. A flash of powerful formation energy appeared around Asuro's, stopping him only a few feet away from Lillian, who had remained still and calm the entire time. She eyed him amusingly as he struggled against the formation energy that had bound him. "She has conceded." The artifact spirit golem appeared in the air next to the two of them. "This battle is now over." Lillian smiled as she studied the furious Asuro's face. A light red handmark was plastered on his right cheek, like a permanent reminder of him being slapped, while his nose was blood red, with some blood trickling out. "This look suits you quite well," she said amusingly. "I'll fucking kill you," Asuros roared, still struggling against the formation barrier that bound him. Lillian shrugged, and then flashed away, appearing next to John the next moment. "PFTT! Ha 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 ha!" An outburst of laughter boomed out from John once more, who felt tears form in the corner of his eyes. The battle had been more entertaining than he could have ever hoped for. Chapter 866, The Final Battle, ha ha ha. How embarrassing. Boisterous laughter boomed throughout the makeshift city as the spectators watched Asuro's humiliating victory. Some had been disappointed at not seeing another heavenly battle between two peak geniuses, but most couldn't help but laugh at what had occurred. Grumbles from bettors who had lost their bets on Lillian drifted out amidst the laughter, while more rushed towards the betting houses to make their bets. The final battle was about to arrive, and it would no doubt be a spectacle they would never forget. "All those resources you bestowed on your disciple, and this is all he's capable of. A complete waste of resources," the Astral Emperor said to the Asura next to him, his voice tinged with amusement. He had felt frustrated when the Asura said those words about Zeras, and so saying it back was quite refreshing. The Asura's gaze shifted to the Astral Emperor, piercing with sinister malevolence. The Astral Emperor felt a chill crawl up his spine, as if he had stared at death itself. The Asura shifted its gaze back to the spatial portal, as if replying to the Astral Emperor was not worth it. The Astral Emperor shivered with relief. He had felt the Asura's power surging earlier, as if he had truly intended to kill the Astral Emperor. It was a stark reminder of their power balance. "I may yet complete my plans without you," the Asura snarled. "You would be wise to remember your place." The Astral Emperor gazed coldly into the spatial portal before him, and an almost imperceptible smirk appeared on his face for an instant before vanishing. The other four geniuses watching couldn't help but snicker as well, amused by Asuro's humiliating victory. They might have all lost, but at least they had not been toyed with in such an embarrassing manner. Asuro's face turned blood red with rage, his teeth bared in a snarl. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lillian apart at the moment, but knew he would not be allowed to do so. "Enjoy this pathetic display of yours for now," he growled at her. "Soon I'll be tearing apart your precious disciple limb by limb, while all you will be able to do is watch. Let's see how long that smugness lasts then." Lillian raised an eyebrow, and then shrugged uncaringly. "Good luck with that," she replied without a care, as if the threat meant nothing at all. Asuros glared at her, and then turned around and returned to his original seat opposite John and Lillian. "That was better than anything I imagined would happen," John said, feeling refreshed by watching that sequence of events. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Lillian replied with a small smile. "How was my acting?" "Quite convincing," John praised. "I'm sure you had everyone else fooled." Lillian nodded with satisfaction as she sat down, followed by John. "Thank you for leaving Asuros to me," John said thankfully. Lillian could have chosen to fight, but she had accepted defeat despite John knowing her personality despised giving up. "There's no need to thank me," Lillian shook her head lightly. "I'm still quite injured from my battle with Zeras despite this formation's healing. Fighting against Asuros in such a state would have been more trouble than it was worth." "Regardless, thank you," John reiterated. "Please visit Panda. Small cap pen letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M." "You're welcome," Lillian smiled. "Now all that's left is for you to show me a battle worthy of your arrogant confidence," she said. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find the battle more than entertaining," John replied, took out the jade piece Lillian had given him, and started studying it once more. He wanted to absorb as much information from her spatial insights before they left the realm, at which point he would have to return it to her. Lillian fell select, allowing John to focus on his comprehensions. Time quickly passed by, and John instinctively snapped out of his entranced studies. His expression hardened, and he put the jade piece away. John stood up, and his power flared for a moment. His robe vanished and was instantly replaced by his draconic battle armor. While it was quite eye-catching, its quality was without question, and it would be very effective against an opponent which John was confident in beating, but would not look down upon. Lillian raised an eyebrow as she inspected John's armor. The draconic shoulders and waist piece didn't cover much of his body, leaving his muscular arms and chest exposed. His handsome face only served to further enhance the fearsome and heroic look. However, it was easy to tell that the armor provided a full body protection, like a formation barrier had formed around him, reinforcing even the exposed parts of his body. "You look quite heroic. When did you get such a taste in good-looking armor?" she said, her tone clearly one of approval. "I would expect you to like it," John said, smiling at her. "You chose it for me after all." "I chose it for you," Lillian repeated with confusion, and then realized what John meant. Had chosen it for him, and her and were one in the same. The artifact spirit golem appeared in the middle of the arena, prepared to announce the start of the final trial. It stopped as it noticed both John and standing on either side of it already. They glared at each other with murderous expressions. "I request a life and death battle," their voices sounded out in unison. The golem looked at both for a moment and then nodded its head. "So be it. The final battle of the final trial shall be a battle to the death." Smiled maliciously, eyeing John as like a beast about to devour its prey. John's gaze remained cold yet calm, his mental and physical state at its peak. "I am going to enjoy breaking you slowly, painfully, brutally," said malevolently. "You lost to me when your cultivation was higher than mine, and now they are the same. Your death today will allow my fallen clan and alliance members to finally rest in peace, and unlike last time, there will be no escape today," John replied firmly. "PA, I'm far from being the same person you previously fought. Today you will understand the difference between us," sneered. John nodded in agreement. "The difference between us will be clear for all to see today," he agreed. "You may begin," the artifact spirit instructed. Boom. Two apocalyptic auras surged out without hesitation, flooding the arena with sinister red and black chi. The final battle had finally begun. Chapter 867, The Fated Fight begins, John, and appeared before each other like ghosts, their speed beyond shocking. Both of them punched out with their fists towards each other, the first test of their might against one another. Boom. Two fists collided, and the world seemed to shake. The arena shook with violent energy as if it were about to fall apart. A leg swept out, met by the other's leg as well. Boom. The arena shook with violent energy once more, even more powerful than the first exchange. Boom. 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 In a few seconds, hundreds of attacks were exchanged between the two, both using only their physical body in the exchanges. The other geniuses watching, as well as everyone in the divine city watching the stone steel, had their eyes wide and mouths agape. In just the first few seconds of the final battle, they were already shocked to their core, and for multiple reasons. They were shocked that the two pinnacle geniuses of the realm, and perhaps the entire world, had requested a life and death battle without hesitation. Clearly, the two had history with each other, and that history was one filled with irreconcilable hatred. They were shocked by the brutal power of the attacks being unleashed. Despite the attacks being pure physical attacks without weapons, each punch and kick was powerful enough to shatter mountains and destroy kingdoms. It was like watching two primordial beasts fight, their physical might incomparable to anything else in existence. Despite watching the battle through the stone steel, they could almost feel the impacts course through them. They could understand the apocalyptic power of the battle. They were shocked by the brutality of the battle, which had just begun moments ago. Both John and had expressions of menace and hatred on their face. Their teeth were gritted tight and eyes were wide with rage. But despite this obvious hatred both felt, Neither had opted to use a weapon yet. Fists slammed against flesh and bone as the two fought with brutal barbarity. It was as if both John and did not want the battle to end too quickly and wanted the other to suffer as much as possible. A weapon could take a life in an instant, but a fist would brutalize an opponent for some time before their life would fade away. It was also as if both were trying to establish their superiority from the start, proving to the other that they did not even need a weapon to dominate the other. Lastly, they were shocked to their cores by what had appeared before their very eyes. John and were no more, or at least they did not appear as they had just moments ago. Both had hellish physical transformations, appearing more like demons than humans. Their bodies had turned black and red, their muscles had grown larger, their eyes had turned blood red, and horns pierced out of their heads. Had many horns on his head, like a crown made of horns, while John had two, both slightly curved and piercing out of the upper part of his forehead. Not a single word was uttered as the makeshift city fell dead silent, too stunned to speak, or even make a noise. And most importantly of all, everyone knew that this was just the start. What was to come would no doubt shock them further, although they were almost unable to believe that was possible. Visit. Boom. Boom. The arena trembled ceaselessly as John and flashed about the arena, appearing in different places like ghosts, as they exchanged dozens of attacks each and every second. Fist crunched against flesh and bone as both landed attacks on the other. It was as if neither was concerned about defending, and only wanted to brutalize the other with utmost haste. Blood flew about the arena as both created wounds on the other, although the wounds were hardly worth noticing. Thanks to both John and having unlocked the limiter of healing, they both healed those small wounds in nearly an instant, although seemingly healed faster thanks to him having unlocked the limiter of life, while John had yet to do so. It was a barbaric fight devoid of any tactics or thought, as if it were truly two mindless beasts fighting for supremacy. Boom. Another exchange occurred, both John and landing a calamitous punch on the other's face at the same time, neither concerned about blocking the other's attack. Both of them flew backwards through the sky like meteors and slammed into the opposite sides of the arena's formation barrier. The formation barrier lit up brightly as both collided into it, and then fell to the arena floor below. The crowd held their breath as they watched with bated breath, unable to peel their eyes away for a second. They could tell that the force at which both had collided into the formation barrier would kill even a transformation expert, and yet both John and stood up without hesitation, and if the damage they had sustained meant nothing, if they even sustained damage at all. For the first time since the battle started, there was silence in the arena. John and stood on opposite sides of the 100-mile-wide arena, staring at each other with menace. Smirked. "Not bad," he praised mockingly. "You seem to have improved since we last fought. It appears I won't be able to kill you with my fists alone," he said as his massive saber suddenly appeared in his right hand. John remained silent as his scythe appeared in his right hand, and his body dipped slightly as he strained to hold it steady. Did not miss this fact, and a smile appeared on his face. "You're using a scythe so heavy that even you cannot wield it properly. Are you stupid?" he asked mockingly. "Why don't you come over here and fight out for yourself?" John replied, speeding forward the next instant. Smile widened into a menacing grin as he sped forward with equal speed and power. The two met in the very center of the arena, both weapons slashing out towards the other, both using only their pure physical might in the exchange. 868 true power weapons collided. And even space succumbed to the power of the exchange as it rippled to the naked eye, spreading the spatial ripples throughout the arena. The crowd was once more stunned beyond all compare. Not even the battle between Zeras and Lillian had created spatial ripples, and the only visible spatial distortion had been Lillian's spatial art, which was something completely different from pure physical power distorting space. It was known that spatial ripples could only appear on the divine martial continent when one unleashed an attack with the power of a late Tao transformation cultivator. And yet, these two had managed to accomplish such a feat, with both being in the late heaven tribulation realm. It was at this point that everyone realized the two they were watching battle were complete monsters, unable to be judged by cultivation norms they had known their entire lives. They were able to jump a full major cultivation realm. They were watching two geniuses capable of transcending the cultivation laws of the world and step into a tier of genius thought impossible. The weight of John's scythe shocked Asuro's as he felt himself lose out on the exchange ever so slightly. It wasn't a loss in physical power, but a loss in weapon weight, which he had to endure the entire brunt of. His arms buckled slightly with pain, but he easily ignored it as the slight surprise turned into a malevolent smirk. He recovered instantly, and he sped towards John's side like a ghost, saber cleaving outwards. John withdrew his scythe and turned to meet the attack, but was only able to raise the shaft of the scythe in time to block the powerful saber slash coming down on him. Bang! John felt the weight of a mountain crush against him, and his feet skidded across the arena floor as he was knocked backward for a dozen miles. He had maintained his balance and composure, but that had all he had been able to do. Asuro's appeared next to him once more, not giving John a single breath to recover. Asuro's malicious smile widened, spreading from cheek to cheek like a demon's maw as his saber came crashing down on John once more with apocalyptic might. Bang! As had happened in the previous exchange, John was only able to raise his scythe shaft in time to block the attack, as the weight of the weapon was too much for him to quickly swing out towards Asuro's. John was knocked backwards again, with Asuro's appearing before him like a ghost once more. Bang! 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 The flurry of apocalyptic saber slashes rained down on John, each powerful enough to shatter the land for dozens of miles in each direction. Only the durability of the arena and the formations lining it kept things intact and unruined. "Are you just going to guard this entire fight? Pathetic!" Asuro's roared mockingly as he unleashed another saber slash onto John. Please visit Panda. Small capen letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M. John's aura suddenly exploded outwards with heightened power, eclipsing his previous display of strength. Supreme battle art. His strength surged, and his scythe slashed out with equal haste, its blade slamming against Asuro's saber. Boom! Asuro's eyes widened for a brief instant as he felt himself knocked backwards, but quickly recovered his balance and landed on the arena floor. He skidded backwards for several hundred yards before coming to a stop. "Ah, there it is," Asuro said smilingly. "The battle art you used in conjunction with your Asura transformation has finally come out," he added, recognizing the supreme battle art in an instant. John using the supreme battle art in conjunction with his Asura transformation had been the thing that allowed him to overwhelm Asuro's in their previous battle. "I was wondering how long you were going to hold that battle art back," Asuro's said as he slowly started to walk towards John, each step trembling the arena around him with his brutal power. "So you finally decided to go all out. Good, then allow me to show you just how much I've changed since our last battle," Asuro's said, his voice growing louder into a roar by the end of his words. "It's time you see the might of a true Asura. It's time you die." As he said this, a blood-red sphere appeared in the air before Asuro's. John's eyes instantly narrowed as he stared at the orb, an orb of blood. It was 3 inches across, and was something he instantly recognized as he had seen it before. It was the same as the blood drops he had absorbed in his palace realm each time he advanced in cultivation. He had always had lingering questions about the blood's origins, but with everything he had learned over the last year, he had full certainty of what it was. It was Asura blood. Asuro's noticed John's narrowed gaze, and his smile widened to the point that it seemed it would tear his face in half. "You seem to recognize this blood," Asuro's said. "Good. Then watch as your fate is sealed," he added as the sphere of blood sped into his opened mouth. Asuro's swallowed the blood without hesitation, his eyes never leaving John for a second. My body was not strong enough to endure this previously, Asuros said, his voice growing deeper. But now it is. Watch as I become a true Asura, he roared as his body began to change once more. While Asuros looked like a hellish demon before he had swallowed the blood, his transformation became even more terrifying. His muscles wriggled all over his body, like worms underneath his skin, and then everything grew in size. Asuros became taller, more muscular, more terrifying. His horns grew, his nails grew into claws, his teeth became fangs. In just a second, Asuros had gone from a demonic human to appearing like a true Asura, over 10 feet in height. It was as if he had become the Asura John had seen in the visions shown to him by Iris, the Asura of anguish. Asuro's horrifying aura skyrocketed, flooding the arena with a sinister malevolence that almost none aside from John would be able to bear. This was Asuro's true power. Chapter 869, Asuro's dominance-wide eyes, most filled with fear, stared at the stone steel, which revealed Asuro's transformation. He had appeared like a hellish demon before, but now appeared even more fearsome, more brutal, more terrifying. It was a fear at the instinctual level, as if every cell in their bodies was warning them to flee. Rho alpha pedi alpha ikratkoi letter 1d0f, nui circumflex L. S o grave M. Even the stronger cultivators in the crowd, Tao transformation and world expansion experts alike, felt this instinctual warning, although they were better able to control their emotions than the weaker cultivators witnessing Asuro's true form. There were some gazes in the crowd belonging to the ancient experts of the world that narrowed. They had read ancient scriptures and passages about an ancient foe, terrifying beyond all measure. Those descriptions matched Asuro's appearance almost perfectly. The Grand Abbot narrowed his gaze as well, staring through the thousands of miles of land, mountains, and formation barriers to peer within the arena. Grand Abbot, Prior Hishan said. The Grand Abbot nodded. That is no doubt an Asura transformation, as is the other child's. However, where one maintains his humanity, the other has completely shed it. How did they come to obtain such transformations? Prior Hishan asked with surprised curiosity. We can only speculate at this moment about the one child, but as for the one who has shed his humanity, I have some ideas, the Grand Abbot said, elaborating no further. Prior Hishan wanted to ask more about it, but knew the Grand Abbot would not speak further of this matter. This is the true form of an Asura, Asuros roared, his voice demonic, deep, and guttural. A sharp-fanged smile appeared on his face as he stared at John like he was his prey. You claimed in our previous battle that my transformation was a false Asura transformation, while yours was true. Let's see if you can still say those words. Asuros roared once more like a beast, and then pressed off the arena ground. The land shook violently with his step, while Asuros sped forward like a blur, his speed far greater than before despite his larger size. He appeared before John in an instant and slashed out at him with calamitous power. It was as if an entire world was falling onto John. John gripped his scythe shaft tight and slashed it out towards Asuros, using every ounce of strength he had. Bang! Weapons collided, and the arena seemed as though it was about to fall apart. It shook with calamitous ruin, making those seated in the stands feel as though they were experiencing a world-ending earthquake. John felt an overwhelming force surge into his arms and then through the rest of his body, making his muscles and bones ache with pain. Despite his overwhelming strength as well as weapon weight, John felt himself lose out in the exchange, much to his surprise. Unable to contest against Asuros, John was knocked backwards, violently tumbling through the air. He quickly righted himself midair and came to a halt, as he had lost in strength, but had not taken much damage in that exchange. So strong, John couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew Asuros would be terrifyingly strong in this new form of his, but didn't know it would be to this level. He now knew where Asuros' confidence came from, as his new transformation put him on the same level as John's Asura transformation, in conjunction with his supreme battle art. John grumbled internally at his lower cultivation, which always seemed to be the case when he fought against his opponents. Despite the realm normalizing their cultivations, Asuros still had a great advantage when compared to John. Much like the comprehension advantages Lillian and Zira's had, Asuros had a body advantage. His higher cultivation had made his body a level higher than John's at the physical level, and despite the formation restricting it to the same cultivation realm, the formation was only able to do so much. It could not completely erase the advantage Asuros had, much to John's displeasure. Lastly, he could tell that Asuros had incredible comprehension as well, as each and every slash of his saber was infused with multiple Taos. John recognized the Tao of destruction, which not at John's comprehension level was still formidable. There were other Taos as well, such as the Tao of sabers, and some John didn't recognize, which altogether made Asuros truly dangerous, worthy of his status as a pinnacle genius. That last slash alone was more powerful than anything Zira's had unleashed in his battle with Lillian. Lillian watched John's battle unfold with a neutral expression, although internally she was not as calm as she appeared. Many things had already happened in the battle that were outside of her expectations, including the sheer power Asuros possessed. She now understood where John's confidence in Asuros' strength came from. Bang! 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 The arena trembled violently as Asuros and John exchanged more attacks, with Asuros on the offensive the entire time. Each slash of his saber sent John flying backwards, at which point he would just be able to stabilize before Asuros would appear before him and unleash another apocalyptic saber slash, forcing John to defend once more. Lillian frowned as she saw this battle flow unfold. She knew this was not all her disciple was capable of, as his confidence from earlier would have been a joke if this was his limits. Bang! Bang! Bang, please visit Panda. Small cap pen letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M. Asuro's overwhelming assault continued ceaselessly, making everyone watching feel as though this was the end of the battle. Despite the fact that John had been the #1 trial participant up to this point, it appears as though his talents and combat prowess were not at the same level. Many felt pity, as well as disappointment. Despite the fact that Asuro's power was beyond stunning, as was John's at the moment, they expected more from the man who had achieved a perfect score in the divine realm, as well as 20 steps on the talent testing steps. Lillian's gaze narrowed as she watched John be beaten back time and time again, each time only managing to block Asuro's attack by a thin margin, just keeping himself alive. His gaze seemed almost distracted, and his actions seemed instinctual, as if he were reserving the least possible amount of focus on the battle to keep himself alive, while the rest of his mind and soul was elsewhere. Suddenly, she leaned forward unconsciously as she studied John closely, and her eyes went wide with realization. That idiot, is he actually trying to do something so stupid? She grumbled with calm anger. Bang! Another collision of scythe and saber caused John to go flying backwards like a broken kite. His arms were trembling from the repeated collisions, as if they were on the brink of collapse, and blood began to trickle down from the corners of his mouth. However, despite being pushed to the edge, John's expression remained calm, confusing most who were watching the battle unfold. That was not the expression of someone on the edge of defeat. It was not the expression of someone with no hope of victory. While others noticed this, Asuros seemed to be oblivious, as he was drowning in the pleasure of dominating John. While he had not managed to gravely injure or kill John, that was only a matter of time. Is this all you're capable of? Asuros roared with smug satisfaction. Pathetic. Bang! Asuros slashed out, his saber sending John flying once more. Bang! 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 John was knocked throughout the arena like a pinball, going from edge to edge of the arena ceaselessly. However, with each attack blocked, a bizarre and profound energy wrapped around him, which Lillian was the first to notice. With each attack, the energy grew stronger and stronger, until even Asuros finally noticed its existence. The spatial Tao. What can you hope to do with your measly grasp of the spatial Tao? Asuros said mockingly as he unleashed another saber slash. Lillian suddenly stood up, her mouth agape and eyes wide, as if she had been stunned to her core. Impossible, he was just. A heavenly aura descended from the sky around John, as if he were being blessed by the heavens. Asuros, as well as everyone watching, became stunned as they instantly recognized what that heavenly aura was. It was the heavenly blessing, the heavenly acknowledgement, when someone broke through from one comprehension realm to the next. The aura descended down on John, making it clear who had broken through. John smiled as he watched Asuro's saber slash down towards his skull, but he didn't raise his scythe to block it. "Thanks for pushing me to the edge," he said calmly. "It helped me advance much faster than normal," John finished. And then the energy and profundity of spatial Tao he had been using before magnified severalfold, stepping into an entirely new realm. The saber fell onto John and passed right through him. Millions winced as they thought they had watched a heavenly genius be cleaved in half, but those winced became expressions of shock as they watched Asuro's saber slam down onto the arena floor, with John nowhere in sight. Bang! Asuro's gaze snapped to the side, his eyes red with rage. He spotted John standing 100 yards away, completely unharmed, frowning. Spatial teleportation is much harder to control than Master makes it look," John mumbled to himself. "I meant to appear right behind Asuro's, and yet here I am all this distance away. What a shame." Chapter 870, Comprehending the Spatial Tao, John shook his head at himself in a self-pitying manner, as he had intended to appear directly behind Asuro's for a perfect sneak attack, but had failed to do so due to his lack of control over the newly comprehended technique. Still, Master's comprehensions and techniques are beyond amazing. She truly is a genius, John mumbled to himself, still content that he was able to learn her spatial movement technique so quickly. Treat space like the surface of a body of water. To someone above the water who cannot see within, it would appear as if you had mysteriously appeared in another location, despite swimming normally beneath the depths of the water's surface. Absolutely genius, John said internally, still enthralled by the feeling of moving through space. He had always considered space to be something abstract, invisible, and hard to perceive or grasp. His master's notes had suggested that he should look at it like a pool of water he was diving into, swimming beneath the surface, and then reappearing elsewhere. The only other addition to it was using the spatial Tao to contract the space in front of him, allowing him to move through space much faster than he would be able to physically move in the real world. He had never been able to see that surface of the spatial dimension, but that surface had appeared to him when his spatial Tao comprehensions advanced to the next level. It was like he was seeing an entire new world appear before him, one that existed just beyond a thin pane of glass. His new comprehensions allowed him to not only see this new reality, but open it, although with much effort. When he had managed to step into the spatial dimension beyond this reality, he had seen swirling colors of light, like a million different paint brushes coloring everything around him. It had been incredibly beautiful, one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen. The dimension almost seemed as though it was between his reality and something else, sandwiched in between. That was just his intuition, though, as he couldn't see or feel anything other than the spatial void and his physical dimension. Through the swirling colors of light, he could still see his physical reality, although it was like looking through a fogged-up window. He could see into his real world. But it was hard to make out exactly what was going on. The swirling energy all around him was the chaotic energy of the void, as his master's notes had mentioned, which was quite powerful. He had expected its power, but it was still stronger than he had expected. Like a leaf in a strong gust of wind, the energy had blown him off his initial intended path, causing him to appear farther away from Asuro's as he had hoped for. Learning to deal with that chaotic energy would be quite troublesome, as it took more than just brute force to swim, though. It took spatial comprehensions to part open or avoid, and so he would only be able to use this amazing technique proficiently once his spatial Tao comprehensions had improved. But for now, it was far more than enough. While it took quite a great deal of chi to utilize, Just being able to instantly disappear like he had just done was more than enough for combat. Even if he couldn't use it offensively, it was a perfect defensive tool as long as Asuros didn't have a way to suppress the space around them. While John marveled in his newfound powers, everyone else stared at him with wide eyes, including Asuros and even Lillian. They had all felt his spatial Tao level earlier when he had initially tried to use this technique. They had also felt his new level of spatial Tao comprehension when he advanced in one fell swoop, and comparing the two was like comparing a candle to the sun. It was utterly impossible to improve one's comprehensions so much instantly. Completely impossible. And the one who knew this the most was Lillian herself, who had created those notes and cultivated the spatial Tao herself. Even she, born with the rune of space carved into her body, had never improved so quickly in the spatial Tao. While John had the luxury of studying her notes while she had to discover mostly everything herself, she was still certain that such a rate of improvement would have been impossible for her, even if her younger self had those notes. It should have taken him months to go from where he was to where he is now, if not longer, Lillian mumbled to herself, still in a daze. She quickly snapped out of her daze and stared at John with a new viewpoint, as if she were truly seeing him for the first time. Absolutely monstrous, she shook her head lightly, a smile appearing on her face. She really had her work cut out for herself, being the master of such a monstrous freak. While John was still basking in the joy of such a monumental breakthrough, Asuros appeared before John like a ghost again, enraged beyond all measure. He was dominating the battle, and yet John was completely at ease, as if Asuros posed no threat at all. "Who cares if you can teleport?" he roared like a wild beast. "You're still going to fucking die." Boom, please visit Panda. Small cap N letter 1D0 F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M. His saber slammed down onto the arena floor, where John had been standing just a moment prior. "How are you going to kill me if you can't even hit me?" John said mockingly, appearing several hundred yards away from Asuros again, stepping out of the spatial void like a ghost. Asuro's teeth grit so hard that it became audible as his gaze snapped towards John. Roar. A guttural, beast-like roar boomed from him as his aura exploded out even more, flooding the entire arena with his sinister malice. His blood-red eyes, wide with unbridled fury, locked onto John with hate and malice. "Let's see if you can still flee in the face of absolute power," he roared as another sphere of Asura blood appeared in his grasp, and he immediately popped it into his mouth and swallowed. John's smug gaze narrowed as he watched Asuro's figure transform into an even more terrifying and hideous monstrosity. His muscles wriggled like worms and grew larger and more powerful. His body expanded, becoming taller and wider, and his aura grew even more, surging in the sky high above the arena. Grunts of pain boomed out from Asuros as he seemingly struggled to withstand this even stronger form of his, which seemed to be finally accomplished with great struggle. "Die!" Asuros roared, his voice like a primordial beast. His roar alone shook the entire arena as he pressed off it, his one step shaking everything as if he had unleashed an ultimate battle art. He appeared before John like a hulking beast, blood red and brimming with unstoppable apocalyptic power. His aura surged out in all directions, so powerful that it made everyone else, even Lillian, hold their breaths. The central focus of Asuro's power was none other than John, who felt as if the weight of a mountain was pressing down on him at all times, just from Asuro's aura alone. He frowned as he tried to part space open before him, but that spatial ability was interfered with by Asuro's overwhelming aura. He would no longer be able to utilize that spatial movement technique. Asuro's saber slashed down towards John, who had not yet disappeared from his location. Eyes went wide, and breaths were bated as everyone noticed no spatial Tao had appeared around John. He was obviously no longer able to use it, and the power behind Asuro's saber slash was beyond compare, nearly equal to a world expansion expert's battle art. Was this his end? Was this how an absolute pinnacle genius would die? P alpha P D alpha Ikratkoi letter 1D0F, Nui circumflex 1, Ograve M. John's playful expression faded away instantly as he watched the saber fall down towards him, and was replaced by one of absolute battle and bloodlust. The time for playing around was over. The time for Asuro's death had arrived. "Your death will be one of no glory, no honor," John said, his voice growing stronger through the surging aura. "You will die the death of a nobody because that is all you deserve." Without warning, a primordial power surged out from within the arena, like the appearance of an ancient being who ruled above all of creation. A power that made everyone become stunned to their cores, Lillian included, who felt as though she were standing in the presence of a god. Dragon God Shift, Chapter 871, The Power of a God. Just when everyone thought they had seen it all, when everyone thought the limits of what was possible had been reached, and even exceeded, just when everyone thought a pinnacle genius would finally reach his demise, another power appeared that completely shattered everything they believed in. The power erupted instantly, furiously, calamitously. It was as if a god had truly appeared within the arena, its power capable of staring down on all of creation. While its true level of power was not at that level yet, that was what everyone instinctively thought when they felt its might. This was the power of the gods. Roar. A draconic roar boomed out within the arena, formed by the aura alone that had suddenly appeared. The roar was instantly followed by another, as John opened his mouth widely and roared as he felt the power of the dragon god shift surge through his Asura transformed body, filling him with incomprehensible strength. Roar. The first roar had just been a roar, one done when filled to the brim with energy, but the second had been far more than that. It was the roar of a true dragon. Roar of the Jade Dragon. A devastating roar boomed out, its might equal to the most devastating of battle arts. Boom. The roar blasted out instantly, slamming against a surprised and stunned Asuros right as his saber was about to cleave onto John's head. As if struck by a tsunami, Asuros flew backwards through the sky, without being able to resist at all as he had not prepared for such an attack, tumbling head over heels like a broken kite. Bang! He slammed into the formation barrier on the other side of the arena a moment later, his speed so fast that he had traversed dozens of miles in a second. Asuros rebounded off the barrier formation violently, the impact akin to taking a powerful battle art head-on. He started falling down towards the arena floor, but managed to right himself before that. Asuros stopped falling and hovered in the sky, his blood-red eyes staring at John in the distance, eyes that were wide with confusion, surprise, and even fear. John's aura surged through the arena like a hurricane, a tempest of energy that brushed aside everything, including Asuro's own aura. Asuro's wide eyes, trembling with disbelief, stared at John, who looked completely different now. He still had his Asura form, but now appeared like a draconic Asura instead. Dragon scales covered parts of his arms, chest, and cheeks, and his aura was now tinged with a golden glow, like the glow of stars. Without warning, John suddenly vanished from sight. "Teleportation? No!" Asuros shockingly said as his gaze snapped to the side, barely following along as John arrived before him, not by spatial teleportation, but by physical movement, so fast that even Asuros thought it teleportation for a second. Bang! John's fist, containing unstoppable power, slammed against Asuro's massive head, who felt as if he had just been struck by an entire planet. His vision went black for a second, and he came back to consciousness dozens of miles away from his previous position, head pounding with terrible pain. Bang! He slammed against the formation barrier again, and felt another surge of pain course through his already taxed body. Asuros ignored the pain and roared with absolute fury. "Impossible! Impossible!" he roared, speeding towards John after recovering from the attack he had just taken head-on. His saber slashed down with his full power, not a single ounce of chi held back. "The Asura form, my Asura form, is the pinnacle of power. Die!" he roared, saber reaching John instantly. John watched with a hardened gaze as the saber reached him in an instant, its might beyond overwhelming. Even he would be gravely injured if it landed on him unguarded, despite his current power. But instead of fear, John scoffed. "Still not enough," John roared back, and against all expectations, flashed to the side instantly and punched out sideways with his fist. Against such an overwhelming opponent, he was choosing to fight unarmed. Please visit P alpha P letter 1D48 alpha. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M. Bang! A flicker of light and loud boom blasted out as John's fists lit up brightly, coated entirely with lightning, like a gauntlet of lightning. The lightning instantly magnified in power several-fold, as if it had transcended lightning itself and become something even more profound. Eyes of the stronger cultivators watching the battle went wide once more as they recognized what was happening. A Tao fusion of lightning and power, and one of absolute understanding and perfection. His lightning-coated left fist slammed against the flat of Asuro's blade before it could land on him, knocking it aside and almost out of Asuro's stunned grasp. The collision of fist and saber sent a calamitous boom outward in all directions, as if a battle art from a world expansion cultivator had just exploded. Before Asuro's could recover the control of his massive saber, John's right fist slammed forward, blasting against Asuro's unguarded chest. Boom! Asuro's flew backwards like a meteor and slammed against the nearby formation barrier with a sickening crunch. Bang! Another lightning-coated fist slammed against Asuro's before he could recover, blasting him back into the formation barrier once more. P alpha and alpha Nanua 1. SOM bang. Bangs bang 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 bang. A barrage of apocalyptically powerful punches blasted out without pause onto Asuro's, who found himself pinned between the formation barrier and John's fists. It was as if an endless storm of lightning had appeared, one with the sole intention of eradicating Asuro's from existence. His fists moved so fast that almost no one except the most powerful in the world could see them move. To everyone else, it was as one continuous beam of lightning was slamming into Asuro's without pause. The formation barrier started to crack and then reformed anew, for the first time showing signs of weakness as it felt the full wrath of John's calamitous barrage of power. Each blow of John's fist was as powerful as half-step world expansion cultivator's strongest battle art, and each was growing more powerful than the last. Bang, bang, bangs, bang, 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 bang. The fists never stopped, the brutality never ended. A sickening crunch of fist on flesh and bone filled the arena as the once overwhelmingly powerful Asuro's fell under this barrage, unable to stop it for a single second. Millions watched with incomparable shock as the battle between two pinnacle geniuses had instantly turned into a one-sided assault of pure brutality. Bang, bang, bangs, bang, 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 bang. The storm of lightning grew in power, intensity, and lethality, as John's punches blurred together as both his speed and power continued to grow, as if his power had no limits. Bang, bang, bangs, bang, 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 bang. The very world seemed to tremble under this barrage of godly power, which lasted less than a minute before a final blast of John's fist, stronger than all the rest as if coming from a true dragon itself, slammed onto Asuro's, whose figure was drowned in a storm of lightning, not allowing anyone to see what had become of him. The barrage finally stopped, and John's transformation faded away as his figure returned to normal, his fists bloodied with both his and Asuro's blood. His face was pale and his body swayed lightly, his chi reserves nearly completely spent. His body ached with excruciating pain, but he ignored that pain. The crowd gasped in shock as the lightning storm faded away and revealed the outcome of the incomprehensibly powerful barrage of attacks from John. Wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing, lingered on the now deformed clumps of flesh and bone that had once been Asuro's, but was now nothing more than an unrecognizable smatter of blood and bone plastered to the arena's formation barrier. Asuro's, the pinnacle genius whose strength had shattered all concepts of what was possible, was now dead beyond all recognition, slain by someone who defied those concepts to an even higher, incomprehensible level. The world stared in shock, unable to peel their eyes from the undoubtable pinnacle genius of the world, and perhaps all of creation. The world stared at an immortal Asura. The world stared at a dragon god. The world stared at John. Chapter 872, The Final Trial Ends. Shock, disbelief, silence. These words described each and every person who had witnessed the battle, from the most lowly nobodies to some of the most powerful cultivators in the world. There wasn't a single person who maintained their composure. It was impossible to do so. John's battle had shattered every fabric of the reality they knew. That reality had already been shattered by Asuros just prior, and then had been completely torn to shreds by John, much like he had done to Asuros himself. Wide eyes turned to the side, locking gazes with those nearby, who were equally as stunned. The battle between Lillian and Zeras had been a beautiful battle of heavenly essence battle arts and genius-level comprehensions. While John also displayed genius-level comprehensions, his battle was the complete opposite. It was physical, it was overwhelming, it was savage. How could a body be that powerful? How could someone unleash a physical transformation, a body battle art, and an essence battle art, all at the same time, all powerful and profound beyond compare? It was utterly impossible. It defied the fundamental tenets of cultivation. And yet, it had happened before their very eyes. It may be impossible for the world, but was apparently not impossible for John. "Whoa, I never doubted you for a second." A loud cry of elation suddenly broke the silence, coming from Kaz, who felt unable to control his emotions. While John's power was far beyond anything he could have imagined, his friend had won as he had expected, and had made an absolute fortune from betting on him. He had been so confident in John's victory that he had put almost all his money on him in the beginning, and had multiplied his wealth several-fold as a result. Kaz's shout of joy seemed to break everyone out of their daze. A calamitous uproar of frenzied shouting, heated discussions, and joyous cheering boomed out throughout the city, which shook from the sound alone. The Honorable Alliance camp cheered with pride and joy, beyond elated that their representative had won in front of everyone, and in such an overwhelming fashion. Those in the Forbidden Alliance had looks of displeasure, disgust, and even anger, and they slinked away from the city as fast as they could. Hovering in the sky behind the city, two men smiled lightly at the scene before them. "Asura of Annihilation, no wonder he's called that," Thunderfist said with a satisfied smile on his face. "It is indeed an apt name," Thunderson replied, his gaze less satisfied. The whole world now knew of John's talents, and that would no doubt cause a headache in the very near future. John hovered in the sky before the smattering of blood, flesh, and bone that had once been Asura. The force of his attacks and the heat of his lightning had practically fused the charred pile of Asuros to the formation barrier. 2. John spat on Asuro's mangled corpse, and his hatred and anger seemed to leave with that spit. Asuros was dead, his fallen family and alliance members were avenged. His death feud was over. Weakness developed him, and he fell to the arena floor below, no longer able to support himself in the sky. He landed on his feet with a thud, but managed to stay upright. His body ached and his head pounded with pain. He had utilized both the Asura transformation and the Dragon God shift for about a minute, which had pushed his body to its limits. He swayed with weakness and fell down onto his knees. A soft hand caught him before he kneeled, placed on his chest, supporting him. John looked at the one who had appeared, and a smile appeared on his face. "I hope the battle was to your satisfaction," John said to Lillian, who had appeared before the artifact spirit to support him. After a battle like that, a display like that, kneeling was not something she would allow John to do, she thought. A genius of his level was not allowed to kneel, regardless of the reason. Lillian studied John's face with a stern expression, as if she were trying to see into his very soul. A small smile appeared on her face a moment later. "It was very much to my satisfaction," she said warmly. John smiled widely, his teeth bared in a rare full smile. He felt light, like a massive weight had fallen off his shoulders. "Vlash, The artifact spirit golem appeared beside him, both shifting their attention towards it. Please visit P alpha P letter 1D48 alpha. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co-M. P alpha and alpha Nanua 1. SOM, congratulations, it said monotonously. You have passed the final trial and will be permitted to enter the true final area of this divine realm, it said, while John suddenly felt warm and vibrant energy flood into his body, healing his wounds, mending his slightly fractured meridians, and restoring his spent chi. It was an amazing feeling, although John still much preferred the feeling of Leia's healing more, which was far more pleasant and euphoric. His body danshan was not replenished, as if the golem couldn't detect it. John was not surprised. It glanced at John and Lillian. Once you are fully healed and restored, you will be sent to the final area, it instructed. What's to happen to Lillian? John asked before the golem left. They will remain here until you are done, and then all will be expelled to the realm entrance, the artifact spirit replied. John nodded his head, satisfied. The golem vanished, and John and Lillian shared a glance again. Come, we have much to discuss, she said, waving her hand, her flying ship appearing within the arena. The two entered within and the door closed. The final trial was finally done. Zeras and Asuros were finally dead. It was time to rest, if for only a brief moment before the next storm arrived. Silence filled the Astral Emperor's throne room. He had wanted to crack a joke about Asuro's shortcomings, but had held his tongue. His instincts told him that if he did so, he would perish. The Asura beside him remained silent, but his emotions were more than clear. Its large fanged teeth were gritted and bared, scraping loudly against each other as it grit its jaw with anger. Its sinister aura flooded the chamber, feeling suffocating to even the Astral Emperor himself. The Astral Emperor frowned. He could tell that the Asura was about to explode with rage, and if that happened, his palace, and perhaps even his empire, would be destroyed. Why did you care to raise a disciple? He asked, trying to distract the Asura from his rage. What could the boy have possibly done for you that you yourself could not have done? The Asura's blood-red eyes shifted to the Astral Emperor. Done for me? The Asura snorted deeply. He was cattle, meant to be fattened up for slaughter. His only purpose was to grow and then be devoured by me. It boomed, and then slammed its massive fist in rage towards the chamber floor. The Astral Emperor's eyes went wide. He could not allow this attack to land. It would destroy everything. His power flared, and a strong astral and spatial energy appeared before the Asura's fist and softened the blow like a hand hitting a pillow. The chamber shook, but it remained intact. The Astral Emperor breathed out in relief. The Asura's angry eyes snapped to him, as if he would attack him next. Destroying my palace does no good, the Astral Emperor said. The Asura growled, glaring as if still deciding whether to kill the Astral Emperor or not. You lost your disciple, but why not take the one who had killed him? The Astral Emperor said. The Asura narrowed its eyes thoughtfully. The Astral Emperor smiled. The boy clearly has Asura blood in him, and at an even higher level than your disciple. He also had dragon blood in him, it seems, which should nourish you as well. He also has Leia's soul seed, and so killing him will return it to my daughter. The Asura's gaze narrowed questioningly, causing the Astral Emperor to laugh wryly. I was going to inform you eventually, the Astral Emperor said dryly. Regardless, killing the boy solves many problems, wouldn't you say? The Asura remained silent, and then he smiled. A malicious, evil smile that shook even the Astral Emperor. It does, it growled, its demonic smile widening, its eyes burning with sinister anticipation. It does. Chapter 873, Sharing Secrets, so that's where you found such a heavenly battle art, Lillian said thoughtfully. Her and John had discussed a great many things, mostly pertaining to him. His battle, his combat prowess, his inheritances had all been too profound to not ask about. Each thing he revealed in that battle had been more shocking than the last, each thing more impossible than the last. P Alpha and Alpha Nanua 1. SOM even for someone like Lillian, who was blessed by the heavens and had natural-born inheritances others could only dream of. She was filled with burning curiosity and questions. "And the Jade Dragon Emperor himself," Lillian exclaimed, digesting the entire story John had told her. When he had first told her about the last few years, he had left out some details, like the Dragon God Shift, the Jade Dragons, and the Jade Dragon Emperor. He no longer hid the truth, as he felt there was no need to. Lillian was one of the people he could trust fully, even with his life. Lillian slumped back in her chair, as if listening to the story had drained her of energy. Each thing John had revealed had been so shocking that even she felt exhausted from being surprised. A thoughtful look appeared on her face, and she glanced at her disciple once more. "And what of that Asura transformation?" she asked curiously. "Where did you receive that?" John shook his head lightly, a wry smile appearing on his face. "That I cannot tell you," he replied and shrugged as if his hands were tied in the matter. "There are some secrets that I cannot tell anyone, not even you. At least not now," he added. Lillian stared at John in silence for a moment, and then nodded her head. "All right," she nodded. She was not upset or even disappointed. All cultivators had secrets, and keeping them that way was to be expected. Still, to think someone as powerful as the Jade Dragon Emperor fought against that Asura and lost, Lillian said thoughtfully, her hand on her chin. "That Asura is even more frighteningly powerful than we could have ever imagined." John nodded his head, a serious look on his face. The Asura was no doubt one of, if not the strongest existence in the world, and was so far above John in power he couldn't even see its limits. He was still in the heaven tribulation realm, and while he was about to break through to the next realm any day now, he was still far too weak to even think of fighting against such a powerful opponent. And yet, he felt as though his time to increase his strength was running out, and quickly. The Asura had already fought against the Jade Dragon Emperor, and won, so what was stopping him from targeting John next? Lillian had told him of her father's scrying into the arena, and based on her father's connection with the Asura, it was either watching as well, or would soon find out, as the Asura's disciple, Asuros, had been slain by him. John had no idea about the stone steel revealing his every move, as the entire world knew of him and his talent, not just the astral emperor. "Since your father knows of the events, it's safe to assume that the Asura already knows, or will know soon enough," John said, his mind deep in thought. "Please visit P alpha P letter 1D48 alpha. Small cap N letter 1D0 F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M." Lillian nodded in agreement. "And for something as strong as the Asura, he won't sit idly as I grow. Even the dumbest of cultivators would be able to tell my potential based on this battle, and I imagine the Asura is thinking the same thing. I cannot be allowed to grow," John said, pausing for a moment. "Even if he doesn't think that way, I killed his disciple," he continued. "He'll no doubt come after me, and more likely sooner rather than later." John frowned. If the Asura came after him any time in the next few years, he was powerless. He could have to be able to fight someone above the world expansion realm to even have a chance, and who knew how long that would take. Lillian frowned as well. "My father, Thunderzin," Lillian felt the need to clarify, "and I have come up with a plan should you be targeted before you have time to grow." "You do?" John asked, feeling hopeful. "Yes. But this plan is most likely just as dangerous as facing the Asura himself," Lillian replied grimly. "It's filled with more unknowns than I would like to ever gamble on, but should it come to that, I am confident we will at least be able to escape the Asura. As for what happens afterwards, we'll have to wait and see." John fell silent. For Lillian to make such a grim statement, the solution was definitely one she did not consider lightly. Still, it was better than just dying to the Asura should he come knocking in the near future. "You want to know a secret?" John said, smiling, trying to wipe away the grim atmosphere. "What?" Lillian asked curiously. "In my battle against Asuros, that wasn't even my strongest state," John said, his smile stretching wide as if he were truly proud of himself. Lillian raised an eyebrow questioningly. "I promise," John replied, noticing her skepticism. I can't use it all the time, but if I were to use it on top of both my Asura transformation and Dragon God shift, my power would increase several times again. I truly am a genius, aren't I? John said proudly, having no shame at all. Lillian felt shock to her core once more. She could tell John was not lying at all. She quickly recovered and shook her head in disbelief. You really are a freak, she said, then smiled. Then I hope to one day see this power you claim to have. It should be quite interesting to witness if you are telling the truth. I am telling the truth, John smiled lightly. And when you see it, I'm sure you'll be so shocked you'll be knocked off your feet, amazed at how amazing your disciple is. Chapter 874, Boisterous Celebration. While all was calm within the divine realm, the outside world was a buzz of clamor and chaos. The makeshift city was alive with activity, as most of its inhabitants celebrated the outcome of the trials, feasting and drinking to their heart's content. Most of the inhabitants that were unhappy with the outcome of the final trial had already left, leaving only the happy celebrants remaining. The Honorable Alliance was a buzz of joy and elation, and many neutral powers were joining in as well. The Honorable Alliance was swarmed with offers of alliances with these neutral powers, or requests to join it outright. Many of these powers had been neutral for tens of thousands of years, and had remained powerful beacons of might on the divine Martial continent, but they had changed their minds without second-guessing themselves at all. Many of these neutral powers knew that cozying up and even joining before that happened would bring more benefits than it cost them to join, and so the Honorable Alliance was flooded with requests to join or ally, from lowly powers to pinnacle ones that stood at the top of the world. The events of the final battles were too shocking to ignore. The two strongest remaining were John and Lillian. Both had shown levels of genius and combat prowess that shocked everyone to their core, their talent at a level that no one could ignore. If both were able to grow to their limits, both would no doubt become paragons of the world, standing above all else. And both belonged to the Honorable Alliance, and even more shockingly, a single sect within the Alliance, the Heavenly Lightning Sect. The members of the Heavenly Lighting Sect that had gathered felt happier than anyone else in the city, elated by both John and Lillian's performance and the attention they were currently receiving. While sect leader Thunderzin and Thunderfist were not present, almost everyone else from the sect was. Two of their disciples had joined the realm, and none of them dared miss such a historic event. Many were gathered in plazas that had established makeshift food booths or restaurants, enjoying their fill. Most had crowded around disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect or other powerful members of the Honorable Alliance. You fought alongside John in the Jade Dragon Realm. How amazing was that? Seeing him fight there. An excited disciple of a neutral power asked one of the Heavenly Lightning Sect disciples that had been there during the final battle between Asuros and John in the Jade Dragon Realm. It was amazing. John even fought Asuros back then and kicked his ass just as hard. Asuros only managed to survive because he fled away like a scared child. The disciple replied, boisterous and drunk. Almost everyone was drunk right now, drinking the finest of cultivator wines. Amazing, many surrounding that disciple exclaimed, fully caught up in the stories of John's past ordeals. While most of the boys asked about John, many of the young female cultivators asked about Lillian. They were awed and inspired by her battle and looked up to her like a guiding light on their cultivation pathway. Really? She's so young, and yet she's a vice sect leader. Amazing, a female appearing around 18 exclaimed. Enthralled by the tales, some of the female Heavenly Lightning Sect members were telling. What about John? Is he single? A bold female disciple of a powerful sect that wanted to join the alliance asked. Her face turned red upon asking it, but she needed to know. The other females around laughed at such a straightforward question being asked, but were obviously listening to the answer, eager to know as well. No one knows, one of the Heavenly Lightning Sect disciples replied with a shrug, but he was seen together in the Jade Dragon Realm with a heavenly beauty that was beautiful beyond compare. Disappointed looks appeared on many faces. But apparently that heavenly beauty is a princess of the Astral Empire, a nearby youth, with short blonde hair and an angled face added. He was not part of the Heavenly Lightning sect, but was part of the Honorable Alliance, and had been there during the final battle in the Jade Dragon realm. The Astral Empire, many exclaimed in surprise. They thought about the battles, and their eyes went wide. But isn't Lillian originally from the Astral Empire? One female youth asked. Please visit P Alpha P letter 1D48 Alpha. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M. And she killed her brother, Xeras, the genius of the Astral Empire, another added. What a confusing situation that all is. Another shook their head. They couldn't make heads or tails of just what was going on with the Astral Empire. Still, there could be a chance, the first girl who had brought up John's relationship status said eagerly. She had been absolutely enthralled by him. She had also been terrified of his transformation and power, but her captured heart overruled her fear of him, as it did for thousands of other young female cultivators who had watched John battle. Not only was he incredibly handsome, but he was a genius without compare. What girl wouldn't have their heart captured by such a young man? Pialfandalfa Nanua 1, SOM, as if you have a chance. Another girl from the same sect as the bold female quipped, rolling her eyes. Hey, you never know unless you try, the bold female replied, blushing. The others felt the same, and the boisterous and merry atmosphere continued for a long time as the celebrations continued. Outside the city, the news of what had happened spread like wildfire through the divine Martial Continent. John had been famous before as his status of Asura, and his 20 steps had been revealed through his bounty, but now his fame was incomparable to before. Overnight, he went from famous to the single most talked about person on the continent. Before long, there was not a single soul that did not know of the Immortal Asura, of the draconic warrior, of John. Flash. John and Lillian were midway through a conversation when the artifact spirit golem materialized like a ghost within Lillian's flying ship. Both paused and looked at it. Are you healed? The golem asked. For the most part, John nodded his head. Thanks to the formation's healing, as well as his limiter of healing and natural healing rate of his immortal Asura body, John had practically been healed to full. His body danced, and thus his blood reserves could not be replenished by the formation, but thankfully he had prepared thoroughly and had purchased a fortune worth of beast blood essence in Five River Freeport. His beast blood reserves should last him quite some time. The golem nodded its blocky head. Then it is time for you to enter the final area of this realm, it said. Are you ready? John's gaze became firm and serious. The time to uncover the truth of what existed at the very center of this divine realm, of what was so important that the divine source monastery found it worthwhile to guard for hundreds of thousands of years had finally arrived. John glanced at Lillian, who nodded her head firmly, silently encouraging him. I'm ready, John replied, his voice and face firm. Let's go. Chapter 875 World Tree. Outside the divine realm of the Divine Source Monastery, the stone steel started to rumble and then slowly retreated into the ground. The crowd watched, feeling a mix of emotions, as the steel disappeared from sight. The final trial had ended, and the purpose of the steel was exhausted. There was only one thing left to do in the realm, which was John potentially obtaining the treasure within. Many felt disappointment that they would not be able to see that happen, or if it even happened, but they were not surprised. The boisterous atmosphere resumed as the divine city continued its celebrations. It would continue until John left the realm himself, as all wanted to lay eyes on the genius that had stunned the world. John felt a strong energy envelop him, and white filled his vision. He quickly reappeared in a different location, the golem having transported him away from the arena. He blinked as he took in the new location, and his eyes went wide in awe. A tree, tens of thousands of yards tall, rose up before him, larger than any tree he had ever seen in his life. The tree was thousands of yards thick, its bark a light green color, glowing slightly with vibrant energy. The branches of the tree spread out as far as he could see, overhead and into the distance beyond. The branches were covered with vibrant gold leaves, each leaf a dozen yards wide. John's mouth went agape. He had never thought such a large living thing could exist. It was beyond his wildest imaginations. "Is this the reward?" John asked the golem questioningly, confused at how a tree was supposed to be claimed by him. "No," the golem said flatly, and walked forward towards the tree in the distance. John followed behind silently, his eyes taking in the wondrous scene. He could tell that even the artifact spirit golem treated this place with reverence, as they could have easily flown or teleported towards the tree once more, but instead walked towards it on their feet. The tree seemed close, but was actually dozens of miles away from where they had initially appeared. Its size made it hard to judge just how close they were. Their pace was slow, and they arrived some time later at the base of the massive tree. Its roots, each hundreds of yards thick, dug deeply into the earth. John stared with wondrous awe. He felt as if he were in the presence of a god. It was as if the tree was a world tree of life, nourishing every being in the world. He had never seen such a concentration of energy before, never seen such a miracle of the world. "Follow me," the golem instructed, continuing to move towards the tree. John did as instructed, following closely behind. John spotted an opening at the base of the tree, its size hard to determine. They arrived before it a while later, and the opening was a gaping hole between two of the tree's roots, as if a doorway into the base of the tree. P alpha P letter 1D48 alpha Nanua 1. SOM the opening arched high above, itself hundreds of yards tall and wide. John followed closely, and the two stepped onto stairs, clearly man-made, that descended down into the hole beneath the tree. John peered down the stairs that led into dimly lit darkness, but couldn't see anything down there. Please visit P alpha P letter 1D48 alpha. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D071. Co. M. Spirit crystals lined the edges of the wide staircase, illuminating it a bit, but did not illuminate enough to see the bottom just yet. John walked for what felt like miles before he felt them arrive on flat ground once more. His eyes swept about as a massive chamber came into view, nearly 1,000 yards wide, deep, and tall. The walls and roof were covered with spirit crystals, which illuminated the large chamber. Amidst the spirit crystals were detailed carvings, etched deeply into the walls, detailed beyond compare, each more awe-inspiring than the last. There were hundreds of different carvings, some depicting the tree they were beneath, some of humans and other races he had never seen, and other bizarre things he didn't recognize. Strange symbols, strange creatures, strange places. The carvings were so detailed that John felt as though the depictions would come to life and step right of the walls. John's eyes swept over the carvings and noticed a similarity between all of them. At the center of each carving was a circle, so small as to almost be ignored amidst the massive carvings. But the circle seemed to attract his gaze more than it should, as if it was the most important thing in each of the carvings. His eyes became glued to the circle, almost unable to peel them away. "Follow me," the golem instructed, somewhat ahead of John, who had stopped to look all around. John snapped out of his daze, his eyes peeling away from the carvings, and he quickly caught up to the golem. They arrived in the center of the chamber, and John noticed another carving beneath their feet, a formation carving. The formation was incredibly complex, depicting thousands of detailed runes he didn't recognize, all linking together in a mesmerizing manner. It was one of the most profound formations he had ever seen in his life. The formation suddenly lit up with vibrant green light, and John felt himself wrapped up in an overwhelmingly strong energy before he could react. He felt a constriction of his body, his mind, his soul, as if every inch of him was being squeezed together. Before he could react to the pain, it vanished, and he appeared in another location. His vision was blurry, and he blinked several times to clear the blurriness away. That usually didn't happen during spatial teleportations. This one was different somehow. His blurry vision cleared up, and his eyes widened with shock as he took his surroundings. He had just been awed by the massive tree, but this was even more awe-inspiring. In fact, it was one of the most awe-inducing things he had ever seen in his life, if not the most. The artifact spirit golem appeared next to him once more, staring at the same thing John was looking at. It paused for a moment, as if even a non-feeling artifact spirit like itself was awed by what existed before it. It finally glanced at John and spoke. "Welcome to the core of the world." Chapter 876 World Dimension Seed. John was too stunned to listen to the golem as he instead continued to stare at the scenery before him. He had expected to arrive in a somewhat familiar-looking location, a field, a building, an underground cavern. Instead, he found himself floating within a void. Not standing, but floating. He wasn't using his chi to fly, was not standing on anything physical, nor was he falling down through this void. It was as if gravity didn't exist here, filling him with a bizarre feeling he had never felt before. The void all around him swirled with a million streams of colors, its radiance so beautiful that he was nearly brought to tears. All the colors of the universe seemed to exist within this place, this void, and the streams of colors flew outwards in all directions, some brushing past him swiftly, yet gently. P alpha pedi alpha nanua 1 som, he stretched his hand out to feel one of the streams of colors and felt a soft energy brush against his hand. The stream was a dark blue color, and it felt icy to the touch. A bright red stream flew past him, and he touched that one, which was hot to the touch. He almost seemed to recognize these streams. They reminded him of the Taos of ice and fire. And he seemed to recognize other streams as well, which reminded him of the thousands of Taos he had seen throughout his cultivation journey. But there were millions of different streams, tens of millions of streams, countless streams. If the streams were somehow representations of the Taos, then just how many Taos were there? And how was something able to create so many Taos in one place? John felt his mind go numb with the thought. Millions of streams of colors spread outwards, many John had never seen before or never imagined could exist. He turned around within the void to look where the streams of colorful light were going. He saw the streams of light spread out for a while longer, before stretching upwards, downwards, or to the side. The streams then looped back and returned to the center of the void, the source as far as John could tell. The change in directions seemed to form a cocoon several thousand yards wide, made of the myriad of colors he could see. The cocoon doubled back towards the center of the void, where the cocoon stretched down towards the very center, which was glowing brightly, as if it contained the energy of the stars themselves. The shape of the cocoon reminded John of a donut, but one that was more spherical than flat. In fact, other than the ridges at the top and bottom of the cocoon that were formed by the energy returning to the source at the center, the cocoon he was in was truly almost a perfect sphere. John took in the sight with wondrous awe, and he stared firmly at the center of the world he was in. The center was too bright to make out, blindingly bright in fact, which made him squint to avoid the pain he felt in his eyes and soul. His divine sense spread out towards the bright center, but it was instantly rebuffed, unable to move forward at all. The streaming lights of energy pushed back against his divine sense, gently, but firmly, making him unable to observe what was at the very center of this beautiful yet bizarre world. "What is this place?" John asked, finally remembering the artifact spirit golem was next to him. "The core of the world," the golem said. John recalled the golem saying that while he had been stunned, and so he asked a different question. Rho alpha pedi alpha, in letter 1D0F nua SOM. "Then what is that at the center?" he asked, pointing to the bright core of the world. He could tell that whatever it was the source of this realm. It was most likely the treasure that had been mentioned time and time again by the Divine Source Monastery and the golem, but he still had no idea what it was. "That is this world's seed," the golem replied evenly. "The world dimension seed." The name was incredibly lofty, but it felt right to John for some reason. "What is a world dimension seed?" John asked, digging for answers. "And what is this place? It's the core of the world, but what does that mean? Are we really at the very center of the world?" "Yes and no," the golem replied. "If you were to try and find the physical location of this place, it would be found in the very center of the world, but you would not be able to access this place from there. The only method to access this place is through the transportation formation at the base of the world tree. The world tree formation is the only way to reach this dimension, which exists physically at the center of the world, but is its own dimension, the world dimension, the golem explained to John. He had not been expecting such a thorough explanation from the artifact spirit. Whenever he asked an expert for information regarding something profound, they always replied vaguely. This was a breath of fresh air for John, as he realized that his reaching this place most likely allowed the golem to explain all these things to him. "And the world dimension seed?" John asked, repeating the other half of his question. "The source of the world," the golem replied. John tilted his head to the side questioningly, wanting more concrete answers. The golem continued, as if nodding his confusion. "The bright center you see before you is the world dimension seed. It is the core of the world, the lifeblood of the world. The origin of the world," it started explaining. "Every world that has ever existed or will exist starts with a seed, the world dimension seed. This seed occurs naturally, formed by the heavens itself, and from the seed sprouts the world around it. It is the source of every single thing you see in this world, from the start of its past to the end of its future." John opened his mouth, stunned to his core. He had never expected such a thing existed, or that the object before him was the very source of the world he lived on. "How can such a thing exist?" John mumbled in disbelief, squinting at the bright world dimension seed in the distance. His eyes went wide with realization. He had already assumed the bright source to be the reward of the trial, but after hearing what it really was, he couldn't possibly believe that to be true. "The reward of this realm, is it?" John's voice trailed off. "Should you be deemed worthy, and should you be capable of obtaining it, then this realm's reward, the world dimension seed, shall be yours." Chapter 877, the rarest of heavenly treasurest world dimension seed can be taken. John thought, stunned by the very concept that something that had been the source of a world could be taken. "Beautiful, isn't it?" A voice filled with emotion sounded out next to John, completely different from the monotonous tone of the artifact spirit. John snapped out of his thoughts instantly, completely caught off guard by the new voice. How could someone make their way into this dimension? He thought, glancing to the side. Slight surprise appeared on his face as he saw a familiar figure hovering in the void right next to him, the Grand Abbot. The Grand Abbot stared forward, his eyes lingering on the world dimension seed, his face filled with wonder. "No matter how many times I see it, I'm still filled with wondrous awe every time I come here," the Grand Abbot said. He finally shifted his gaze from the world dimension seed and towards John. A small smile appeared on his face as he inspected John for a moment. "You've done well to get here, child," the Grand Abbot said, his voice warm like an elderly grandfather. John didn't know how to reply to that praise, and so he just nodded his head, acknowledging the praise. "That battle of yours was quite inspiring," the Grand Abbot said. "The whole world is talking about it already." "The whole world?" John asked, confused. How could the world know about the battle already? Surely the Astral Emperor didn't spread the news of what had happened to others, he thought. The Grand Abbot smiled again, noticing John's confusion. "Yes, the whole world," he repeated. "All the battles during the final trial were shown to those gathered outside. Several million watched as you defeated Asuros." John grumbled, his mouth pulling to the side slightly. "That's going to be a headache to deal with," John grumbled out loud. The whole world now knew about him, his talent, and even his most secretive battle arts. Instead of feeling happy about the attention, he felt it was just going to cause more trouble for him in the future. "You're not happy about this?" the Grand Abbot asked curiously. "Your fame is being spread throughout the land like wildfire. You are already the most famous person on the continent." "What's there to be happy about?" John said flatly. "Fame just brings more headaches, and I have enough headaches to deal with already." The Grand Abbot studied John curiously, and then nodded his head in approval. "Your attitude befits a true genius," he said. "Most geniuses seek glory and fame above all, but a true genius seeks strength above all else." John nodded his head in agreement, although he remained silent. His thoughts were chaotic at the moment. There was the Asura, the world dimension seed, and now the rest of the world knowing about him. Too many headaches, not enough time to deal with them. So what do you think? The Grand Abbot suddenly asked. John looked at him confused, and then noticed the Grand Abbot was staring at the world dimension seed. Rho alpha pe d alpha, in letter 1d0f nua som. It's beyond amazing, John said, feeling awe every time he stared at it. But how can such an amazing thing be taken by someone like me? And how can it even be used? And if I manage to take it, what will happen to the world? Surely something that acts as the source of the world is too important to remove. John asked a flurry of questions, his mind seeking answers. So many questions, the Grand Abbot said, still staring at the world dimension seed. He remained silent for a moment, as if thinking of how best to answer the questions John asked. World dimension seeds are the source of all worlds, the Grand Abbot said. John nodded his head. The artifact spirit had already told him as much. Each world dimension seed is different. Some are chaotic, some are calm, some are dormant, some are dead. Each world dimension seed has its own personality, so to speak, which also shapes the way the world forms around it, the Grand Abbot said. The most rare of all world dimension seeds is the one you are staring at right now, the sentient world dimension seed. Sentient, John exclaimed. The seed is alive, can it think, speak? Yes and no, the Grand Abbot replied. This world seed is alive, but not in the way you and I are alive. It would be more apt to say it has motivations or goals that it instinctively strives to fulfill. Goals? What goals? John asked curiously, shifting his gaze back to the world seed for a moment. To grow, to create new worlds, to create the ultimate world, the perfect world, the Grand Abbot said, his gaze profound. It wants to create a perfect world. How does it go about doing that? John asked curiously. P alpha pe d alpha nanua 1 som, indeed, the Grand Abbot said. Such world dimension seeds are the most rare and also the most valuable. Valuable? How? John asked, wanting answers. Because only this type of world dimension seed will allow itself to be claimed by one it deems worthy. Only this type of world dimension seed can be used by a cultivator to aid their cultivation journey. It is perhaps the singular most valuable treasure in existence for cultivators below the world expansion realm, the Grand Abbot said. It's that valuable? John asked. While the claim was an incredibly lofty one, he didn't doubt the Grand Abbot's words. The Grand Abbot nodded, confirming his question. As for taking this world seed, the Grand Abbot continued, that will not adversely affect the world. Removing a world dimension seed before the world has fully formed will halt its growth, resulting in its death, but this world has been complete for quite some time. It's become self-sustaining, and thus removing the world seed will not throw it into ruin. Quite the opposite, in fact. When a world dimension seed is removed from a fully formed world, the world will naturally create a new world seed. John felt relief when he heard this. While he did want to obtain the world dimension seed, he didn't want to doom an entire planet for a singular treasure. Since that was not the case, he felt at ease. If the world dimension seed is so amazing, and since the world can reform one anew now, why isn't the seed claimed more often? John asked curiously. The Grand Abbot smiled. It is not I, nor the divine source monastery that decides who obtains the seed, but the world seed itself, the Grand Abbot answered. Hundreds have taken the divine realm trials since this world seed formed, and dozens managed to make it this far, but none were deemed worthy by the world seed. Each was cast out from this realm without the opportunity to claim it. The same might very well happen to you, should you not be worthy in the eyes of the world seed. Chapter 878, The Seed's Goal. Despite the Grand Abbot's words, John remained calm. If he was not worthy of the world dimension seed, then no one was. If that was the case, then the world dimension seed was impossible to obtain, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Grand Abbot studied John, noticing his calmness, and nodded to himself in approval. His gaze shifted back to the world seed as he continued answering John's questions. While this type of world seed is the rarest, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, there are many of these types of seeds, the Grand Abbot continued. Such worlds are the most coveted, and many terrifyingly strong powers have established themselves on such worlds. They harvest these world seeds regularly, helping their young geniuses who manage to obtain it thrive. Wait, John spoke up. He was surprised to hear the Grand Abbot speak about other worlds so casually, as if he had been to such worlds before, but that didn't surprise John too much. He had already known about the existence of other worlds from his true mother, and could also tell there was much more to the Grand Abbot than he revealed. If there are other worlds that regularly harvest such world dimension seeds, then why is this one still unclaimed? Surely it can't be that hard, John asked. The Grand Abbot smiled, like the smile of a parent when asked a basic question from their child. The powers that do so are some of the pinnacle powers of the universe, the Grand Abbot replied, and thus their geniuses are at the pinnacle as well. Their geniuses cannot be compared to the geniuses of a backwater world like this. John frowned, his suspicions confirmed. So this world truly is weak when compared to what's out there, he thought. And yet, he was struggling against the powers of this world, some of them strong enough to make him see almost no hope forward at all. But that is only half of the reason, the Grand Abbot continued. As a world dimension seed grows, it becomes stronger, and thus its requirements grow as well. The world dimension seeds obtained by those powers are periodically harvested before the seeds grow to a level that even their geniuses cannot obtain. The Grand Abbot shifted his gaze from John to the seed. This world seed, however, has been growing for over 500,000 years, unclaimed by anyone that entire time. John's eyes went wide. 500,000 years. He could hardly fathom such a time frame. And thus, it has grown to a level that it may be impossible for anyone to obtain, the Grand Abbot said, his gaze narrowing slightly, as if he were troubled by this fact. If outside powers were to learn of this unclaimed world seed, it would bring a calamity to this world without a doubt, as all would seek to obtain it. How would that bring a calamity? John asked. The seed can be taken without a problem, so wouldn't they just come, take it if they could, and then leave? No, the Grand Abbot shook his head lightly. For one to be recognized by a world dimension seed, they must also be born of it. And so the powers that would descend on this world would establish themselves permanently here, raising geniuses with the hopes of claiming the world seed. It would be a boon to them, but a calamity to everyone else. Rho alpha pe d alpha and letter 1d0 f nua som. John frowned. So many potential headaches, and now he had another one. The Grand Abbot said only those born of the world dimension seed could obtain it, and that was a big problem. He was not born from this world dimension seed, but was instead born on another world entirely. Is this going to stop me from obtaining it before I can even try? John thought, his worry growing. That would be disastrous. What does a world dimension seed even do for a cultivator? John asked. The Grand Abbot said it was an incomparable heavenly treasure, but its purpose was useless to John. Then he would not concern himself with not being able to obtain it. That you will find out once you ascend to the world expansion realm, the Grand Abbot answered vaguely. John frowned. That didn't help at all. And what if I'm not born of this world? Is there any chance to still obtain the world dimension seed? John asked, unsure if he should say such a thing, reveal such a secret. But he had no choice. If the world seed denied him for this reason, the Grand Abbot would no doubt figure it out at that time. He needed to know if there was a way to obtain the seed despite his situation. Rho alpha pe d alpha, and letter 1d0 f nua som. The Grand Abbot's eyes widened with surprise. He had not expected this at all. Not of this world, the Grand Abbot said. Then what world are you from? I don't know, John shook his head, but I know that I was not born of this world. That is as much as I can tell you. The Grand Abbot fell silent, staring at John for a while. He sighed, as if disappointed by what John had told him. Then it is most likely futile for you to even try to obtain the seed, the Grand Abbot said with much disappointment. John felt his heart sink. The only other way to receive its acceptance is to be part of this world for a long time, nurtured by the energy it releases into the world, the Grand Abbot said, sighing. But by the time one had been accepted by the world seed, they have either advanced beyond the world expansion realm or are too untalented to be accepted by the seed. Either way, it is futile. The Grand Abbot sighed again and shook his head to himself. "We best be leaving then," he said to John. "The world dimension seed does not like the presence of outsiders, and it will not tolerate your presence for much longer. If you move any closer to it, it will smite you instantly." He placed his hand on John's shoulder, as if about to teleport them both out of the realm. "Wait," John exclaimed, his heart racing with hopeful anxiousness. The Grand Abbot paused, staring at him. "How long would I need to live on this world to be accepted by the world seed?" John asked firmly. "At least 10,000 years, if not more," the Grand Abbot said, not sure why John would even ask such a thing. John's smile widened, surprising the Grand Abbot. Why would he smile when he had just learned he could not even try to obtain one of the most heavenly treasures in existence? "Then there's no need to leave," John said, his tone firm yet joyful. The Grand Elder narrowed his gaze, skeptical. "Child, you will be killed by the world dimension seed if you attempt to obtain it as an outsider," he warned. "But I'm not an outsider anymore," John said, a wide smile on his face. "After all, I've lived here for hundreds of thousands of years already." The Grand Abbot scowled at John, a rare sign of disapproval on his usually calm face. This was not the time to joke around, nor was this the place to desecrate with such crash jokes either. He was about to chastise John and forcefully remove him from the world, but John moved forward towards the world dimension seed without warning. The Grand Abbot's eyes went wide. "Child, stop," he said, his words cutting off before he could finish. John moved towards the seed, quickly passing the area of sure death for outsiders and moving within. There was no rejection from the world dimension seed. It welcomed John as one of its own. How is this possible? Chapter 879, Endless Grand Abbot was stunned to his core, which was something that hardly ever happened, if ever. He was a man of knowledge, a man of intellect, a man of experience. Everything told him that John was telling the truth, that he was not of this world. A youth like John would not joke about things like that, at least not to a level that would fool the Grand Abbot. And yet, John had moved towards the world dimension seed without being slaughtered as an intruder, an outside parasite. The world seed could not be fooled. It was far too profound to fall victim to trickery of any sorts. Yet despite what should have happened, John moved towards the world dimension seed. The Grand Abbot's mind shook, trying to figure out what was going on. John, a youth who was definitely not of this world, was accepted by the world seed. It baffled him. It was something he could not figure out. P alpha pedi alpha nanua 1SOM, ignorant of the Grand Abbot's shock, John floated slowly towards the world dimension seed. Movement in this dimensional realm was strange. He couldn't utilize his chi effectively, and so all he could do was lean in the direction he wanted to move, at which point he would slowly start to move in that direction. No matter how much he urged his chi to propel himself forward, it did nothing at all. Strange, he thought. It was as if the laws in this realm were different from the outside realm he lived in. It was as if the world dimension seed was the god of this realm, and everyone else had to bend to its rules. As he approached, he could feel the natural pressure emanating from the beautiful world seed increase, but despite the increase, it did not push him away. John paused, no longer leaning forward. He came to a halt within the void, staring at the seed in the distance. It was still hundreds of yards away, which was a distance easily traversed in normal situations, but would take some time within this strange, beautifully colored void. He floated there for some time, unmoving. The endless streams of radiant colors raced by him, while the Grand Abbot watched in rapt attention. He was a man who was rarely surprised, and yet he felt excitement at the moment, an even rarer experience for him. He had no idea what was going on, what would happen, and that filled him with excited anticipation. John hovered in place, studying the streams of colorful energy that raced past him every second. Blue, yellow, red, gold, orange, black, white, and everything in between. Every color he knew of existed here, and many colors he had never imagined could exist raced by as well. It was as if he was experiencing a new reality at the moment, one of a higher level that he had lived in all his life. It was as if he was experiencing the truth of the world. His heart rate increased, sending blood coursing through his veins. It was rare for him to feel this excited outside of battle. He turned around towards the distant Grand Abbot once more. "How long can I stay here?" John asked, his questions surprising the Grand Abbot. "Technically, there is no limit," the Grand Abbot replied. "But the longer you stay, the more overwhelmed you will become by the Tao's streaming off the world dimension seed. You will be driven mad if you stay too long. But for a true genius, a few weeks should be no problem." "So those are Taos," John thought, his guesses confirmed. He nodded towards the Grand Elder thankfully. This information was truly useful. He turned around once more and faced the world dimension seed, glowing brightly in the near distance. It was a beautiful sight to behold, and nearly snared John into a daze once more. He shook his head to shake the ensnared daze and then closed his eyes. He could move towards the world seed, but decided against it. His instincts told him that he had an incredibly rare opportunity before him, one that was worth delaying his retrieval of the world seed. His legs crossed underneath him, as if he were sitting on something within the void. It was the position he assumed whenever he fell into a true meditative trance. His legs crossed, his eyes closed, his mind focused. His soul attuned with his palace realm, falling instantly into a meditative trance. The trance felt so right, so perfect at the moment, as the streams of colorful Taos raced by him with haste. The Grand Abbot eyes widened, instantly realizing what John was about to do. Rho Alpha Pedi Alpha, and letter 1D0F Nua SOM. "He's going to break through to the Tao transformation realm," he mumbled. He regarded John for a short while, and then smiled, nodding in utmost approval. Despite the heavenly treasure existing just before him, he still prioritizes his cultivation above all else. "In all my years, I have never seen such a steadfast genius, one so focused on increasing his strength," the Grand Abbot said softly. "If he cannot obtain this world dimension seed, then I'm afraid it will remain unclaimed for all time. I eagerly await the outcome of what's to come." The Grand Abbot then fell silent. He knew how important this advancement was for a cultivator, and did not dare disturb John for a singular moment. His eyes fixated on John, eagerly awaiting the outcome of his ascension. John's eyes were closed, his mind was empty, his soul was relaxed. He felt as if he were floating in a void, not only physically, but within his soul as well. It was as if he had been returned to a nascent state, one completely in tune with the universe. He felt the streams of energy brush against him, flooding his mind and soul with comprehensions he never had before. His face shuddered as he felt his mind flooded with new information. Even with Taos he had never known existed, he found himself grasping their initial concepts, becoming familiar with their existences. There were too many Taos to study, too many Taos to focus on. His mind and soul became nearly overwhelmed by the countless Taos flooding his mind, and so he focused only on grasping the very initial states of each Tao. When it came to comprehending Taos, the hardest part was comprehending the initial state of the Tao. Taos were almost always ethereal and abstract concepts, and thus getting that initial insight required a lucky opportunity, such as finding a heavenly treasure that emanated that Tao, or coming from a powerful clan or sect that had such treasures to study. Here, however, the abstract Taos had become real to the point that grasping them couldn't have been easier. This place was an absolute marvel, a pinnacle treasure of incomparable value. Some cultivators spent their entire lives studying a particular Tao, only for them to never grasp even the most basic of initial states. It all came down to comprehension ability, natural compatibility with the Tao, and a multitude of other factors that were hardly understood. Grasping that initial part of the Tao was not guaranteed, but once it was understood, it was like opening floodgates into that particular Tao. As long as the cultivator studied that Tao in earnest, he would have improvements in the future. The rate of improvement varied from cultivator to cultivator, but improvements would come nonetheless. As such, John focused only on the most basic parts of each Tao he felt. As soon as it entered his mind, he focused on it, studied it, comprehended it if he could, and then discarded it, moving on to the next. It was unlike any meditation session he had ever done before. Other sessions had a singular focus on which he would put all his effort into focusing on, but here, it was like he was flipping through a book of the heavenly Taos, scanning a page briefly, and then turning to the next page. Time lost all meaning as he did this. The Taos came and went, each like a tick of the clock, continuing endlessly. The pain he felt in his mind and soul increased with each new tick. It was an overwhelming amount of information to comprehend, but thanks to his heaven-defying soul and willpower, he was able to resist the pain and focus on the task at hand. The information kept flooding into him, like an encyclopedia of the Taos being etched into his mind. Fire, ice, death, life, space, time, gravity, wood, metal, lightning, illusions, scythe, sword, saber, spear, wind, earth, water, blood, darkness, light, nature, alchemy, chaos. The endless Taos continued to flood his mind without pause. Some he studied and grasped, others he discarded with disinterest, and others he gave up on, unable to grasp them despite how much he focused on them. The ones he failed to grasp filled his calm mind with slight disappointment, but that feel faded away instantly as another Tao appeared for him to comprehend. Time continued without meaning. Taos were comprehended without pause. Pain continued to grow in his soul, reaching a point that he felt as if his mind was about to split apart, or soul was about to burst from within. The pain eventually reached a level that even he was unable to continue, as the pain was an indicator that he could not continue. His soul was at its limits. It was unable to proceed forward. His eyes snapped open, firm, determined, profound. It was as if the multitude of Taos he had comprehended were contained within his gaze. His dantians suddenly surged with power. His blood began to race through his veins. It was time to break through to the Tao transformation realm. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 880 Chi, Transformation. The Grand Abbot leaned forward slightly, his eyes glowing with eager anticipation. It is time, he said softly to himself. How many cycles will he achieve? How many Taos will he transform? John's eyes seemed to glow with a myriad of colors, like the profundity of the universe was contained within. His dantian shook violently within him, like a creature about to burst out of an egg. The Tao transformation breakthrough process was only partially known to him. He knew of some vague details of what was to happen, but did not know exactly what would happen or how to go about it in the best way possible. He had inquired into the matter, both with Thunderzin, as well as his master during their recent discussions, but both had given him the same answer: that he must figure out the process himself. The answer disappointed him, and he had asked why he was unable to learn. He could seek out books regarding the process, but was cautioned against such a thing by Thunderzin. Why? John had asked, seeking answers. Both Thunderzin and Lillian had given the same answer: that it was best to figure out the breakthrough process for oneself. Thunderzin had been vague on his elaborations, but thankfully, Lillian had recently provided some clearer answers. The path to the heaven tribulation realm is set in its rules, as the heavens lord over all before they break through to the heaven tribulation realm and shed their mortal coil, she had said to him. But once one has shed their mortal coil, they step beyond the formal rules established by the heavens. While the overall process forward is the same, Tao transformation, then world expansion, and so on, the ascension process, the journey between these realms and into the next realms, are different for everyone, she continued, pausing for a moment to notice John was understanding her words before continuing. The journeys are different, and thus the breakthroughs are different, she continued thoughtfully. Most parts of the journey and breakthroughs are the same, but the tiny differences affect more than you could imagine. Take, for example, my breakthrough. I study the Tao of death and the Tao of space primarily. I dabble in many other Taos as well, but those are my two foremost Taos, she explained, stern like a scholarly tutor. The Tao transformation breakthrough deals with more than just pushing the dantian to the next level. As the name suggests, there is a transformation, one in which the Taos you comprehend play a vital part. And thus, my breakthrough insights are mostly worthless to you and could even be harmful to you. They could lead you astray. They could cause far more harm than good. She paused, studying his face. She nodded lightly as she noticed his stern focus, and then continued. And thus, I'll leave you with this final piece of insight, she said. Going forward, your cultivation journey, and especially your cultivation breakthroughs, will be entirely up to you. Each will be like walking through an unknown land, trying to find the way to the other side. Each land is different for everyone, and thus you can only trust yourself and your instincts to guide you on the correct path. She smiled at him, a warm, gentle smile, which was incredibly rare from her. And I am fully confident that you will be able to tread your correct path, all the way to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. That conversion boomed within his mind, the echoes reminding him of his master's words. Now that he was on the cusp of breaking through, he could instinctively tell that his master's words were completely correct. He smiled thankfully, and then whispered softly. It is time. The last sliver of chi needed to step over the edge surged into his dantian, sending it tumbling over the edge. Boom! His dantian exploded with a thunderous roar of energy, as if the surging energy within was no longer able to be contained by the dantian. John felt a sharp pain rise within his stomach, where his dantian was. It was as if he was about to explode from within. There was no panic, however, only calm, as he felt he knew what to do next. The steps were as natural to him as drawing in breath. His mind stilled with calm focus, and his soul power surged over his dantian and then pierced within. The invading soul power was hungrily absorbed by the dantian, as if it were the sweetest of nectars. The soul unleashed an endless flood of soul power, and the dantian accepted every drop without pause. It was as if the dantian and soul had become one for a moment, perfect in unison. As his soul power flooded into the dantian, it began to mix with his chi within, combining into something new. A new form of energy, something separate from the chi given by the universe, and yet still the same. The pain in his dantian had vanished, although John had not even noticed this. He was too engrossed in the process of chi and soul mixing to give it a moment's thought. It was as if he were becoming whole at the moment, complete for the very first time, and the experience was intoxicating. His soul fed his dantian ceaselessly, like a torrential storm soaking a barren earth. His dantian was like a black hole, accepting every drop and then wanting more. The process continued for a long time, long enough that John had lost all meaning of time once more. He felt his dantian strengthen by this infusion of soul power, growing stronger by the second. He felt his body course with energy greater than he had ever felt before. But at the same time, he felt his mind grow weak. Rho alpha pe d alpha, in letter 1d0f nua som. His soul drained itself, turning from an ocean of soul power into a lake, then a puddle, then a drop. He felt alarmed far before it reached this point. If that drop was to disappear, his soul would vanish and he would die. But he did not stop the process. He would not stop the process. His instincts flared with a strong message. This was right. This was the way forward. Had he heard from his master that he was to drain his soul to a single drop of soul power, he would never have believed that to be correct. But his instincts, his mind, his very soul was telling him that this was the way forward, and there was no one that he trusted more than himself. John felt his mind and soul on the verge of erasure, as if it were about to puff into a stream of smoke and disappear into the void. His memories grew hazy, his mind unclear, his very self was vanishing. Darkness enveloped him. And then there was light. A bright light, an explosive light. The light was within his mind, within his soul, but he felt blinded by it. It was as if he were staring directly at the sun. Boom! The light exploded into a torrent of energy that flooded into his soul, like a tsunami of energy flooding over a barren land. There was nothing in the way to stop this torrent of energy, which ceaselessly poured into his soul, turning the barren land into a storm of energy. A storm of life. The energy was both soul power and something else. It was not his soul power, but it felt as if it belonged there as naturally as his soul power. His hazy mind cleared up as the energy poured into his soul, and he recognized the source. It was his essence chi, although it was not as it had been before. It was now transformed, like it had changed from belonging to someone else, belonging to the heavens, to belonging only to himself. This changed chi flowed within his soul, a place normally only reserved for his soul power. Anything else within the soul other than soul power would usually cause pain, damage, or even death, but here it felt perfect. His essence chi belonged here just as much as his soul power did. The torrent of soul-infused essence flooded ceaselessly into his mind, invigorating it, nourishing it, expanding it. He felt his soul's space grow larger, stronger, more profound. The growth intoxicated him. It was the most pleasurable thing he had ever felt. He wanted more. He wanted his soul to grow forever. That feeling of growth was perfect, and then it stopped. His mind shook with the unexpected end of the process, as if he had suddenly snapped out of a daze. No, John thought. More, I want more. He urged his Danshin to send more chi, but shook once more. His Danshin was empty as his soul had been just moments ago. There was a singular scrap of chi remaining, like an evaporating dewdrop in the early morning, about to disappear. There was no more energy to give. No, this is not the end. I won't allow it to end, John roared within his mind. He wanted more. Boom. His mind shook, feeling as if his mind nearly exploded from within. John ignored that intense pain, gritting his teeth with focused intensity. The soul-infused chi exploded out of his mind once more, surging through his body back into his empty Danshin, filling it anew. He didn't know why he did this. He just did it. It felt right. It was what he should do, what he must do. His Danshin surged with power, drinking the energy as greedily as his soul had just done moments ago. It too grew as his soul had done, becoming larger, stronger, more profound. As his Danshin drank, his soul became emptier and emptier, until just a drop remained once more. Boom. His body shuddered as the energy reversed once more, surging back into his soul. It flooded back without pause, making him bask in the sensation of its invigoration. His Danshin was steadily drained of chi until it was nearly empty, and at that moment, John's mind shook once more as a revelation struck him. He had been doing this process entirely instinctively, not knowing why, but knowing it was right. Now that both his soul and Danshin had absorbed the soul chi energy twice, he had noticed something incredible. Each time both had greedily absorbed the energy, they had grown. That should have been impossible, as he was draining the energy each time he sent it back and forth, the same energy as had been there at the start. But with each cycle, soul and Danshin grew. He finally understood. The energy within was growing as well, as if it were a wellspring, endlessly providing more water from parts unseen. He didn't know how this was possible, but he didn't care. He embraced the euphoric sensation and steeled his mind. He was going to push this process until his mind was about to break, or his Danshin was about to shatter. He would push himself to the edge and step beyond, as he had done once before, during his ascension to the core formation realm. He would not leave an ounce of power out of his grasp, no matter how much it hurt. He would become perfect. Chapter 881 Thrum. The Grand Abbot stared at John, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape. It was an expression never before seen on the man's face, at least not by anyone during the last several 100,000 years he had roamed this world. He was a man of incomparable experience, a man of complete control over his emotions. And yet, he felt only disbelief at the moment. Thrum. A thrumming sound echoed out within the void, soft, yet completely noticeable. It was like the pulse of a heartbeat, slow but steady. Thrum. The sound echoed again, slightly louder than before. It came 30 seconds after the prior, and was followed by another slightly louder thrum 30 seconds later. Thrum. 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 The thrums continued, each following the previous in perfect timing, like the ticking of a clock. Only the ticking was growing slightly louder with each thrum, as if the clock were becoming more and more powerful with each passing tick. Thrum. The thrumming did not surprise the Grand Abbot. It was an expected thing when one was breaking through to the Tao transformation realm. The transformation of one's chi. The transformation of one's soul. The unison between the two, both elevating the other to a new form of existence, completely unique within the universe. This was how it was with every human who cultivated to this level. It was an instinctual thing to do when breaking through, as it was the only way to transform one to the next realm, the only way to break through. That was not what stunned the Grand Abbot. It was not the thrums emanating from John, but the number of thrums that had boomed out within the void they were in. The Grand Abbot's mind was a blur, and he thought back to the cultivation principles, trying to see if he had missed something, misremembered something. He knew that was impossible, but he did so, nonetheless. And the process was futile. His knowledge was perfect. There was no mistake. He thought back to his own breakthroughs from a time that seemed so long ago as to be 10 lifetimes ago. 10 Danshan compressions, he mumbled softly, recalling the number of Danshan compressions he had achieved as a child when breaking through to the core formation realm. Even from the place he came from, that was an awe-inspiring number. He had been heralded as a genius of geniuses. Only freaks from ancient powerhouses and ancient inheritances could surpass the heavenly limit of 10, and thus it was a number that all strove for. His talent had set him on a life of wondrous adventure and growth, until he eventually came face to face with his Tao transformation ascension. He could still clearly recall that day, another day of triumph. Everyone knew the laws of the Tao transformation realm. They were as certain and resolute as the laws dictating the core formation realm breakthrough. The soul infuses the Danshan nourishes the soul. The two grow together in unison, 2 thrums completing a cycle of growth, and the amount of thrums was known by all. The limit was certain. The number of cycles was limited to the number of Danshan compressions one obtained at the core formation realm. Rho alpha pe d alpha, in letter 1d0 f nu som. For him, that limit had been 10 Danshan compressions. For him, that limit had been 20 potential thrums, or 10 complete cycles. But that was only a limit, not a guarantee. The only ones capable of reaching that limit were the geniuses who had managed to grow to perfection, not squandering a single aspect of their cultivation in the time between the core formation realm and the Tao transformation realm. Even the greatest of geniuses lost a step or two between these realms, as he had done as well. His 10 compressions had become 16 thrums, or 8 cycles. He had failed to reach his limit of 10 thrums, but that was expected. That number had elated all those around him at the time, his friends, his family, his loved ones. A true genius, he recalled them saying as they learned of his feats. He knew of many others with better numbers than he had achieved, but he was still able to hold his head proudly. He might not have been a pinnacle genius, but he was a genius nonetheless. He had recalled a story from his youth of a certain cultivator who had achieved 28 thrums, 14 cycles. That cultivator had been a pinnacle of everything, a god of the cultivation world. His fame was known throughout all of existence. He had never compared himself to that existence. No one did. It was a benchmark, a goal, but a hopeless one as everyone knew. There were even rumors that despite that individual's strength, the 14 cycles were nothing more than a rumor. A myth perpetuated in the individual's younger years, which eventually stuck and became a truth. The Grand Abbot didn't care if it was the truth or not. It didn't change a thing. 28 thrums, 14 complete cycles was a mythical limit reserved for the gods. It was impossible to achieve or even get close to. He knew it. The world knew it. It was a cultivation rule as firm as any in existence. Thrum. And yet he was wrong. The world was wrong. That rule was shattered, decimated, by the entity before him. He couldn't even consider the figure before him to be a person at the moment. Was a human even capable of such a thing? It was a feat reserved for only the gods if they existed, and the figure before him was certainly not a god. Entity felt like the right word. Thrum. Each thrum shook the Grand Abbot further to his core. He held his breath, not willing to breath out for a singular moment. He didn't dare make a single sound. Thrum. Each thrum was more unexpected than the last. It was utterly impossible. It couldn't continue. It had to stop. Thrum. And yet the next one came, ever rhythmic in its timing. The Grand Abbot felt himself go numb. He couldn't feel more shock. He was at his limits. He just watched, eyes wide, body numb. Rho alpha pedi alpha and letter 1D0F nu. SOM thrum. The thrums, like heartbeats of the world, continued as if they would never end. They had started off soft, but now sounded like the poundings of war drums, booming with explosive power. And then they stopped. The Grand Abbot's mind shook, snapped out of his dazed stupor. His cleared mind counted the thrums instinctively, recalling how many he had heard. The number was impossible, but he knew he was not wrong. He couldn't be wrong about something so simple. Someone as powerful as him couldn't mistake what had happened. He breathed out with exhaustion. 20 full cycles, 40 thrums, he whispered softly, his eyes resting on John's back. What have I witnessed? What is this child? Chapter 882 Tao Seeds. The Grand Abbot knew he had just witnessed something inconceivable, something that should not be possible, something that no one in the universe would believe had happened or was even possible. It defied everything he knew, and yet it had happened. That was an irrefutable fact. He was old, but not old enough to become senile. His cultivation was strong, and thus his mind was strong. He knew what he had seen had happened. And it was just getting started. The Grand Abbot breathed out lightly, realizing he had been holding his breath the entire time. One as strong as him didn't need to breathe, but it still felt stifling to hold it in as long as he had done. His eyes were glued to John's back. He dared not miss a single moment of this historic event. John grit his teeth tightly, mind aching with excruciating pain. He had truly pushed himself to the very edge of collapse just moments ago, and even had one foot stepping off the edge. The feeling of strengthening both his dantian and soul had been euphoric, and he had pushed himself hard, harder than perhaps he should have. Each cycle of chi strengthened him, but also pained him. Both his dantian and his soul were pushed closer and closer to their limits, limits that were firm, limits that would mean his death if he pushed past them. Even someone as talented as him had limits, and he had nearly pushed himself past them. On the last cycle of chi, his dantian nearly fractured and burst, and his mind nearly shattered apart. He breathed in and out deeply, pushing down the pain. A chill crawled up his spine as he realized just how close he had come to his death. If one more sliver of chi had entered his dantian, if one more ounce of soul power had entered his soul, both would have burst apart. If that happened, he would have died without question. That chilling sensation turned into elation, and John smiled to himself with satisfaction. He had pushed himself to his absolute limits. He had done all he could have done, and has seized every possible sliver of strength he could grasp from this ascension. This satisfaction lasted for a mere instant, as John could tell there was more to be done. His instincts screamed at him loudly, just as it had done with the chi cycles, urging him forward once more. His mind calmed, and he fell into a focused trance once more. John's divine sense washed over his dantian, which felt as firm and hard as any material he knew. In fact, he was sure it was denser and harder than anything he had seen before, including the material used to make his scythe. His dantian was as if it were an entire world, condensed into a small ball no wider than a finger. It brimmed violently with calamitous energy, trembling as if it were about to burst apart. It could grow no more in this realm. His dantian was ready to ascend. As if his instincts were a set of instructions engraved into his mind, John continued his breakthrough. He knew he was not yet done. He had transformed his chi, but had not yet done anything to transform his Taos. That part came next. The thought of rampaging lightning, violent with ruinous energy, entered his mind, as if it had appeared on its own volition. John did not brush this thought aside, and instead focused on the lightning. It was the first Tao he had ever truly focused on. The Tao that had helped him through his cultivation journey, fighting alongside him against the heavens. It was only natural that this was the first Tao to appear in his mind. His mind focused on the Tao, on his comprehensions into the wondrous law of the universe. Of everything he knew about lightning, the thought seemed to almost become corporeal within his soul, something real, like a raindrop forming in the air above the ocean of soul power within his soul. P alpha pe D alpha, Nanua 1 SOM, that drop flashed brightly from within, as if it contained a storm of lighting. His thoughts focused on the Tao of lightning, the drop growing ever larger, ever brighter, ever more profound. At long last his mind sorted through all his comprehension, and he felt as though he had forgotten the Tao of lightning for a moment. It was as if all his comprehensions had been taken from him and infused into the drop within his soul's space. Rho alpha pe D alpha, in letter 1D0F Nua SOM. The drop then disappeared, as if vanishing from existence. John didn't panic. He knew where it had gone. His divine sense flooded over his dantian once more, noticing the drop of lightning hovering just next to his dantian, as if wanting to enter within. At his urging, the drop moved ever so slightly, barely nudging against his dantian. Boom! It was as if he had finally exploded from within, his dantian no longer able to contain the explosive amount of chi within. Once again, John did not panic. This was supposed to happen. The explosion did indeed happen within his body, centered on his dantian. Normally, such a thing would spell death for a cultivator, but he was still perfectly unharmed. John's divine sense flooded into his dantian once more, which was not a blackened orb of physical mass, but a colorful orb of profundity, ever-changing colors. His eyes lit up with realization. Space, this was spatial energy. There had indeed been an explosion within him, but instead of his dantian exploding, space had exploded instead. An entirely new spatial realm, one housing his dantian within, had exploded into existence. His divine sense flooded into this spatial cocoon, which was the exact same size as his physical dantian had been. An entirely new realm opened up before him, one reminding him of whenever he stepped into his body dantian and entered his palace realm. However, instead of a palace at the center of the realm, it was his dantian. It floated in the very center of this newly established spatial realm, like a singular tiny world floating within a void. It almost reminded him of the world dimension seed, floating within the void it had created around himself. The two were very alike. John inspected the tiny world, his dantian, and noticed a tiny little protrusion, almost imperceptible unless he looked closely. Compared to the dantian itself, it was like an ant standing on a mountain. And yet it was the only thing sticking out of the dantian, which was marble smooth everywhere else. John focused on this protrusion, and his eyes lit up with wonder. The protrusion flashed brightly on occasion, and he instantly knew what it was. The droplet of lightning. A droplet of lightning slightly stained with his own chi, as if it had been altered ever so slightly, so small that it would be unnoticeable to anyone but himself. It appeared like a small sapling springing up from the ground, a sapling of the lightning Tao, like a seed of the Tao come to life. His eyes lit up with realization of what he had to do next. It was time to plant the rest of the Tao seeds. It was time to sow the fields of his dantian with all of his Tao comprehensions. Chapter 883 Tao Transformation Realm, another bead of profound energy brimming with a singular Tao, appeared in John's soul space as he focused on his next Tao. The bead was brimming with might, as if the tiny bead was a pinnacle source of power. The Tao of power. John's mind raced with all his comprehensions regarding the Tao of power, which was his second most proficient Tao he knew. It had served him well during all his battles thus far, and would no doubt continue to be a pillar of strength for him going forward. Strength, John thought, the word echoing in his mind. He had always wondered why that divine realm trial had shown him the Tao of power instead of other similar Taos, like strength or might. Power, strength, might, there are many similar words to describe what power is, his thoughts continued. But power is different than them as well. Strength primarily focuses on the physical, might mostly as well. All the other words that are similar have a primary focus, whether it be material or immaterial. But power, it could mean increasing one's physical strength. It could mean increasing one's essence strength. It could mean increasing one's soul power. It could mean increasing one's political status in the world. Power is fluid. Power is all-encompassing. Power is supreme. John felt his mind push through another barrier in regards to the Tao of power, advancing his comprehensions once more. The bead brimming with the Tao of power grew again within his soul's space, and then it vanished. John didn't bother to check where it had gone. He knew where it had vanished too, and he knew he would be able to inspect the Tao sapling at a later time. Right now, it was time to focus on the rest of his Taos. One after another, his mind focused on the Taos he knew, going from most proficient to least proficient. Rho alpha pedi alpha and letter 1d0f nua som lightning. Power, destruction, annihilation, death, space, scythe. One after another, a bead formed in his soul's space, and then vanished. The process continued ceaselessly, one after another, time losing all meaning. Each drop forming raised his comprehension into that particular Tao slightly, for it was like he was able to peer at the Tao at a physical level, something that was almost never possible otherwise. Each drop was like a natural treasure forming, emanating the Tao he was focusing on, allowing him to see it in its entirety. This opportunity was beyond marvelous, and John did not squander a single moment of it. Flash. The void John and the Grand Abbot were enflashed with a bright light, tinged slightly yellow in color. The void fell silent for some time again, before another flash of light appeared, blue this time. Flash. Flash, Rho alpha pedi alpha, in letter 1d0f nu som. Flash. The flashes had started out blinding, and had gradually grown lesser in intensity as time went on. Each flash represented a Tao seed forming in John's mind, and then infusing with his Danshan. It was the natural manifestation of the Taos gaining physical form for the first time. The Grand Abbot naturally expected this, and yet he had not expected what was occurring at the same time. There were so many flashes of light, so many Taos comprehended, too many to be possible for one so young, and yet he felt as if this was only natural after seeing what John had done prior. John's mind was becoming numb, overworked from the amount of Taos he had learned and infused into his Danshan. And yet he pushed through the numbness, focusing on the next. The Tao bead formed and then vanished. John paused for a moment, gathering his mental strength, and then focused on the next Tao. He paused again. There were no more Taos. He had exhausted all of the Taos he knew and had infused them into his Danshan. The lack of another Tao filled him with a feeling of emptiness. He had grown so accustomed to forming a Tao bead, studying that Tao bead, infusing that Tao bead, that it felt like the process would never end. His mind stilled for a moment, and then it was as if the sun had exploded within his body, Danshan, and soul, filling every inch with a blinding white light. There was no heat, no pain, only light, a light coming from his Danshan. John's divine sense entered his soul space containing his Danshan and stared at it with wondrous awe. It glowed like a star for a moment, nearly as brilliant as the world dimension seed itself. It was not pure white like the world dimension seed, but was an off-white color, as if it was missing some of the pureness that the world dimension seed had. But it was awe-inspiring and brilliant nonetheless, as each and every Tao seed was glowing brilliantly, giving off its natural Tao color, forming together to form that blinding white light. The flash was so bright that it erupted outwards, leaving John's spatial realm as if it was impossible to contain. It erupted within the world dimension seed void, sending a flash of radiance bursting outwards. For a moment, John glowed nearly as brightly as the world seed itself, making it appear as if two suns were orbiting each other, their light illuminating the other, making it glow even brighter than before. The Grand Abbot raised his hand before his stunned face, shielding his eyes from the glaring light. It was blinding, even to someone as powerful as him. The world seed glowed a brilliant white light, pure as the untouched snow. It contained the multitude of Taos within, all-encompassing, perfect. John's was nearly the same, brilliant, awe-inspiring, mesmerizing. The brilliant light faded away, John's seated figure reappearing. The light had been swallowed within John once more, returning to its source. John slowly opened his eyes within the void, his gaze seeming to contain all the truths of the universe. His body surged with incomparable power, heavenly chi but slightly different, as if the chi had been branded by John, forming something slightly different than what he had been using before, slightly different than what anyone else used. He smiled, satisfied. He had successfully broken through to the Tao transformation realm. Chapter 884, moving towards the world seed. John sat still within the void, feeling his new power coursing through his meridian and surging through his body. The increase in power felt wonderful, but he dared not waste too much time while within the world dimension seed's domain. There were many things yet to accomplish, and he would have time to study his new power at a later time. His attention shifted to his body Danshan, and his face lit up with slight surprise. My body Danshan advanced on its own and has already formed its own spatial realm, John thought, shocked by this discovery. He had completely failed to notice this transformation. Since the start of his cultivation journey, John always had to raise the level of his body Danshan manually, just as he did his essence Danshan. Once he had ascended to the heaven tribulation realm, something seemed to have changed. His body Danshan had become much more in tune with his essence Danshan, as if the two were almost intertwined. He had been able to raise his body Danshan cultivation a minor realm higher than his essence Danshan in the past, but now was not able to do so. Each time he attempted to push it above his essence Danshan, his mind was nearly overwhelmed with the sinister murmurs coming from within the Danshan. He could tell that if he did so, there was a large chance that he would be overwhelmed and lose his sanity, or even worse. As such, he had not attempted to do so, and had raised it equally alongside his essence Danshan. He had wanted to do the same here and now, but had discovered that his body Danshan had advanced to the Tao transformation realm on its own. How did I not notice such a thing happening? John wondered, and then shook his head, unable to answer his own question. His body Danshan was the most profound thing he had ever encountered, and sometimes it was as if it had a mind of its own. His mysterious father still dwelled within the holy gate, and John was sure he most likely had something to do with this. John shook his head helplessly, and then sent his divine sense into his body Danshan's spatial realm. His soul washed over it, and his eyes widened slightly. There's no Tao seeds, he noticed, slightly surprised once more. His essence Danshan was covered with them, yet this one was as smooth as glass. Did I screw up somehow? Or is my body Danshan unable to form Tao seeds? Or is it something else entirely? Many questions entered his mind, but he had answers to none of them. John thought about asking his mysterious father the questions, but then shook his head against the idea. The bastard never answers any of my questions. It would just be a waste of time, John grumbled internally, and then pushed the entire issue aside for the moment. Whatever the reason his body Danshan had advanced on its own was, whatever the reason it didn't have any Tao seeds, it didn't matter right now. He didn't have answers, and didn't have anyone who would answer those questions either. In fact, he didn't really care either, as despite the fact that there were no Tao seeds, John was sure that this was intended. It was only a feeling he had, but his feelings were normally correct. As such, John put the thoughts aside and sent his divine sense into the body Danshan and the palace realm within. He entered the palace and went about his usual routine when breaking through to the next major realm. He painfully absorbed the drop of sinister and holy blood and felt his affinity towards the Immortal Asura tome increase. He then touched the chains on both the holy and sinister gate, causing one on each gate to crumble, increasing the intensity of both the holy and sinister auras coming out from within. As he touched the sinister gate chain and made it disappear, the palace shook violently for a brief moment, as if a slumbering giant was awakening. A deep rumble boomed out from within the sinister gate, as he had heard before. John stared at the gate curiously for a moment, watching to see if anything would happen. Nothing changed, and the gate fell silent once more. There's definitely something inside, but what exactly is in there? John asked himself. He had a few guesses, but that's all they were, guesses. He had no way of knowing if his guesses were correct and knew his mysterious father would not answer him. Completing his business within his palace realm, John's divine sense left, and his consciousness returned to the real world. He felt his body surge with even more power than before now that he had fully pushed his body danshan to the next level, and marveled in that feeling for a brief moment before pushing the feeling aside. Rho alpha pe d alpha, in letter 1d0f nu, SOM. His eyes opened, and he stared at the bright world dimension seed hovering in the very center of the void. His eyes glimmered with anticipation. It was time to claim the seed for himself. Firming his mind, John leaned forward once more, and he slowly started to float towards the seed. The Grand Abbot's face perked up slightly, as John had started to move once more. He had finally recovered from the shock of what he had seen John do previously, and was eager to see if he would be able to obtain the seed that so many others had failed to claim. His heartbeat quickened with anticipation. If there was someone capable of claiming such an ancient world dimension seed, then it would surely be the youth who had defied all the laws of the cultivation world just moments ago. Even so, the Grand Abbot held his breath. The world dimension seed was ancient, and its power and sentience, and thus its requirements, were astronomically high. He feared it may already have grown to a level that no one, not even John, could claim, but he hoped that was not the case. If that truly was the case, then his life's purpose, the reason for him living on this world for so long, would all have been a colossal waste. As he watched John approach the seed, the Grand Abbot held his breath. John was just about to enter the area where the resistance would start, and the trial to prove himself worthy began. The Grand Abbot's face twitched slightly. Something was wrong. There was no resistance, no test of worthiness. When all those before had crossed that threshold, they had been bombarded with the Daali energy coming from the world dimension seed, and had needed to pass a variety of tests in order to advance. Tests of danshan talent, tests of comprehension talent, tests of cultivation talent, and so much more. All who had come had faced those tests, and all had failed miserably. But now, that Daali energy was nowhere to be found. Those tests were non-existent. The Grand Abbot felt his heart sink for a moment as he tried to figure out what was going on. Is the world dimension seed dying? Has it been weakened to a point that it can no longer test worthiness? He mumbled, but shook his head firmly a moment later. No, the world seed is stronger than ever, he said firmly. So why has the test not begun? His words cut off as he noticed something happen to the world dimension seed, and his eyes widened to the point where they could not widen anymore. A new level of disbelief washed over the Grand Abbot, who thought he had finally gone mad, and was seeing things that were not happening. The world dimension seed, which had existed unmoving in the center of this pocket realm since its birth, was moving. It was moving towards John, as if it were the one being tested for its worthiness. The Grand Abbot's mind shook as he watched the seed approach John, and John approach it. The two finally arrived before each other, and John inspected the blindingly bright seed up close for a moment before nodding his head in a satisfied manner. You really are an amazing treasure, the Grand Abbot heard John say with an approving tone, almost as if he were speaking of a weapon or a pill, and not one of the most heavenly objects in existence. Together, we should be able to do some amazing things. Upon saying this, John reached out and touched the bright seed, and then it vanished. The brightness of the void faded away, and the profound Daali energy disappeared as well, filling the space they were in with empty silence. Wide-eyed, the Grand Abbot breathed out, whispering soft words audible only to him, words he thought he might never say. The world dimension seed has finally been claimed. Chapter 885, leaving the realm within the now still void, the Grand Abbot stared at John, his gaze wavering with confusion. The world dimension seed, one that had existed for 500,000 years and had grown to an unprecedented level, had actually moved towards John. Not only that, but it had not tested him at all, not even a tiny bit. In all his years of experience, the Grand Abbot had never heard of such a thing happening. A world dimension seed's pride was nearly unparalleled, and it was always a massive undertaking to prove one's worth. And yet none of that had happened. The world dimension seed welcomed John without any hostility at all, as if its choice had already been made long ago. The thought shook the Grand Abbot once more. Is that even possible? He wondered. The world dimension seed was the very core of a world, and thus it knew everything that was happening on its world at all times. However, for it to take notice of a singular youth and choose it before the youth had even proven himself worthy, then what exactly had John done to receive such a treatment? After a moment of thought, the Grand Abbot shook his head and recovered his wits and emotions. Thinking about such things no longer mattered. What mattered was that his mission had finally been achieved. After obtaining the world dimension seed, John quickly inspected his body, trying to find it. He had been able to tell that the seed had chosen him, and so he willingly allowed it to enter his body freely, as he knew it would do him no harm. But now that he had obtained it, he could no longer find it. John's divine sense washed over his body, trying to locate the seed. After finding nothing, his divine sense entered his newly formed essence Danshan's spatial realm. Rho alpha pedi alpha and letter 1d0f nua som. Still nothing, he muttered softly, not detecting it. He withdrew his divine sense and then stopped at the last moment. He could feel it. The feeling was incredibly faint, but he could detect the world seed in his Danshan spatial realm. Still, he couldn't see it anywhere. Trying to find the world seed. The Grand Abbot's voice sounded out behind John, his question as if he could read John's thoughts. John turned around and inspected the old man for a moment. There was no hostility, no envy coming from the man. Instead, he seemed to be in a very good mood, which confused John slightly. Why is he so happy that a stranger obtained the world seed? John thought, but didn't ask the question. He instead nodded his head in confirmation of the Grand Abbot's question. The Grand Abbot smiled lightly, and then pointed towards John's stomach, where the spatial cocoon holding his essence Danshan existed. It has burrowed into your Danshan and has gone into a deep slumber, the Grand Abbot said. It can do that? John asked, slightly surprised. Yes, the Grand Abbot nodded, and there it will remain dormant, maintaining its power until the time to blossom has arrived. Time to blossom? You mean when I break into the world expansion realm? John asked. The Grand Abbot nodded his head. At that time, the seed will awaken, and you will discover the true purpose of the seed and why it is considered a treasure of the heavens, the Grand Abbot replied. John fell silent. He had so many questions and wanted answers. But if he asked questions, would the Grand Abbot even bother replying? Most of the powerful cultivators he dealt with were always vague in their answers, hardly answering his questions at all. Rho alpha pedi alpha, in letter 1d0f nua som. I take it you have many questions you wish to ask of me, the Grand Abbot said, smiling, once again reading John's thoughts with ease. John nodded his head, to which the Grand Abbot did the same. Very well, he said. Now that the world seed has been obtained, the time to close the realm has come. Let us depart. The Grand Abbot placed his hand on John's shoulder, and the two vanished from sight. Only the still void remained, which remained still for some time. Suddenly, an almost indistinguishable light appeared within the very center of the void, where the world seed had previously been. Energy slowly started to seep from the edges of the void towards the light source, as if feeding it. The birth of the new world dimension seed had started. Flash. A flash of light appeared within the martial arena, catching the attention of those who had been left behind. John and the Grand Abbot appeared from out of the light, causing a few eyebrows to be raised. The last time anyone had seen this man was at the entrance of the divine realm. Lillian was a short distance away and glanced at John curiously. A small smile appeared a moment later, as John's gaze was not the one of a person who had failed. She nodded her head at him in an approving manner, while John smiled happily in silent reply. The time to close the realm has arrived, the Grand Abbot said to everyone, and without warning, waved his hand outwards. All of the participants were wrapped up in a soft yet inescapable bubble of his power, shocking most of them. None of them could resist, and after wrapping all of them up, the Grand Abbot's power flared once more. Brightness enveloped their visions for a brief moment, and then it faded. Their feet landed on solid ground again, and a sprawling scene of a massive city, a raging river, and distant mountains came into their view. They all instantly recognized where they were. Atop the stairs, they had climbed at the entrance of the Divine Source Monastery. John and the others took in the sudden change of scenery, and then heard a deafening wave of applause and cheering boom out from the city below them. Thousands, tens of thousands, and then millions flooded out of the city and towards the stairs, their voices booming loudly in excited cheers. Amidst the jubilant cheers were clear chants and words, easy for John and the others to hear. Honorable Alliance, Goddess of Death, Immortal Asura. The cheers boomed these words with enthusiasm and wonder, their hearts and souls behind each booming cheer. John took in the surprising scene calmly, but although his face was calm, his heart fluttered with emotions. Even for someone like him, such a scene stirred his emotions. Millions cheering for the Honorable Alliance, millions cheering for his master, millions cheering for the Immortal Asura. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 886 Discussions with the Grand become quite popular, Lillian said to John, standing next to him as the two looked over the millions gathered before them. It was like an ocean of people, stretching out endlessly. While her words were light, her face was scrunched up slightly. John glanced at her and could tell she had not been expecting such a welcome from the city. The Grand Abbot told me the fights were broadcast to the people here, John said to her, explaining the crowd's reaction to their arrival. So that's why, Lillian sighed deeply, and then shrugged. She did not enjoy the attention, but knew she was helpless to do anything about it. Her true father already knew about what had happened, and other than him and the Asura, she did not really care about anyone else knowing about the truth. So, was the treasure you received worth all the fuss we went through? She asked John curiously. John smiled, and then nodded his head. Good, Lillian replied, satisfied. Then it wasn't a waste of time, and your cultivation has risen once more. I'll need to step it up or you'll pass me before long, she added, staring at him curiously. His progress was just too fast. In less than 4 years, he had gone from no cultivation at all to the Tao transformation realm. Even with everything she knew about him, it was still something nearly unbelievable. Although when it came to John, it seemed as though there was nothing he could not accomplish, no law of the universe he could not bend or break. She shook her head lightly at the thought, and then shifted her gaze sideways towards the Grand Abbot who had stepped up to the two of them. The Grand Abbot inspected Lillian for a moment, and then nodded his head approvingly. As frightening a master-disciple combination as I've ever seen, he said, praising the two of them. You have more business with my disciple? Lillian asked, one eyebrow raised. I do, the Grand Abbot said, smiling. You won't mind if I borrow him for a short while, would you? Not at all, Lillian replied. Just be sure to bring him back in one piece. Why are you two talking about me like I'm not here? John grumbled, and then sighed helplessly. Both Lillian and the Grand Abbot smiled, and then the Grand Abbot gestured for John to follow him. John did so, and the two retreated back into the main building of the Divine Source Monastery. The noise of the cheering crowd behind him faded away as they meandered through a series of hallways, eventually arriving at a large yet plainly decorated room. There were 2 sitting mats in the center of the room and a small table between the mats. On the table was a teapot and 2 cups. The steam rising from the teapot indicated that it had been freshly brewed. Other than that, there was nothing else of note. Quite a simple life you live, John commented as he gazed around the room. The Grand Abbot sat on one of the mats and gestured for John to sit on the other. He smiled at John. That is how us monks prefer to live, the Grand Abbot said, smiling warmly as he reached out and poured John some tea, and then himself. John smelled the fragrant aroma of the tea and smiled knowingly. "How have you been enjoying my tea?" John asked with a playful smile. "It is extraordinary," the Grand Abbot said before taking a sip, not a hint of surprise on his face or in his voice, as if he knew John was the source of the tea all along. John was not too surprised, however, as someone as powerful as the Grand Abbot was sure to know many things. John picked up his cup and took a sip, savoring the fragrant aroma and delicious taste. As he tasted and swallowed the tea, comprehensions of the Tao's flooded his mind in a strong yet soothing way. His mind was filled with ideas he had never thought of before, slightly raising his comprehensions towards several of his Taos, especially the ones he had just recently learned. His eyes widened with satisfaction as he stared at the cup of tea. He had tasted it many times before, but had never gotten much value out of it, as the tea was too profound for him to truly utilize. With his cultivation at the Tao transformation now, it seemed he was finally able to obtain benefits from drinking the tea. "No wonder people go so crazy over this tea," John mumbled to himself, taking another sip before setting the cup down. His gaze locked with the Grand Abbot, who was sitting there in silence, watching John, waiting for him to speak. "I have many questions," John said, getting straight to the point. "And I have some answers," the Grand Abbot replied. John studied the man for a moment, while his thoughts swirled chaotically. He had so many things he wanted to ask about, but knew not every question would receive a reply. His mind thought back to the world dimension seed and the discussion he had with the Grand Abbot. "Regarding the world dimension seed, you mentioned that a fully formed world would create a new world dimension seed on its own," John said. "I did." "How long does that process take? How long until a new seed is formed?" John asked curiously. The Grand Abbot smiled, seeing where John was going with this. "Nearly instantly," the Grand Abbot replied. "In fact, a nascent seed has already been formed and is growing as we speak." "I see," John said thoughtfully. "And how long would the seed have to form until it is useful to someone else? Say, the next person able to claim the seed for its own." The Grand Abbot picked up his teacup and took a sip, then placed it down. "It depends on many factors, such as the condition of the world, the state of the previous seed, and several other things," the Grand Abbot replied vaguely. "But in regards to the new seed that has already formed, it is already a treasure greater in worth than kingdoms and empires." "It's already that valuable?" John asked, surprised to hear that. He figured it would be many years before the seed grew to a level that was worth anything at all. "The world dimension seed that you obtained became fully self-sufficient a long time ago, and so it did not take from the world, and the world did not take from it," the Grand Abbot explained. "As such, the world itself has been storing up its energy to create a new seed for a long, long time. The new world dimension seed is already as strong and profound as some seeds that have been forming for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years." John raised an eyebrow. He had not expected it to be that powerful already. If that was the case, "Then, is it possible that," John said, but he was cut off by the Grand Abbot quickly. "Your master is already being escorted by Prior Hishan to the new world dimension seed," the Grand Abbot replied calmly. "If she is worthy, she will inherit the new seed." Chapter 887 Knowledge of the Prophecy surprise appeared on John's face. That was the question he was going to ask, but didn't think he was seen through so perfectly. The Grand Abbot always seemed to know what he was thinking. It was a stifling feeling. "Are you truly so surprised that we would allow her to attempt obtaining the seed?" the Grand Abbot asked John, noticing the surprise on his face. "Well, sort of," John replied truthfully. "I didn't know if there would be exceptions made for someone who did not come first in the realm trials," John clarified. The Divine Source Monastery seemed to be quite strict, and so he was almost sure an exception would not be made. But much to surprise, it had already been made before he asked. The Grand Abbot took another sip of his tea, savoring the taste for a short moment, then placed the cup down. "The Divine Source Monastery has a very specific mission," the Grand Abbot said. "Guard the world dimension seed. Ensure only the worthy can attempt to obtain it. That is our true purpose on this world, and is one of the 3 core missions of the Divine Source Monastery at large," he added. The answer filled John with so many questions, but he remained silent, as he could tell the Grand Abbot had more to say. "Ensuring the safety of the world seed, ensuring the sanctity of the world void. That is our purpose here. In any other trial, your master would have no doubt placed first, and would have proven herself worthy to obtain the world seed. Unfortunately for her, you were here as well this time, but perhaps that is also her blessing. While I'm not certain, I'm quite confident that even your master would not have been able to obtain the world seed you obtained. It was as if it was waiting for you and only you, and no one else was worthy," the Grand Abbot said, staring at John questioningly. John had revealed himself to be from another world, yet had lived long enough on this world to be recognized by the world dimension seed. He had obtained the seed without struggle, as if the seed wanted to be with him and only him. It defied all common logic and filled the Grand Abbot with many questions. John chuckled wryly and shrugged. He couldn't reveal the truth of his past. The Grand Abbot stared at him silently for some time, and then continued, putting the questions he had aside. "Your master proved herself more than worthy to attempt to claim the seed, and although it is quite unorthodox for us to allow her to obtain it, I have decided to make an exception this time. After all, one who holds an Empyrean Tao name has already been blessed and accepted by the heavens. Who am I to judge their worthiness if the heavens have already deemed them worthy?" the Grand Abbot said calmly. "An Empyrean Tao name?" John asked. It was the first time he heard the term. The Grand Abbot waved his hand dismissively, as if John's question was not important. "As such, your master will have her chance to obtain the new world dimension seed," the Grand Abbot continued. "While it will not be as boonful to her as it was to you, it will still be an absolutely immense source of help in her future should she obtain it." The Grand Abbot fell silent and sipped more tea, while John sat there thoughtfully. With the matter of his master resolved, he wanted to ask the other questions he had on his mind. "Earlier, you mentioned protecting the seed was the Divine Source Monastery's mission, on this world, specifically. Does that imply that there are other worlds the Divine Source Monastery exists on?" John asked. He knew there were other worlds, but didn't know anything else. It seemed as though the Grand Abbot might have some answers regarding that, and he wanted to know everything he could about the universe outside his own world. "Curious about the world outside this world?" the Grand Abbot asked amusingly, to which John nodded his head firmly. A thoughtful look appeared on the Grand Abbot's face. "There are other worlds," the Grand Abbot confirmed. "More worlds than can be counted." The answer stunned John. "There's that many?" he asked. "How do you get to the other worlds? Can you travel to other worlds? Are you from another world as well?" A barrage of questions spewed out of his mouth, no longer able to contain the questions burning his mind. The Grand Abbot raised his hand, as if to cut John off. John fell silent. "Too much information is not always a good thing," the Grand Abbot said calmly. "You still have many things to accomplish on this world, do you not?" he asked. John was slightly taken aback. Did the Grand Abbot know about the Asura? John nodded his head. "I do." "Then do not concern yourself with distracting thoughts, and only focus on the here and now, until you have dealt with the here and now," the Grand Abbot said. John fell silent. It was not what he wanted to hear, but he knew pestering the Grand Abbot about the truth would not work either. His mind raced with other questions. And then he focused on one. His firm gaze locked with the Grand Abbot's calm gaze. "Do you know about the Asura?" John asked, getting straight to the point. "I do," the Grand Abbot replied calmly, as if he were expecting the question. John was both surprised and not surprised at the same time. "How long have you known about it?" John asked. "Since the beginning," the Grand Abbot said, his voice still calm, continuing on. John's eyes widened as he listened to the Grand Abbot speak. "When the golden tempest fades and the blood drops fall, 8 stars shall illuminate the world, announcing his arrival for all, the Asura of annihilation." "How do you know about the prophecy?" John asked, his voice dazed. Only him and a few others knew about it. And he was sure sect leader did not tell anyone else, as it was too dangerous to spread. How do I know about it? The Grand Abbot smiled. My master was the one who wrote it in the first place. 888 the monastery's true. Your master made the prophecy, John exclaimed with disbelief. It was such an ancient prophecy that the idea of someone writing it almost seemed wrong to John, even though that didn't make sense. The Grand Abbot smiled softly and nodded his head. Yes, a very long time ago, when I had just arrived to this world to assume my post as his disciple, the Grand Abbot said, his gaze slightly distracted as if he were thinking of the events of the past. His normal gaze returned a moment later. If you want to ask more about it, I'm afraid I can't help you much, the Grand Abbot said, noticing John's expression. My master was skilled in the arts of fate and prophecy, while my talents lie elsewhere. I only know of the prophecy as well as the existence of the Asura. I do not know much else. John nodded his head after a moment of silence. He was disappointed, but it couldn't be helped. Then, do you at least know how strong the Asura is? John asked curiously. If I'm destined to fight it, then I'd like to know how strong I need to be before I start that battle, he added. Quite strong, I'm afraid, the Grand Abbot said, and thought about John's question for a moment before shaking his head sideways. As for how strong you would need to be, I cannot answer that question. John frowned. The Grand Abbot noticed the smile and provided further clarification. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't without potentially affecting the outcome in a negative way. Asuras are formidable, unpredictable foes, and their combat prowess is unmatched. The Asura was gravely injured a long time ago, and has been recovering from those wounds in hiding ever since. I do not know how much he has healed to this date, or where his combat prowess lies at the moment. As for you, the Grand Abbot paused for a moment. You are also an enigma, he said, smiling lightly. Your combat prowess defies logic, and yet I have the feeling that you still had more to reveal. I cannot judge your combat prowess accurately, nor can I predict how it will change as your cultivation advances. With these two things added together, predicting where your strength would need to be is a wild guess at best. John frowned, but nodded his head in agreement after thinking over the Grand Abbot's words. He decided to change the subject slightly. Just now, you mentioned Asuras, plural, and also said they are formidable foes. Does that mean you fought Asuras in the past? John asked curiously. I have, the Grand Abbot nodded in confirmation, while John's eyes widened slightly. Then, if you fought them in the past and survived, aren't you strong enough to fight this Asura then? John asked curiously. The Grand Abbot smiled, as if John's question was from a child who knew nothing. You've fought humans in the past, the Grand Abbot said, his words seeming to stray from John's question. And yet, if I asked if you could fight your sect leader right now, would you be strong enough to beat him? John remained silent for a moment, and then nodded his head in understanding. The Grand Abbot's words were somewhat vague, and yet very specific at the same time. So the Grand Abbot is telling me that Asuras are like humans. Some are strong, some are weak. They are as varied as humans strength-wise, John mused internally. Another question entered his mind as he thought about this. So, if you fought Asuras before, but refer to the Asura on this world as a singular, that means you're quite certain he's the only one of his kind remaining, at least on this world. So, was there some kind of battle that happened? Does this relate to the ancient calamity that nearly destroyed the world? John asked, putting the puzzle pieces together. The Grand Abbot remained silent and took a sip of tea. He placed his cup down and then shook his head lightly. Some things I can tell you, and other things I cannot. John frowned with displeasure. Fucking karma, he grumbled, not caring about his crass language of the Grand Abbot. He knew that was the reason the Grand Abbot didn't want to tell him. It was always karma. The Grand Abbot raised an eyebrow. You know of karma? He asked curiously. I do, John confirmed, and then asked his own question. So when can I learn things regardless of karma? I'm starting to get pissed at all this dancing around the important information I need, John grumbled. His mysterious father, Celestial, the ancient beast in the divine trial. They all refused to answer some questions due to the karma it would invoke on John, which they claimed was too dangerous. When one ascends to the holy manifestation realm, they achieve the ability to hide their threads of karma from scrying eyes, at least from normal scrying means, the Grand Abbot said, providing John with some useful information at last. John pursed his lips in a line, but nodded in thanks nonetheless. At least that information was better than nothing. So, if I can't ask about things like that, then I'll ask this at least, John said, changing the subject again. If the Asura were to attack me, would you be able to help? I would not, the Grand Abbot sighed, as if he were truly unhappy about his reply. Why not? John asked. Your mission was to guard the world dimension seed until one can obtain it. Surely allowing the one who obtained it to die isn't beneficial for your mission, whatever it may be. I'm afraid my hands are tied by the core tenets of my monastery, the Grand Abbot sighed again. My mission is to provide opportunity, an opportunity for growth, an opportunity for ascension. That is all I can do, unfortunately, is provide that opportunity. Everything else is in your hands. Why, that doesn't make sense at all, John asked, still not satisfied with that answer. You spent 500,000 years guarding the world seed, and yet you would allow it to be destroyed just after being claimed. If that's the case, then your mission is secondary to some true mission, one important enough to allow a world dimension seed holder to be destroyed. What is that mission? John asked, his voice firm. The Grand Abbot remained silent for a moment, as if considering what he could tell John and what he should keep secret. He sighed again. With your level of talent, I'm certain you've gone through many great ordeals, possibly life and death ordeals to get to the level you are at. Am I correct in that assumption? The Grand Abbot asked. John had not been expecting a question to his question, but nodded his head. You are correct, John replied after thinking it over. If he had not had his near-death experiences in the Yuan Continent ancient realms, in the sect, in the Jade Dragon Empire trials, he would not be nearly as strong today as he was. Those events had pushed him past his limits several times already, causing his strength to grow explosively. Without those near-death events, he would no doubt be several levels weaker at the moment. The Grand Abbot nodded, satisfied with John's honest self-reflection. That is why I cannot help you, the Grand Abbot said. Life and death events are necessary for one to achieve their true potential. If I were to interfere in one event, if my actions caused you to survive, you would not grow from that event. And if I was wrong in my judgment, and you would have been able to get through that life and death event on your own, I would have starved you of an incredible opportunity for growth. And while saving you from a sure death event appears to be the choice, where can I draw the line between life and death, and sure death? With all these questions, my monastery made a decision long ago, far before I was born. The monastery was born of a singular mission, and with that singular mission in mind, the core tenets were adopted. And one of the tenets is that none from the monastery can actively interfere with any events whatsoever, other than to ensure the safety of the opportunities we guard. That is why I cannot help you, as much as I would like to, the Grand Abbot finishes, sighing as if he were truly sorry. John stared at the man in silence for some time, and then nodded his head. He was not disappointed or angry. He knew the Grand Abbot's words made sense, and he had not expected others to help him up to this point, and would not expect the Grand Abbot, who he had just met, to fight something like the Asura for him. However, he did have one remaining question, one that had been on his mind since the beginning. He didn't know if he would get an answer, but wanted to try nonetheless. I understand, and I do not hold it against you at all, John said, relaying his feelings of the situation. The Grand Abbot smiled warmly, satisfied with John's reply. But I do have one more question. Ask away, although I'm sure I already know the question you wish to ask, the Grand Abbot said. What is your monastery's true mission? John asked. Everything they did was for that mission, and since it now involved him, he wanted to know as much as he could learn about it. The Grand Abbot replied, without missing a beat, confirming that he knew this was the question John wanted to ask. Our true mission is to raise a divine. Chapter 889, What is a divine? John sucked in a deep breath as he heard the Grand Abbot's reply. He had been expecting something of the sorts, but hearing it said out loud was quite shocking. He didn't know what a divine was, but had bits and pieces of information from his previous interactions with the ancient powerhouses he had run into previously. His thoughts drifted to his mysterious father, and the mark his father had placed on his head to reveal in times of danger. He had shown the jade dragon the mark, who had been stunned, and had called it the mark of the divine. What exactly is a divine? John asked. He needed to know what a divine was, as it could perhaps answer some questions about his mysterious father, who he knew very little about. The Grand Abbot smiled silently, giving John an apologetic look. John sighed. Another thing he couldn't yet learn because of karma. He grumbled internally, and his motivations for reaching the holy manifestation realm magnified tenfold. Once he reached that realm, he could hide his karmic tethers and learn the truth without harm coming to him. That time cannot come soon enough, John grumbled with a frown, and then sighed. What I can tell you about a divine is that only those who live on the edge of death their entire lives can even hope to become one, and even then, it is a hopelessly impossible task, the Grand Abbot said to John. So that's why your monastery cannot help me, John said with understanding. The Grand Abbot nodded. Our mission is to raise a divine, not raise 100 heavenly geniuses. We would let 1 billion geniuses fall if that means the birth of a singular divine, the Grand Abbot said, his voice and face conflicted, as if he knew it was an important mission to follow, but regretted the deaths along the way. John raised an eyebrow, not expecting their devotion to their mission to be that resolved. A noise sounded out behind him, soft footsteps approaching. John turned his head to see Prior Hishan walk into the room, bowing his head slightly to the Grand Abbot and inspecting John for a moment. His eyes were filled with aged wisdom, although not as much as the Grand Abbot's eyes. I must apologize, but I have some important matters I need to take care of, the Grand Abbot said to John, ending their conversation. You may stay in my monastery until your master has left the world dimension seed realm. Your safety will be ensured while you stay here. John nodded his head in thanks and then left the room. He meandered about the sprawling monastery deep in thought. The monastery was quite massive, and he meandered for hours before finding a tranquil rock garden. It was exposed to the blue sky above and was quite peaceful and relaxing. John entered the garden and then sat on one of the rocks. He assumed a meditative position and closed his eyes, nearly instantly falling into a trance. He had learned many things regarding his cultivation and the Tao's recently, and needed time to absorb and consolidate those comprehensions into his foundation. Days passed by quickly, John never moving an inch from his location. Birds landed on him, perching on him as if he were a tree, but he never moved. He had become one with his thoughts, fully engrossed in his cultivation. Over the last few days, the blessing of the heavens appeared, a naturally occurring event when one broke through Tao comprehension realms. Thanks to the trials he had completed, his battle with Asuros, and his meditations before the world dimension seed, John had managed to push his comprehensions forward to new levels. His Tao of annihilation and destruction had been pushed into the Tao expert stage, joining his Tao of lightning and power. His Tao of space had been pushed into the Tao adept stage in his battle with Asuros, and he had managed to push his Tao of death, Tao of scythes, and Tao of axes comprehension to the Tao adept stage as well. On the lower end of things, he pushed many of the Taos he had just learned in the world dimension seed realm to the Tao initiate stage, which was something that usually took cultivators months or even years to do. Those Taos were not yet at the level that they could help his combat prowess, but they reinforced his foundation, providing opportunities for immense growth in the future. It would make him incredibly versatile going forward, as he would be able to grasp and utilize opportunities in those Taos, such as natural treasures or battle arts. It was an absolutely shocking amount of comprehension gains, something that every cultivator could only dream of. And yet to John, it didn't seem like enough. He was still far too weak, and had challenges before him that seemed insurmountable. The Astral Emperor, the Asura, the Jade Dragon legacy, finding out the truth behind his mother and father. Each task seemed more impossible than the last. John clenched his fists tightly, his eyes opening for the first time in days. He felt a surge of determined motivation flow through him. The tasks before me might seem impossible, but so far, that's what I've managed to do best. Accomplish the impossible. These tasks will be no different, he said to himself, his face determined. Crunch. The soft crunching of feet on sand sounded out behind him, snapping John out of his thoughts. He turned around to see someone approaching him from behind. Lillian. She wore her usual white and gold dress, which had blue accents on the skirt which matched the color of her hair. The dress hugged her figure tightly, which, when added to her mesmerizing beauty, made her look like an immortal goddess. John's eyes widened slightly as he stared at her, not surprised by her beauty, but by her cultivation. He almost didn't recognize her when he had first seen her. It was as if he were looking at an ancient expert, one who radiated incomparable power just by existing. Lillian raised an eyebrow as she stared at John's stupefied expression, smiling with slight amusement, as if this was the expression she was hoping to see on his face. John shook his head lightly and composed himself, and then smiled warmly at her. Congratulations on ascending to the world expansion realm. Chapter 890. Guest Lillian stared at John for a moment before nodding her head approvingly. Good. It seems your victory did not go to your head, and you still know how to show your master the proper respect, she said half in jest. It would be easy, even expected, for a genius of John's caliber to get a swollen ego and look down on all others, but John never did that. Lillian found that honest sincerity to be much to her liking. I take it that you managed to absorb the seed, John asked. I did, Lillian confirmed, but I'm still a bit confused on how that came to be. You said you claimed the treasure, which I can only assume is the world dimension seed, and yet I was taken there to do the same. So, did you receive a different treasure, or? Her question trailed off. I'll explain it at a later time, John said dismissively. It wasn't important enough to discuss at the moment. Lillian eyed him for a moment, and then nodded. All right, she said, stepping up beside him. So, when you absorbed the seed and broke through to the world expansion realm, was it beneficial? John asked curiously. Its benefit was beyond invaluable. Its worth to my future growth incalculable, Lillian said. I would never have believed such a heavenly treasure could exist before today, she added. John smiled, satisfied at the answer. If his master praised it so much, it would no doubt be an incomparable boon when he ascended to the world expansion realm. Several hundred miles away from the Divine Source Monastery, a sprawling mountain range stretched out in all directions for as far as the eye could see. Mountain peaks pierced out from the clouds below, like claws reaching out to the heavens above. This mountain range was famous for its winds that were fierce and frigid enough to give even world expansion experts some pause. On the tallest mountain peak stood two figures of different sizes. Both ignored the howling winds slamming into them as if the winds didn't exist at all. The two stared in the same direction, towards the very center of the continent. They were unmoving, as if waiting for something to happen. S.O.M., the Astral Emperor's calm gaze suddenly wavered, and a frown of displeasure appeared on his face. Annoying brat, he muttered under his breath, although it was loud enough for the Asura to hear. It glanced at him, blood-red eyes narrowing with question. The Astral Emperor noticed this gaze, and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing to worry about, he said, still staring into the distance. It's just that annoying brat of mine defying my orders again and again. It does not change our plans at all. The Asura's blood-red eyes stared at the Astral Emperor for some time, a sinister glimmer within, as if judging the veracity of the man's words. His gaze shifted back towards the horizon, eyes narrowing and smile widening with menacing anticipation. Are you sure you want to do this? The Astral Emperor asked. Once we reveal ourselves, there's no going back. The Asura snorted, and his mouth curled upwards with confident arrogance. Once I consume the boy and restore my full power, there will be no need to concern myself with anyone on this pathetic little world. This world will fall to ruin beneath my might. John and Lillian continued to converse within the rock garden, discussing their experiences with the world dimension seeds. Lillian had been surprised to hear John's world seed had been so profound, and was surprised to hear he had managed to claim it. She knew how difficult it had been to claim her own world seed, and yet based on John's description, he had obtained it without any effort at all. Their discussions were interrupted by an approaching figure, the two of them turning around towards the Grand Abbot. Both nodded slightly in respects to the abbot. He inspected Lillian for a moment, and then nodded his head approvingly. Both master and disciple managed to acquire a world seed. You two will no doubt cause an upending storm wherever you go in the future, he said, his voice tinged with approving praise. Thanks to the opportunity your monastery gave us, Lillian replied respectfully. John gave her a sideways glance, his expression seeming to imply that he found it surprising his master could be respectful and show proper decorum. Lillian noticed this skeptical gaze and suddenly slammed her heel down on John's foot as punishment. Boom! The rock garden shook, and John stared at Lillian curiosity, as if she were stupid. Using a physical attack on a body cultivator of my caliber, he said calmly, indicating he felt no pain at all from the sudden attack. That might have worked before, but I'm quickly catching up to you. If it continues at this rate, it won't be long before the disciple has surpassed the master. Oh, Lillian said, turning to him. Then why don't we test right now just how strong you really are, she said, her battle lust rising. Ahem. The Grand Abbot coughed lightly, interrupting the two. Both quickly remembered where they were and put their childish antics aside. The Grand Abbot smiled, and then his gaze wavered for a moment, as if he had just received a sound transmission. It appears you two have a guest who would like to see you, the Grand Abbot said. A guest? John and Lillian asked at the same time, wondering who it was. Is it sect leader Thunderson, or someone else? John wondered. While this guest makes their way here, I wanted to ask you about your plans, the Grand Abbot said. His question mostly addressed towards Lillian. Plans? Lillian asked. He knows about the Asura, John said, his words causing Lillian's face to light up with surprise. He wants to know if we have a way to deal with it, should it attack us once we leave the monastery. Lillian turned her gaze towards the Grand Abbot, staring at him with a questioning gaze. We have a plan, should it come to that, she said. Good, the Grand Abbot nodded. Ah, your guest has arrived, he added, turning around towards the entrance of the rock garden. John stared in that direction as well. His eyes lit up with utmost shock as he saw a familiar figure of incomparable beauty, one that he didn't know when he would see again, appear and enter the garden. After recovering from his brief shock, he called out her name, his voice filled with disbelief. Leia, Chapter 891, revealing the truth. John stared at Leia with wide eyes, almost not believing what he was seeing. She had been taken away by the Astral Emperor, and he was sure he would not see her again until the conflict with the Astral Emperor and the Asura was finished. Lillian's story had revealed Leia's soul had the soul mark that the Astral Emperor had planted on her, making it so that he knew her locations at all times. He would no doubt have stopped her from leaving the Astral Empire, let alone come here to him. He had no idea how she had managed to do it, but didn't really care either. A wave of emotions flooded through him, surprising him with how strong those emotions were. Her unexpected arrival, followed by those flooding emotions, made him realize he had suppressed quite a bit of feelings for her, feelings that even he didn't really understand. John pushed down his emotions and called out to her again. He stopped himself before saying anything, as he noticed Leia was not looking at him. Her gaze was to his side, locked onto Lillian. John glanced sideways towards Lillian. This was the first time the two had met, and was sure Leia didn't even know of Lillian's true identity. How was this all going to play out, he wondered. As he shifted his gaze to his master, her reaction was mostly as he had expected. Her eyes were wide, lips quivering slightly, and face filled with a look of pure guilt. It was as if she were looking at a youthful girl she had personally condemned to a gruesome death, and couldn't help but feel overwhelming guilt. The truth of the situation wasn't far off. John glanced back to Leia, who still stood there, unmoving, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape. After what felt like an eternity, Leia began to move. Her footsteps were slow and unsteady, as if she didn't know what she wanted to do, but she moved forward towards Lillian. Lillian had by now reined in her shock, and all that remained was the look of guilt. She stared with a pained expression as Leia approached her, but didn't move at all. Whatever reaction Leia had to her, she would own up to it. That shred of resolve in Lillian's face was clear for John to see. Leia stopped directly in front of Lillian and stared at her in silence. She stared at Lillian's face as if in a daze, and then finally reached out towards it. Her hand landed softly against Lillian's cheek, and her hand recoiled ever so slightly, as if she were expecting Lillian to be a hallucination. Leia's face began to tremble lightly as she lowered her hand, while Lillian stood there unmoving, waiting for whatever was to come. Leia suddenly lurched forward, her actions surprising both John and Lillian as she fell into Lillian. Her arms wrapped around Lillian's body, and Leia's head buried in Lillian's chest. Tears began to flow down Leia's cheeks, like two small waterfalls. She gripped Lillian tightly, tears continuing to flow, soaking into Lillian's dress. A stunned look lingered on Lillian's face for a while, which was eventually replaced with the pained look from before. Her arms, still resting to her side, lifted and wrapped around Leia, embracing her back. She said no words, but the action caused Leia to start crying even harder. The two remained in this silent embrace for a long time, no one uttering a single word, the only sound within the rock garden being that of Leia's soft cries. Lillian eventually looked over towards John, her gaze filled with an uncomfortable awkwardness. Lillian was not good with dealing with emotions, both from herself as well as from others, and she clearly had never been in a situation like this. The situation was completely foreign to her, and she instinctively glanced at John for a rare moment of support, her expression as if asking him what to do next. John smiled and shrugged, indicating that she was on her own in this situation. It was definitely not for him to interfere. Lillian scowled at John and then looked away. Her gaze returned to Leia, who was still hugging her tightly. Lillian's mouth opened as if to say something, but Leia suddenly let go of her and took a few steps back, causing Lillian to remain silent. "I'm sorry," Leia said apologetically, her hands wiping the tears from her eyes. I don't know why I did that or why I'm crying. I was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions, and It's all right," Lillian said softly. "There's no need to apologize at all." As Lillian added the last part, her face became pained again for a singular moment. John picked up on the expression. It was clear that Lillian thought of herself as the one who needed to apologize for everything that had ever happened to Leia, but did not say that out loud. John sighed, feeling a rare moment of helplessness. He was able to solve all his problems with his strength, but this was one problem that strength could not solve. Leia continued to wipe her tears away, and after a struggle, managed to rein in her emotional tears. Her eyes were tinged red from the crying. Leia eventually regained full control of her emotions and glanced at John, then back at Lillian. It was obvious she wanted to ask so many questions. Who was Lillian? Why did she feel this way when she saw Lillian? Why did she feel a mysterious connection between the two of them? Why did they look like twins, only separated by age? The questions were completely obvious to both John and Lillian, but neither said anything to Leia. They didn't even know where to start. Leia mumbled, as if gathering her thoughts. Her gaze continued to linger on Lillian's face, while her face shifted with differing emotions. Confusion, disbelief, curiosity, doubt. Leia glanced back to John, who stood there silently, a small, warm smile on his face as he stared at her. Leia smiled back at him, her smile as radiant as the stars themselves. The confusion on her face vanished, as if seeing John filled her with resolved confidence. She glanced back at Lillian and took a deep breath. Her eyes became firm with resolve. "Who are you?" Leia asked, "and who am I?" John raised his eyebrows in surprise at the second question. He had been expecting Leia to ask about Lillian's true identity, but had never expected the second question. He sighed deeply after a moment, finally understanding the gravity of the question. Leia's question revealed that she had most likely lived her whole life not knowing who she truly was, always knowing that there was something about herself that seemed to be missing. Growing up like that as a child, feeling confused, incomplete, must have been an incredibly confusing and lonely experience for Leia. He glanced at Lillian, wondering how she was going to answer. Will she reveal the truth, or will she skirt around the question? John wondered. Either way, this was for Lillian to deal with, and he would remain silent regardless of her answer. 1,000 emotions washed over Lillian's face, and then she too took a deep breath, her face becoming firm, her eyes resolved. "I am Lillian Celestria, 7th Princess of the Astral Empire," Lillian said, and then paused for a moment, as if the next part was the hardest part to say. She breathed deeply again. "And you are Leia Celestria, 8th Princess of the Astral Empire. But most importantly, you are also me, born from the soul half I shed when I fled the Astral Empire." Chapter 892, The Asura's planned silence filled the rock garden as no one uttered a single sound. Leia's eyes went wide with shock, disbelief, and every other emotion one could feel in such a situation as she finally heard the truth of herself, her true identity. John shifted his gaze back and forth between the two, the helpless feeling he felt growing by the second. How would Leia react? Would she refuse to believe she was created by Lillian's shed soul half? Would she curse Lillian for leaving her behind in such a situation, a fate of pain and doom? Would she hate Lillian for her actions? Lillian's expression, firm yet wavering, seemed to indicate that she expected such an outburst of hate and anger at any moment. And yet the firm expression revealed she would accept any hate thrown her way, as she no doubt felt she deserved it. Leia's stunned look eventually faded away, and then to both John and Lillian utter surprise, she smiled. Her smile wasn't just a normal smile, but an absolutely radiant smile, one of incomparable joy and relief. "Thank you," Leia said to Lillian, her voice trembling with emotions. "Thank you for telling me the truth." You don't hate me?" Lillian asked, stunned at Leia's reaction. Leia's head cocked to the side, as if she was slightly confused. "Why would I hate you?" she asked, truly not understanding why Lillian would expect such a reaction. Pain returned to Lillian's face as she took a step towards Leia. "Because I left you," Lillian said, her voice growing louder with emotion. "When I fled, I left half of my soul behind. That soul became you, and you inherited the terrible fate I fled from in the first place. I am the reason you are suffering. I am the reason you will be." Lillian's voice faded away, not wanting to say the last part. Leia didn't know about the Asura, and she didn't want to fill Leia with even more fear that she already felt. Leia instinctively felt fear towards her father as she had inherited some of Lillian's emotions during the soul splitting, but shouldn't know much otherwise. "The reason I will be given to that creature," Leia said, filling in the rest of Lillian's unfinished sentence. Both John's and Lillian's eyes went wide with surprise. "You know of the Asura?" John asked, bewildered. When Lillian had split her soul, she kept all her memories. Leia had only inherited emotions and feelings, and so memories of the Asura or her father's betrayal should have been known by Leia. A saddened smile appeared on Leia's face as she glanced at John. "I do," she said softly, looking back to Lillian. "And I do not blame you for my fate. If you didn't do what you did, I wouldn't even exist," Leia said, smiling. Lillian was taken aback, still not sure how to process it all. "Did you know the soul half you shed would survive and become me?" Leia asked Lillian. "No," Lillian replied after a short silence. "Then I cannot blame you for what you did, and I do not feel any hate towards you either," Leia said, the smile returning to her face. A wave of emotions washed over Lillian's face, who breathed out deeply after a moment, as if a massive weight had fallen off her shoulders. "How do you know of the Asura?" John asked after a while. Just before you entered the Divine Realm trials, my brother Xeras revealed the truth to me, Leia said, her words surprising John and Lillian. He did. Why would Xeras reveal the truth? Lillian asked, almost not believing it. That doesn't sound like him at all. I'm not sure, Leia said softly. Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps it was for another reason, but he revealed the entire truth to me. Well, other than the truth of my identity, Leia said as she glanced at Lillian. He seemed to enjoy my look of despair as he told me the truth, so perhaps it was just for him to satisfy his sick desires of watching others despair. I cannot know for certain what his reasons were, Leia added, and then sighed. Regardless, I learned of the truth and knew I needed to do something, as Xeras also told me of the creature's plan to capture and kill you, she said to John, her eyes unfocused, recalling the memories of the past. And so one day when my father was in his chamber, in conference with an important person of unknown origin, I snuck into his palace and strode in. That was when I first saw it, Leia said, shivering slightly as if just the memory of seeing the Asura filled her with incomparable fear. John and Lillian glanced at each other, surprised she had done such a thing, but remained silent for Leia to continue her story. Leia eventually regained her composure and breathed in and out before continuing. Father was absolutely furious that I had entered his chamber and wanted to remove me, but was instead stopped by that creature, Leia continued, although with some difficulty. Although I felt like running the very moment I saw that thing, I knew I couldn't. I needed to learn more about what my father was planning, and so I strode into the chamber before Father and the creature. My confidence seemed to impress the creature, who instructed my father to let me speak. She paused for a moment, gathering herself, and then continued. I then revealed to my father what Xeras had told me. It seemed that Father would leave the palace and execute Xeras right then, but he managed to control himself. The Asura seemed amused by it all, as if the petty squabbles of our family were nothing more than a game to him, Leia said. I told Father that I know of my purpose in their plan, that I would like to make a request in exchange for my help. Father told me I had no ground to negotiate, but I informed Father that their entire plan revolved around me raising my strength to be able to heal the creature, and if they did not agree to my request, I would sooner die than cooperate. Leia shuddered, as if the next memory was almost too much to bear. She took a moment to compose herself, and then stared at John, her eyes steeled with resolve, surprising even him. The creature reached out and grabbed me, and lifted me to his face, Leia said, lips trembling. His eyes, brimming with anger that I would oppose his plan, his gaping maw of blood-stained teeth, that sinister aura of pure evil, all of it nearly overwhelmed me. I thought I was about to die, and perhaps I was, but Father interjected before the creature did anything, asking for it to put me down and for them to hear my request. The Asura did so, but its gaze made me realize that anything that interfered with its plan would result in my death right there, regardless of my purpose for him in the future. With that in mind, I said I would fully comply with their plans and focus on my cultivation with utmost haste, as long as they were willing to spare my life when it was all said and done. I knew if I pleaded for your safety, they would refuse, and so I made a request that would seem true to selfish bastards like them. They only think of themselves, and so a plea to save my own life would resonate with them and make them believe me. And they believed me, the arrogant, selfish bastards. Leia paused again for a moment, composing herself, and then continued. And thus, once I gained their trust, they started speaking of their plans before me as if even if I knew of them and wanted to stop them, I was far too powerless to do anything about it, Leia said, staring directly at John. And it was during the time when you were in the divine trial realm that I learned of their next plan, a plan to capture you as soon as you leave the monastery. Chapter 893 Lillian's plan. John felt an icy chill crawl up his spine, while the rock garden fell deafeningly silent. No one uttered a single sound, not even the Grand Abbot, who had a heavy look on his face. John grit his teeth with hopeless frustration. It was too soon. He was not strong enough yet to do anything to the Asura, and yet it had decided to make its move. The day he had known about for a long time had finally arrived, and had arrived long before he would be strong enough to fight back. What do they want with John? Lillian asked, breaking the silence. Although she already knew the answer, she wanted confirmation. Leia glanced at Lillian, her face heavy with worry. They both want his life, Leia said gloomily. My father wants to retrieve the soul seed I gave him, while the creature, the Asura, wants to consume him. The Asura said that consuming John had a good chance to fully heal his wounds, and so he will stop at nothing to get to John. And if that happened, there was no doubt that both Leia and Lillian would be captured as well. The room grew heavy with silence. Before anyone said anything, a transmission disc appeared in Lillian's hands, and she instantly crushed it, sending a message to another transmission disc elsewhere. John noticed her actions and gave her an expectant glance. The plan has been activated, she said heavily. What plan? Do you have a way to stop my father and the Asura? Leia asked hopefully, her hands clasped before her chest. Lillian's face remained heavy as she shook her head lightly. I doubt we can stop them, Lillian said, trying her best to maintain her composure. According to John, even the Jade Dragon Emperor was unable to defeat the Asura. Even if he was weakened during their recent battle, his strength cannot be underestimated. At best, the plan will stall the two of them long enough for John and myself to escape. Escape? Escape where? John asked curiously. How can we possibly hide ourselves from the Asura? John was sure that now that he had been seen by the Asura, his aura felt by the Asura, that the creature would be able to find him wherever he went. It was just a guess, but his instincts were telling him that was the truth. There would be no hiding from the Asura. Lillian ignored John's question, as if even she wasn't sure of the plan being a success. But it was the only route forward, the only sign of survival. He no longer asked about the plan, as he knew Lillian and the others would have done their utmost to come up with the best plan possible. He would trust in them now, giving the same trust they were giving him. The trust that should he continue to grow, he would be able to drive back the Asura and save the world from destruction. Thunderzin had planned his entire life for that to happen, and John knew Thunderzin would do his utmost to ensure John's survival, no matter the cost. John sighed heavily, falling silent. In all his battles thus far, he had been center stage, commanding everything with his overwhelming power. For the first time in his life, he would be a side character, helplessly weak, relying on others to keep himself alive. The powerlessness enraged him, but there was nothing he could do. I'm coming with you, Leia said, breaking the heavy silence, her worried gaze locked onto John. She was trembling lightly, making it obvious that she was terrified, but remained steadfast, fully committing to helping John. Lillian shook her head to the side. No, you cannot join us, she said. Why? Leia asked. I cannot fight, but surely my healing will be useful. It would be more than useful, Lillian said, but you cannot come for a singular reason, the soul mark. Leia's eyes went wide with surprise, replaced shortly after by a heavy look. Our bastard father will be able to detect your location at all times, and so if you come with us, he can track us without any problem at all, Lillian said. I'm sorry. I understand, Leia said, her face downcast with hopeless worry. When are you going to leave? Now, Lillian said firmly. The pieces to the plan have been in place for quite some time now. We anticipated something like this eventually happening, and thus have been ready to act at a moment's notice. What about Leia? John asked, his voice tinged with obvious worry. The Astral Emperor no doubt knows of her actions by now. We can't just leave her behind to suffer his wrath. A conflicted expression appeared on Lillian's face. It's fine, Leia said, causing John and Lillian to look at her with conflicted expressions. She smiled, feeling warmth at their obvious concern for her. She walked forward a few steps, appearing directly before John. The two were just a foot apart, surprising John. Lillian raised an eyebrow but remained silent. From this distance, he could feel Leia's breath, smell her intoxicatingly sweet scent, see her crystal blue eyes staring deep into his own, as if staring into his soul. His heartbeat sped up rapidly, filling him with emotions he had never felt before. My fate is linked with yours, Leia said, smiling at him radiantly. Should you be captured, the Asura will have no more use for me, and we both shall meet out end. But when you escape, its need for me will remain, and it won't dare to harm me until I grow strong enough heal it." John's heart continued to beat loudly in his chest, like thundering war drums. "When you escape," he thought, repeating her words. Leia had not said if he escaped, but when he escaped, revealing her full confidence in him. It was as if she was saying, "You will escape, and I will wait for your return. When that happens, all will be right once more." John was stunned at her confidence in him and didn't know what to say in response. He was almost never at a loss for words, but this was one of those rare moments in his life that he did not know what to say. Even life and death battles didn't make him feel this way, this lack of control over himself and his emotions. Leia suddenly leaned forward, causing John's eyes to go wide. Her forehead rested against his, her soft warmth increasing his heartbeat once more. Without warning, a vibrant energy beyond compare flooded into him where their foreheads met, filling his body and soul with an invigorating vitality. The vital energy continued to flood into him, filling him with an energy that made him feel invincible. The process continued for some time before the energy faded away, and Leia leaned back slightly. Her face was slightly pale and breathing slightly heavy, revealing she had expended a great deal of energy to do what she had just done. She studied John's surprised face, and then smiled lightly as if she found it both cute and amusing. "The life chi I just gave you should last for the next several days before it fades away, and should allow you to heal from all but the most grievous of wounds," she said softly. John felt Leia's warm and vibrant life chi coursing through his body, filling him with an incomparable sensation. After inspecting the vibrant chi, his gaze focused on Leia once more. She was so beautiful, he thought, unable to control his swirling thoughts. Her lavender hair fell down past her shoulders, lining her flawless face. Her eyes were like crystal blue waters, shimming in the sun, her small nose and delicate lips both perfect. Her beauty was truly capable of toppling nations from wars fought over obtaining her hand, were it ever offered. His mouth opened slightly, about to thank her for everything she had done, from revealing the Asura's intents to giving him this wondrous energy. Before he could do so, he saw Leia's cheeks redden slightly, and without warning she leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. Chapter 890, for the ultimate motivation. John's eyes went wide as Leia's soft lips pressed to his without warning. An ocean of emotions flooded his mind instantly. Shock, disbelief, perplexation, euphoria. He raised his hands to push her back, and then his mind went blank. His raised hands wrapped around her tightly, pulling her into his embrace. He didn't know why he did this, but he didn't care either. This was what he wanted, as much as he had tried to convince himself otherwise. A soft sound escaped Leia's lips, the sound making John's knees weak. The feeling of her hot breath, the sweet taste of her lips, all of it nearly overwhelmed him. The soul seed within him burned with passionate emotions, as Leia's feelings flooded into him from both her lips as well as the soul seed, amplifying the sensations he felt tenfold. His mind burned with passionate wanting. He wanted more, so much more. He embraced Leia even tighter, feeling her soft body press against his. And then through the passion, John finally regained a shred of awareness. Lillian, his master, as well as the Grand Abbot, were right there, watching. After what felt like only a second as well as an eternity, their lips parted as John pushed Leia away softly. She gave a brief resistance as if she did not want a part just yet, but gave in and took a step back. John's heartbeat raced within his chest and sped up once more as he saw the rosy red complexion of Leia's perfect face stare at him, blushing with embarrassment. Leia mumbled, her face red and thoughts swirling chaotically. Ahem. A light cough sounded out beside them, the two of them turning to look at Lillian. Her expression was blank, unreadable, as she stared at the two of them. The red blush on Leia's cheeks reddened even more as she realized the company she had kissed John in front of. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically to Lillian as well as the Grand Abbot. "Youthful passion is nothing to be sorry about," the Grand Abbot said, a wide smile on his face. "You should appreciate such things while you are still young." Leia nodded at him thankfully, and then glanced sheepishly towards Lillian, whose expression was still blank. "Do you need some more time alone before we leave?" Lillian asked, turning to John. "No," John shook his head, pushing down the emotions he was feeling as best he could. While he wanted to say yes, now was not the time for that. In fact, it was the absolute worst time for that, which was something he greatly regretted. Lillian nodded her head. "The plans are set," she said evenly. "The sooner we leave, the better. I don't know what those two are planning, but giving them more time to plan is not something I want to do." John nodded his head, his hazy gaze firming up. He wanted more, but that was impossible for now. He turned back towards Leia, who stared at him with a slightly dazed expression. Clearly, she had not been able to push down her emotions, yet as John had just done. "I'll be patiently waiting for your return," she said cheerfully, a radiant smile appearing on her face. It was as beautiful a smile as John had ever seen, or perhaps would ever see in his entire lifetime. John smiled back at her, and then turned his attention towards the Grand Abbot. "I know you cannot help me per your monastery rules," he said firmly, "but—" The Grand Abbot smiled lightly, knowing what was on John's mind. He always seemed to know exactly what he was thinking. "While I cannot help you, the monastery has no rules on providing shelter for those not on the path of the divine," the Grand Abbot said warmly. "I will shelter this girl for as long as I can, but do know that such a thing will only be a temporary buffer from the Asura's grasp. There will come a day where he will come for her despite the risks, and I'm afraid I must choose my monastery over her when that day comes. That is all I can do for you, I'm afraid," he said, his voice and face apologetic. John nodded his head thankfully. "That is more than enough for now. Thank you," he said, and then turned back to Leia. "Wait for me," he said, gaze firm and unwavering. "When I return, the fate that has burdened you will be eradicated from this world for good." Leia smiled radiantly once more, her face having zero doubt on it at all. "Until we meet again," she said softly, grabbing his hands, leaning forward again, kissing his cheek lightly. John let the moment consume him for an instant before his mind firmed up once more. Leia took a step back and smiled at him warmly. It was a smile of love, tinged with sadness. Who knew how long it would be until he returned? It would be years at the very least, as he would need to raise his strength to a level that could defeat the Asura. John stared at Leia for a moment, painting a picture of her face in this very moment in his mind. It was a moment he would want to never forget. And then he turned around, his gaze firm, his mind steeled with resolve. His gaze locked with Lillian, and he nodded his head. "Let's go," he said. Lillian nodded, and her power began to flare in the rock garden. Her hands began to move in a mesmerizing motion, while a thick aura of the Tao of space began to radiate outwards. The aura gradually condensed towards her hands, until it appeared as her hands had turned into spatial chaos itself. Her hands then moved in a wide circle before her, carving a line into space wherever they moved. The line in space remained locked in place, as if she were carving runes into the very fabric of space itself. Her hands formed a complete circle, which then started to glow with a multitude of colors, the colors of spatial chaos. The process had taken a few minutes, but now seemed complete. The circle then enlarged outwards until it was 7 feet wide, large enough for them to step through. A hazy image of a land on the other side of the spatial circle came into view, with several figures waiting on the other side. "Prepare yourself. Once we step forward, there is no going back," Lillian said, and then stepped into the portal. John stepped up to it and wanted to turn around once more, but didn't dare do so. He had finally firmed his mind and resolve, and needed both at a pinnacle state for what was to come. His hard gaze stared at the spatial portal before him. "All this time, I pushed away anyone who showed me any form of affection," John thought to himself. "At the time, I figured such things would only be a distraction, one that would lead me astray and make me weak," he thought to himself. When it came to the emotions of others, John was not stupid. He had noticed the gazes of the females who had been interested in him, including the likes of Iris as well as many others. He had ignored them all. as he thought of love and affection as nothing but a distraction. He needed full focus on his cultivation until he reached the pinnacle of the martial world, and only then would he allow himself to feel such things. He shook his head at himself and how foolish he had been. Affection, love, was not a distraction. It was a motivation, the ultimate motivation. John had never felt more motivated in his life to raise his strength, to obtain power that no one could defy. Motivation to obtain strength to shelter Leia from the rains, the Asura, and even the heavens itself. Leia had given him a gift more wonderful than she could ever know. "Thank you," John said out loud without looking back, and then he stepped toward the spatial portal, disappearing within. Chapter 895, the Asura's arrival tens of thousands of miles away from the Divine Source Monastery, barren mountains, cracked earth, and deep, desolate valleys stretched out for as far as the eye could see. This place had been one of the primary locations of battle during the ancient calamity, and had never recovered from the wounds it had suffered. In this desolate place stood 5 figures, standing in a circle, deep in discussion. All 5 had their auras withdrawn, but each emanated an air of incomparable power. "The signal has been sent," Thunderson sighed, taking out a formation disc that glowed brightly in his hand. He stared at it with a complex expression, and then crushed the disc in his hand, turning it into dust. He shifted his gaze to the others, lingering on 2 individuals in particular. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Thunderson asked them. "Is there any alternative?" the Honorable Alliance leader asked, smiling. "From what we have heard of its strength, no," Thunderson said, his voice heavy. "Then what is there to be concerned about?" the Honorable Alliance leader chuckled. "I've lived a long, satisfying life. I've watched as the Honorable Alliance worked its way up from nothing into a pinnacle power of the world, and I won't sit idly as it comes to ruin. Besides, if I was to pick a way to die, fighting side by side with my friends against the dangers of the world is the best way I can think of." Thunderson nodded his head, and then looked towards another, the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled lightly and nodded his head with firm resolve. "I made up my mind a long time ago," he said. "If this is the way it must be, then this is the way it must be." Thunderson smiled at the man and nodded his head, but the smile was one of sadness. "And the other preparations?" he asked the Grand Elder. "All the formations are in place," the Grand Elder replied. "The first few should buy John and Lillian some time, at which point the Alliance head and I will activate the final formations." "Then let us pray it is enough," Thunderson said. "What are you so gloomy about, big brother?" A loud, boisterous voice boomed out beside Thunderson. Thunderfist reached out and patted Thunderson on the back vigorously, the pats causing the ground beneath their feet to crack and loud booms to echo throughout the barren wasteland. "This is a wondrous thing we're about to experience," Thunderfist continued. "I haven't had a good battle in thousands of years. Today is a day where I can go all out, hold absolutely nothing back, and fight to my heart's content. Death is a small price to pay for feeling such an invigorating thrill." Thunderfist scoffed at his brother's antics, and then patted him back on the shoulder. His gaze then shifted towards the final figure, who had remained silent thus far. The man had a hulking frame, being a full head taller than even the tallest of them. Large muscles bulged under every inch of skin, making him look more like a primordial beast than a human. His arms were crossed over his chest as he listened to the others. "Are you sure you want to take part in this?" Thunderson asked the man. "The chance of death is high, and you are not related to any of this. You can still turn back now." "Not related to any of this?" the man scoffed, as if he had just been thoroughly insulted. "The greatest weapon I ever created is sitting in the hands of the greatest genius this world has ever seen. You might as well call John a disciple of mine, as far as I'm concerned. I will not sit idly while someone targets my disciple," Taoist Eternal Weapon said, his voice deep and firm. Thunderson nodded appreciatively towards Taoist Eternal Weapon. Having such a powerhouse to aid them would no doubt be invaluable. He had thought of including more in this plan, but time had not been on their side. He had started his plans a long time back, but still found time to be the one thing he didn't have enough of. Too much to do, too little time to do it. Besides, finding powerful enough cultivators to fight against an opponent as strong as the Asura was nearly impossible. This small squad of theirs would have to do. Time quickly passed by, as some of those gathered conversed, while others, such as the Grand Elder and Taoist Eternal Weapon, inspected the things they had set up beforehand. "Prepare yourselves," Thunderzin suddenly called out, the others stirring to action in an instant. A massive forging table appeared before Taoist Eternal Weapon, and his hammer appeared in his hand, while the others took out their weapons as well. They all gathered together as a spatial rift suddenly appeared before them. The rift quickly grew in size, and before long, Lillian stepped out of it. Her eyes swept over those gathered, lingering on her adoptive father, Thunderzin, the longest. Thunderzin gave her a warm smile, noticing her improved cultivation. "You have done well, daughter," he said warmly. "Regardless of what happens today, none of us have any regrets. Protect John, but equally important, protect yourself. And above all, you have made me more proud than you could possibly imagine." Lillian's face quivered with emotions which she quickly pushed down, regaining her focus. She nodded her head firmly, and then turned around towards the portal she had opened. "You will do as we planned," Thunderzin said, "and we will buy you time to do it. Should the battle be to our favor, you will not need to carry out the plan, but I doubt that will be the case. You will know which way the battle is going when you arrive at your destination." Lillian nodded her head again and watched as John stepped out of the portal behind her. John's eyes went wide as he studied the faces around him. He had been expecting Thunderzin and Thunderfist, and even the Grand Elder, but the Honorable Alliance Head and Taoist Eternal Weapons surprised him. They all stared at him with unwavering gazes. "Take out your flying ship," Lillian suddenly said before John could say anything. He raised an eyebrow, but did as commanded. Clearly, Taoist Eternal Weapon had told them of the flying ship he had given John, which was one of the best flying ships in the entire world. The ship appeared in the sky above them, and Lillian grabbed John's arm, flashing upwards without a moment's hesitation. John was dragged into the ship at a speed he could hardly comprehend, the door closing behind them. Lillian flashed into the formation room of the ship, where one would place spirit crystals on the powering formation to power the ship. A mountain of high-grade spirit crystals appeared on the formation, a value staggering even to one as rich as John. She then flashed towards the helm and pressed several of the formation runes there. The ship, however, did not move just yet, confusing John greatly. "Shouldn't we be fleeing?" he asked, but received no answer from Lillian. Lillian's face was scrunched up with focus, as if waiting for something. There was silence for a moment, and then it was as if hell itself had descended on them. A patch of sky suddenly splintered, sending cracks in the fabric of space in all directions, and then it shattered completely. A hellish figure stepped out from within the shattered patch of space, as if the confines of space were no more than a nuisance. The Asura stared down from above at the five, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous menace. The five felt their hearts tighten instinctively, as every instinct they had was telling them to flee at this very moment. All five stood their ground, pushing down their instinctual cries, and stared back at the creature that seemed like a nightmare incarnate. The Asura's gaze shifted towards the flying ship, still hovering in the air, and its maw widened into a gaping smile, revealing its sharp, blood-stained teeth. "Found you?" Chapter 896 Forge of Desolation. Within the ship, John felt as though he were standing before the sinister gate within his palace realm, only this was even worse. Had his mind and soul not been tempered by the sinister gate, he was sure he would be driven to a state of madness by the aura alone. The others present felt the terrifying aura as well, but thanks to their formidable cultivations, they were able to resist the aura somewhat despite having no built-up resistance like John. The five gathered, as well as Lillian, flared their own auras outwards, pushing against the sinister aura in a desperate attempt to maintain their wits and sanity. John felt the gaze of death fall upon him, coming from high above. The Asura had finally come for him, and it was even more terrifying than he imagined. Just its aura alone was nearly enough to overwhelm him in his current state. He turned around and looked upwards, directly through the hull of the ship. Thanks to his Tao transformation cultivation level, peering through something like a ship's exterior was child's play. His gaze locked with the Asura, and he couldn't help but shudder. He had never feared battle, never feared death, but this was different. This was an instinctual warning, telling him to run. He resisted that warning and kept his eyes locked with the blood-red eyes of the hellish Asura. It smiled at him, like the smile of a predator about to devour a cornered prey, one that was enjoying the hunt more than anything. It appeared the exact same as the creature he had seen in the vision Iris had shown him. It was undoubtedly the Asura of prophecy. I'm not even close to being able to fight this thing, John thought, feeling completely useless. He wanted to tell Lillian to flee right now, but trusted in their plan. They would not do all this, just to sit here and wait for him to be slaughtered. A moment after the Asura appeared, another figure stepped out from within the fractured patch of space. The spatial fracture quickly healed itself after the figure stepped out, returning that patch of sky to normal. The astral emperor stared at the five with a narrowed gaze, then shifted his eyes towards the flying ship. His gaze narrowed as he stared at John for a moment, and then locked onto Lillian. She had not turned around and had her back facing him, still standing at the ship's control center. The astral emperor smirked. "How are you going to get yourselves out of this mess?" he asked them with much amusement. Flash. The ship flashed suddenly forward, speeding into the distance, disappearing from sight in an instant. The others watched the ship leave, the five sighing in relief as the first part of the plan had been completed, while the Asura and the Astral Emperor narrowed their gazes at the fleeing ship. The Asura and Astral Emperor raised their hands towards the distant ship. The Grand Elder suddenly flared with power, and then the world around them did the same. Boom! A calamitous explosion of energy suddenly surged to the sky, coming from all directions around them. The ground lit up, shining brightly like the sun itself, as formation runes spread out in all directions, revealing an incomparably large formation circle beneath their feet. The formation circle glowed bright blue and had tens of thousands of lines forming the complex diagrams. The formation circle exploded with power as it instantly completed, forming 6 nodes each 1,000 apart that flared to the sky with their power. The power coalesced in the sky, forming a solid formation barrier in all directions. The Asura eyed the formation for a moment. The formation had activated as soon as both him and the Astral Emperor arrived. Clearly, they had been expecting his arrival and were waiting to spring this trap. It made no difference. The Asura snorted disdainfully and punched outwards. It was a casual movement, and yet the punch seemed to contain the weight of worlds behind it. It was as if everything in creation would be destroyed by this singular punch. A blast of physical might pierced outwards, so powerful that even space succumbed to its power. Space shattered outwards in a line from its punch, forming a beam of fractured space in the trail of the attack. The ruinous power and beam of fractured space pierced forward towards the formation barrier, aimed directly towards the fleeing ship. "As if I'd allow you to touch my newly appointed disciple." A powerful roar boomed out from the ground below the Asura. It shifted its gaze downwards and saw Taoist eternal weapon standing on the ground, directly in the path of the beam high above, his weapon smithing forging table directly in front of him. "Bodiforge conversion," Taoist eternal weapon roared, and placed his one arm down on the forging table. His other arm gripped his forging hammer and swung down with apocalyptic power onto the forging table. Boom! The world seemed to shake from the impact, sending a calamitous shockwave outwards. The shockwave was instantly shattered by the Asura's ruinous power, still piercing towards the ship in the distance. Taoist eternal weapon's arm shattered from the impact, turning into a mess of bone, blood, and sinew. The ruined arm then flashed into a bloody mist, and then slammed against his body as if drawn to it, coating every inch of his skin red with blood. The blood instantly seeped into his skin, and lines quickly formed onto his body. The lines appeared like the joints between pieces of armor, making Taoist eternal weapon's body almost look made of plate armor itself. An incredible power suddenly surged out of his body. his power skyrocketing into the heavens. Taoist eternal weapons aura climbed instantly, piercing through the peak world expansion cultivation he was revealing, stepping into the half-step holy manifestation realm. Another explosion blasted outwards, this time not of energy, but of flesh and metal. Taoist eternal weapons body rapidly grew, rising to several hundred yards tall in an instant. His hammer, as well as his forging table, grew proportionally as well, making him appear like a one-armed forging god descended on the world. The entire process happened in nearly an instant. A fiery heat emanated off his body, hammer, and smithing table, while flames of terrifying heat flowed off his head and face, like hair made of pure fire. His eyes glowed brightly like forging furnaces, staring directly at the distant Asura. He raised his hammer high above his head. "Forge of Desolation," Taoist eternal weapon said, although with his titanic size, his words were louder than the roar of a beast. His hammer swung downwards, like that of a moon crashing down onto the world. It slammed onto his forging table with ruinous power, with enough power to shake the world for tens of thousands of miles. The ground should have shattered, the mountains should have crumbled, and the valleys should have ripped apart into chasms wider than the eye could see. But none of that happened. Instead, there was absolute silence, as if his hammer had not struck the metallic forging table at all. The forging table lit up brightly as the hammer struck it, revealing formation lines all across the forging table, all glowing bright orange like the flames of a forge. The formation lines fell from the table and onto the side walls supporting the table, which appeared like massive metal cliffs. Formation lines covered the walls of the formation, with an intricate circular formation at the very center of the wall facing outwards from the table. The power of the hammer strike flooded into those formation lines and was greedily absorbed, all flowing directly towards the central formation in the very center of the wall facing outwards. Boom! An apocalyptic beam of fiery red chi blasted outwards from the forging table, slamming into the blast of power the Asura had unleashed. The entire process, from the Asura punching, the Taoist eternal weapon unleashing his attack, had happened in less than a second, but to those watching, it had almost seemed like a lifetime. The two unstoppable powers collided, the apocalyptic explosion swallowing everything within. Chapter 897, Existence to rival the Asura. The ship sailed across the land at monstrous speed, the ground below appearing like a blur. John watched with wide eyes as a giant formed in the far distance, and then a calamitous explosion swallowed everything whole. The next instant, he was too far to see the battle, already tens of thousands of miles away. The ship, combined with Lillian's control over the Tao of space, slipped into the void of space, and then reappeared thousands of miles away. Dozens of the high-grade spirit crystals powering the ship shattered, completely stripped of their power. The ship entered the void again, and then again, skipping through space like a stone over a pond, the mountain of spirit crystals growing smaller by the second. John watched as the world around him swirled with chaos, then returned to normal, the ship appearing somewhere over the divine Martial continent. The next moment, the world of spatial chaos surrounded the ship once more, the process repeating more times than John could possibly count. The calamitous explosion blasted against the formation walls, so strong that it appeared it would shatter the formation in an instant. Against all odds, the formation held, although cracks stretched up the walls in many locations, revealing it had taken damage. The formation circle on the ground flared once more with incredible power, instantly healing the formation barrier. It was pulling an astronomical amount of chi from a chamber created beneath the surface, a chamber filled to the brim with all the spirit crystals the five could muster together. It was a sum large enough to purchase dozens of nations, empires, and sects, and yet was being used to power a defensive formation. Boom! Taoist eternal weapons hulking figure slammed against the formation barrier in the direction the Asura's ruinous blast of physical power had been traveling. His massive forging table had been blasted to the side, parts of it cracked from also taking the attack head-on. Blood, like massive waterfalls of red due to his large size, dripped down many parts of his body, coming from wounds dozens of yards wide and deep. Ugh, Taoist eternal weapon groaned, pain racking his entire body. He stood up while shaking his head to clear the pain, his massive footsteps shaking the ground all around him. What are you doing? A figure appeared before him, so tiny in comparison that it was like a fly hovering before Taoist eternal weapon's face. Thunderzin stated at Taoist eternal weapon with concerned eyes, studying his condition. The wounds on his body were massive, although they looked worse than they were due to his incredible size. I wanted to test my might against the Asura, and also show off for my newly appointed disciple, Taoist eternal weapon said, smiling wryly. A foolish endeavor it seems. A casual attack of his was able to brush aside one of my strongest attacks and injure me to this extent. It's far more formidable than we feared. Still, I managed to block the attack, which would have pierced the barrier and struck the ship. I would say that was a resounding success. Are you still capable of fighting? Thunderzin asked, concerned. I am. These injuries are far from being able to stop me, Taoist eternal weapon said, his body flaring with the power of a body cultivator. The injuries started to heal at a visible rate, slowly closing and stopping the blood flow. Thankfully, he was a body cultivator with an incredible durability. If he had been an essence cultivator, taking that attack head-on like that would have killed him. Stick to the plan, Thunderzin said sternly. The Asura is too strong for us to defeat. That single attack of it made that more than clear. All we can do is follow the plan and stall for long enough. Taoist eternal weapon nodded his head, and then shifted his gaze towards the distant Asura and astral emperor. Neither had moved from their spot, as if the fleeing ship wasn't even a concern. The Asura had its two upper arms folded across its chest, while the two lower arms were resting on its waist. All four arms bulged with muscles upon muscles, as if the creature was carved from a mountain. It stared at Taoist eternal weapon with an inspecting gaze, as if surprised he was still alive. It then smiled, a smile so wide and vicious it made the five feel as though they were about to be devoured that very instant. It looks like I'll be able to feel the thrill of battle today, it said, its voice a guttural growl. Don't die on me too quickly, little ants. It then shifted its gaze towards the astral emperor at its side. Go grab the boy, it instructed, and bring him back to me alive. The astral emperor nodded, and his power began to flare, ready to use his grasp over the spatial Tao to pierce through this formation restricting him. His gaze suddenly shifted to the side, narrowing as an oncoming storm of lighting approached him. The storm stretched out for dozens of miles in each direction, appearing like a massive tornado of lightning. A figure moved in front of the storm of lightning, the lightning cascading off his body and forming the tornado of lightning behind him. It was like a god of lightning was approaching him, and the astral emperor scoffed as Thunderfist arrived before him, body coated from head to toe with lightning, like a suit of armor. Ha ha ha, you're not going anywhere. Thunderfist roared loudly, a large smile on his face, his laughter echoing like thunder. Boom. His fist slammed towards the astral emperor, who raised a hand to the side to block it. Powerful spatial energy formed between him and Thunderfist, who slammed his fist onto it with his full power. The spatial energy absorbed the thunderous attack, although it was not able to absorb it all. The astral emperor's eyes flickered with surprise as he was knocked backwards dozens of miles before he could right himself in the air. When he came to, he was surrounded by three figures, each placed equally apart from each other. He inspected the three and then scoffed with amusement. Thunderfist, the Grand Elder, and Taoist Eternal Weapon. I feel honored that you three would dedicate yourselves to battling me, he said, his voice tinged with egotistical mockery. You should feel honored, Thunderfist roared loudly. Today, you get to wet my fists with your blood. That is more than the honor you deserve, vile traitor of humanity. The Astral Emperor narrowed his gaze at the raucous man, and then smiled mockingly. So haughty, and yet this plan of yours seems to be forgetting one critical thing, he said smugly. His gaze shifted to the distance, towards the Asura. Before the Asura were two figures, both less than half his size, seeming like insignificant creatures in both stature and power. The Asura's arms were still folded over his chest, But the amused expression on his face was replaced with a scowl as the others had stopped the astral emperor from retrieving John. It was clear he would entertain their battle and his lust for it, but not at the expense of losing John. The Asura stated at the two before him, his sinister aura drowning the area with incomparable malevolence. I will maim you, devour you, and then I will retrieve your brat of a disciple and do the same to him, the Asura said to Thunderzin and the Alliance head, as if the matter was already settled. Now that I've experienced his aura firsthand, there's not a single place in this world that can hide him from me. His fleeing is only delaying the inevitable. Thunderzin and the Alliance head stared with wary yet even expressions on their face, as if they didn't worry about such a thing. The Asura narrowed its eyes, studying their expressions. They should have felt despair upon hearing that their futile struggle would be useless, but neither displayed any of that. It was almost as if they didn't consider the Asura's words to be the truth, and that John would be able to hide from it once he escaped. The Asura studied them for a moment, unable to determine if that was the case, or if they were just putting up a brave front. He growled, like that of a primordial beast, his growl alone shaking the entire battlefield with ruinous power. No matter, it growled. You two are far too weak to stop me for more than a moment. Your disciple will be in my hands in a short moment, and then in my stomach a moment later. And then it flashed, appearing before sect leader Thunderzin in an instant. Thunderzin's eyes went wide, an instinctual fear, like one seeing the grim Reaper himself. His wide eyes narrowed, his fear instantly reined in as he faced the Asura head-on. Thunderzin smirked as his eyes shifted upwards. And what's that? Thunderfist asked the Astral Emperor, referring to his question a moment ago. You assigned the three of you to me, and left only Thunderzin and the Alliance head for the Asura, he said, his voice growing more mocking by the second. Have you all gone senile in your old ages, or have you resigned yourself to death, and are looking for a decent fight before you die? They won't be able to last half a minute before his might. It appears you're the one who's gone senile, Thunderfist replied with a smile, as if the Astral Emperor were an idiot, his words causing the Astral Emperor to narrow his eyes. And then he remembered. How could he have possibly forgotten? Had his arrogance grown to such a level that he dared to forget about such an existence? Had he assumed this was merely a distraction, and they would not attempt to fight for real? Roar. A devastating, primordial roar suddenly boomed out from above, its power seeming to shake the very world itself. The existence to rival the Asura had arrived. Chapter 898 Rajan's arrival. The Asura's eyes narrowed, and his gaze, tinged with the smallest amount of surprise, snapped upwards towards the source of the sound. The Astral Emperor's gaze snapped upwards as well, instantly spotting a hulking figure shooting down towards them from the heavens above, like a mountain falling down towards them. It was even larger than Taoist Eternal Weapon's giant form, and far more terrifying. A storm of lightning spewed outwards in all directions from the figure, like a world-ending storm of lightning crashing down from above. Shadowed darkness descended on the land as the figure's body blacked out the sun. The figure had already opened its mouth before its first roar, unleashing a beam of apocalyptic lighting that had already reached the battlefield. It was as if a falling star of lightning was piercing towards them. Boom! The unstoppable beam of lightning slammed onto the Asura before he could react, blasting it down towards the ground below. The lightning beam slammed against the ground, its power so great that it nearly shattered the formation circle, powering the formation around them. The Grand Elder had already accounted for this, and had made the formation circle to be lightning-resistant. Even then, it had nearly been destroyed, and only a massive amount of the spirit crystals in the chamber underneath the formation had been able to heal its wound, greatly reducing the time the barrier would withstand this battle. The massive figure pierced past Thunderzin and the Alliance leader, who had dashed backwards before it had even arrived. It slammed into the ground with its full weight, its massive claw the size of a large hill slamming onto the location the beam had landed. Boom! The continent seemed as though it would split in half from the collision. The ground fractured outwards, rending itself apart for thousands of miles in each direction. The mountains shook, split apart, and crumbled, forming massive chasms where mountain ranges had been. The formation circle fractured again, weakening the barrier for a moment, before once more drawing from the spirit crystal reserves, healing it anew. The astral emperor's gaze flickered with shock. True shock. He realized he had always underestimated the Thunderzan's lightning dragon companion. Before he could gather his wits, 3 figures appeared directly before him, giving him no time to relax. A massive hammer fell down from above, like a hammer from the gods trying to smite him down. A tempest of lightning crashed towards him from the side, wanting to swallow him whole in its ruinous power. A mystical aura flared out from the third side, like a figure of fate and illusions casting a spell on him. The astral emperor snorted, and then exploded like a star being born. A bright light, like that coming from a true star, exploded out in all directions, followed by a calamitous power. Boom! The light faded away, revealing a massive 6-armed human, glowing brightly like a star itself. Its eyes shined like celestial objects, seeming to contain the profundity of the universe within. The figure was 100 yards tall, smaller than Taoist eternal weapon, but much larger than the 2 others. If John was here, he would have instantly recognized the form. It was the same form that Zira's had used, only this form was far more powerful and terrifying. Comparing Zira's use of the form was like comparing a baby to an adult. And it was not only in the power, which Zira's had been restricted by in the divine trial, but also the profundity. It was as if a true star had appeared, ready to ruin everything in its wake. The 2 top arms of the astral emperor's hulking form were stretched upwards above his head. Taoist eternal weapon's hammer caught by those hands and completely stopped before it could reach him. His 2 lower arms on his left side and right side all held glowing swords made of pure astral energy, each powerful enough to be compared to a pinnacle world expansion grade weapon. Thunderfist, as well as his lightning tempest, had crashed into the 2 lower right blades and been stopped, while the mystical energy from the Grand Elder had been blasted away by 2 explosive blasts of power from the 2 lower left blades held in the astral emperor's grasp. Pathetic, the astral emperor said, his voice ethereal yet deep, like the rumblings of stars. He slashed outwards with all 6 arms, pushing all 3 cultivators backwards. They stopped their backwards momentum dozens of miles later, staring at the massive glowing emperor. Good, Thunderfist roared loudly, his battle lust skyrocketing to the sky. I would have been disappointed if this battle was over that quickly. Today you shall be my entertainment, astral emperor. The storm wreaking havoc behind Thunderfist suddenly shot towards him, as it was being absorbed within him. Thunderfist's figure started to glow brightly, nearly as brightly as the astral emperor himself. Almost instantly, the storm of lightning had vanished, absorbed entirely by Thunderfist. Thunderfist hovered in the sky, his body glowing with the bright flashes of lightning coursing over his body. Not a single inch of skin was visible, like he was covered by the most formidable armor made of pure lightning. As the armor of lightning appeared, Thunderfist's power skyrocketed, pushing his power to the peak of the world expansion realm. 2 metallic gauntlets, ornately detailed to appear like 2 lightning dragon heads, appeared on his fists, which seemed to absorb the lightning and grow with power, making him even more fearsome. His lightning form, like a god of lightning, flashed forward, streaking towards the astral emperor like a true beam of lightning. He arrived before the astral emperor could ready his massive blades, his gauntleted fists slamming into the astral emperor's side. Boom! The astral emperor's hulking astral figure shot sideways through the air, a slight groan of pain leaving his astral mouth. Again! Thunderfist roared, streaking towards the astral emperor like a blur of lighting. Bang! 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 Like John had done against Asuros, a torrential barrage of fist blows rained down on the astral emperor. Thunderfist was like an ant before the hulking figure, yet each blow caused the astral form to ripple violently, as if it was about to burst apart at any moment. Chapter 899, two fearsome enemies. A beam of astral energy suddenly shot out of the exact location Thunderfist was punching, just below the right rib of the figure. Thunderfist's eyes widened in surprise as the beam slammed into him, not expecting the Astral Emperor to be able to unleash such an attack. Thunderfist streaked backwards through the sky, fighting against the powerful beam of astral energy. A hammer suddenly fell down towards the Astral Emperor's head, who turned to face the hulking Taoist Eternal Weapon. He only reached up to Taoist Eternal Weapon's waist, making him look quite small in comparison. The two top arms of the Astral Emperor flared with bright astral energy, forming two massive astral swords. Both cleaved up towards the hammer, each unleashing a potent astral-based sword art. The image of stars seemed to trail behind the swords, as if the sword form had reached a pinnacle level capable of forming natural phenomena. "Let's see where that arrogance comes from," Taoist Eternal Weapon roared, his hammer colliding with the astral blades. It was as if two celestial objects had collided, each incapable of being stopped. The ground ruptured beneath the Astral Emperor's feet as he braced against the attack, which quickly forced him to his knees. A powerful formational energy, swirling through the air with complex rune diagrams, slammed into the Astral Emperor's side, knocking him off balance. A storm of lightning returned to the battle, continuing its barrage on the Astral Emperor. 3 against 1, he was defending, but succumbing to their collective onslaught, especially from Taoist Eternal Weapon. His power was far greater than the Astral Emperor had expected, as after the first probing blow from Taoist Eternal Weapon's hammer, each attack had been stronger than the last. He had started using his forging table, unleashing attacks similar to the one that had been used against the Asura. These attacks were beyond cataclysmic, pushing the Astral Emperor to the very limit. The 3 fighting the Astral Emperor felt a glimmer of hope as the battle continued. If they could defeat him, they could help the others against the Asura. Perhaps then. Boom! As if appearing to shatter their newly formed hopes, the Astral Emperors might suddenly exploded outwards, surging to an even higher level. The surging power knocked the 3 cultivators backwards dozens of miles before they steadied themselves. They peered back towards the Astral Emperor, who was now nowhere to be seen. Their gazes snapped upwards as they spotted the Astral Emperor above them. He had appeared like a ghost without them even realizing he had moved. His massive figure was no more, and instead he had returned to his normal human size. However, the astral armor still covered his body, only this time it conformed to his natural figure. His hair was flowing behind him, shifting in colors, appearing like shimmering stars. The 3 narrowed their eyes as they stared at the man above them. Both his power, as well as the might emanating from the astral armor, was far more powerful than before. The Astral Emperor pointed at them, and the world seemed to stop. Astral supernova. His ethereal voice seemed to come from all directions. Boom! A blast of astral chi, like the supernova from a star, blasted down onto the 3, its power practically equivalent to the beam of lightning the dragon had unleashed moments ago. The world seemed to end for them as they were swallowed up in its power. Boom! The dragon's enormous claw slammed down onto the earth once more, destroying everything around it once more. The formation fractured to the point of shattering, and then reformed, drawing another large swath of spirit crystal energy into itself. The dragon then raised its head to the sky, its mouth flickering with ruinous lightning. It looked back down to the ground, its mouth widening, unleashing a devastating beam of lightning. Boom! The earth shuddered as the beam of lightning rained down ceaselessly, bathing the land in its power. A storm of lightning radiated outwards in all directions, the flickers of lightning ravaging the earth. The dragon closed its mouth after unleashing the beam for some time, and stared at the ground, gaze narrowed. Its eyes flickered, and it raised its claw upwards and then struck down again, a storm of lighting covering the claw. Boom! The dragon's claw suddenly lurched upwards into the air, followed by its massive body. It was thrown into the sky, tumbling over itself multiple times before righting itself dozens of miles away. Blood dripped down from its claw that had been repelled, staining the fractured land below it red. The Asura emerged from the fractured ground, its malevolent aura covering the land once more. Its blood-red eyes stared at the lightning dragon, while 4 massive sabers were now held in each of its muscular arms. The blades of the pitch-black sabers were stained red with the blood of the countless victims the Asura had slaughtered in its life, adding to his ferocious and terrifying appearance. The blow would have easily killed any of the human cultivators, yet it had just injured the dragon's claw. A grunt of approval boomed from the Asura's mouth. Thunderzin and the Alliance head inspected the Asura and groaned internally as they noticed it had suffered almost no damage at all. Other than a few minor scrapes and cuts on its skin, it was otherwise unharmed. Its durability was far greater than they had imagined it would be. Although that had not been Rajan's strongest attack, it wasn't far off from it either. With the Asura suffering such little damage, any hope of victory instantly faded away at that moment. "The original planet is then," the Alliance head said, to which Thunderzin nodded. "I'll try to hold off for as long as possible before I use it," the Alliance head said, to which Thunderzin nodded again. The air around the honorable Alliance leader started to dance, as if commanded by him. A tempest started to swirl around him, which then expanded outwards and upwards into the sky, forming a howling storm hundreds of miles in an instant. The winds of the storm moved at speeds dangerous to even world expansion cultivators, while powerful beams of natural lightning flickered frequently in the storm clouds above. The Asura stared at the storm all around him, and then ignored it, shifting his gaze towards the dragon. "I heard about you," the Asura growled, a snarling smile appearing on its face. The lightning dragon stared back at the Asura, his head held high, its pride as a dragon unyielding. "You have not yet grown to a level that can challenge me, yet you dare raise your head before me as if you are king. Even the mightiest of your draconic races fell under the power of the Asuras, and you will be no different," the Asura sneered. And then it moved towards the one closest to it. It appeared before Thunderzin like a ghost, its physical speed so fast that he could hardly see it move. All he saw was an approaching blur, his instincts screaming out to attack with all his strength, as it was too late to dodge. Thankfully, Thunderzin had not let his guard down for a moment, and had been holding this attack for use at a moment's notice. Thunderzin pushed his cultivation to the absolute limit, holding nothing back at all. His cultivation climbed to the half-step holy manifestation realm, almost as if it would break through at a moment's notice. His eyes glowed like storms of lightning, while the staff in his hand slammed downwards before him. The world before him became lightning. There was no sound, no warning, just nothing and then lightning. Thunderfall Judgment, Chapter 900 Heart of Vibrant Oblivion PT, 1 boom. An enormous pillar of lightning, appearing to come from the heavens above, blasted down before Thunderzin, like that of heavenly judgment itself. The lightning had been formed from his own chi, as well as drawn from the natural lightning generated from the Alliance leader's storm, augmenting Thunderzin's Thunderfall Judgment to levels he was unable to reach alone. The lightning pillar engulfed the Asura who had arrived before him, blasting him down towards the earth below with its ruinous power. The attack blasted into the earth, further decimating the ruined land for thousands of miles. They had chosen this location for its remoteness, as otherwise, millions or even more lives would have already been lost in the brief battle. The pillar of lightning suddenly parted down the middle, as if it had been carved apart by a massive invisible knife. An overwhelming power blasted up through the pillar of lightning, directly towards Thunderzin. Roar! The dragon roared with anger as it appeared before the attack, a beam of ruinous lightning blasting out from its mouth. The beam collided against the Asura's attack, forcing Rajan backwards briefly before both surged forward once more. The two exchanged dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye, the world trembling from their battle. After the brief yet violent exchange, the Asura won out, knocking Rajan backwards through the sky, blood trailing behind Rajan from several large wounds on its body. The Asura arrived before Rajan again in an instant, his figure dwarfed by the massive creature. Despite taking Thunderzin's augmented Thunderfall Judgment head-on without blocking, as well as Rajan's barrage of attacks, The Asura had suffered practically zero physical wounds at all. What was on his body was superficial, scrapes and cuts not impacting its battle prowess in the slightest. Thunderson frowned once more, as even his augmented Thunderfall judgment had almost zero effect on the Asura. The Asura's 4 sabers slashed outwards towards Rajan's claw that was slamming towards it. Rajan had not had enough time to unleash a blast of lightning and had to resort to a physical attack. Boom! Space fractured from the collision, forming splinters and rifts in the fabric of space itself. Rajan's claw was knocked backwards by the Asura's attack, blood falling from a massive wound on its claw. It roared in pain and then surged forwards towards the Asura, its pride of a dragon refusing to back down. The Asura sneered, a wide, snarling smile appearing on its face. It held its sabers out to the side, welcoming the dragon's approach. Boom! Another pillar of lightning rained down on the Asura a moment before Rajan arrived, blasting the Asura into the earth below. Rajan paused for a moment, as if it had not expected Thunderson's interference. It started once more, surging down to the ground below. "Rajan!" Thunderson called out loudly, his cry causing the dragon to pause its forward momentum. It quickly turned around faster than one would expect a massive dragon capable of, and moved back to him, appearing next to him nearly as fast as the Asura was able to move. "You are not strong enough to fight it alone," Thunderson said, his voice warm yet concerned. Rajan was his dear friend, like Kyrie was to John, and seeing it wounded ached his heart. Rajan's eyes, like 2 mountains of blue crystal, stared at Thunderson, 1,000 emoticons contained within. Rajan flared its nostrils and then puffed out a cloud of smoke, resigning itself to Thunderson's words. As much as it did not want to admit it, it truly was not the Asura's match. While it was the only one capable of fighting the Asura head-on without dying, that would only last for so long. When it came to Rajan's age, it was still very young for a dragon, and had yet to reach its full potential. Before an existence like an Asura, he would eventually lose. "Perish!" the Asura roared, appearing before and like a ghost. Its aura surged outwards like a storm and slammed into them with unstoppable power, sending them flying backwards like broken kites. It sped after them, appearing above an instant later. The Asura's movement alone left small spatial fractures in its wake, a testament to its horrifying power. Not even space could withstand its presence. The Asura arrived above, slashing downwards toward him, who had yet to recover, and could not possibly defend against the attack. This attack would be fatal without a doubt. "Have you already forgotten about me?" A voice from below sounded out, calm, yet profound. The air seemed to dance to the words, as if the air itself was under the command of the voice. The Asura's gaze shifted downwards, just in time to see a solid wall blast up towards it, a wall made completely of air. The wall of air was as firm as the hardest metal, and slammed onto the Asura from below, launching it up into the air before its blade could land on. The Asura roared with frustration and cleaved downwards, instantly destroying the wall of air, but that alone was enough time for both and to recover. The Alliance leader appeared next to them, the air swirling around him like a tempest. The storm above and around them continued to wreak havoc on the land, blasting it with ruinous power. "We cannot take any more chances," said grimly. He had nearly died just there, just off a casual explosion of the Asura's aura, and then a simple physical assault. It was still clearly toying with them, and the longer they resisted, the more enraged it would become. If it used its full power against them as they were now, only would be able to keep himself alive for a while. And the Alliance head would surely perish without realizing how they died. "So it's come to that then?" the Alliance leader asked. "I'm afraid it has, my old friend," replied, sighing heavily, his face filled with gloom and regret. "Once the formation fails, if we have not activated it, the Asura will go for John. His speed is far too fast for all but to keep up with, and cannot handle the Asura alone. We must activate it now before the formation fails. We must buy more time for them." "Do not look so sad, my old friend. As I told you before, this is going to be one glorious way to die. Let's not stall any longer, shall we?" the Alliance leader said, glancing downwards. Besides, it appears as though the formation is about to collapse, so we cannot delay any further. Stared at his old friend for a moment, and then nodded his head. You're right, agreed. The Alliance leader smiled, and then glanced upwards towards the Asura, his smile growing wider. Ruining your evil plans will fill this old one with incomparable pleasure, the Alliance leader said to the Asura, who snorted as it sped towards them once more. The Alliance leader's smile faded as he watched the incarnation of death approach, and his mouth parted slightly as he whispered to himself. Heart of vibrant oblivion,